Assalamu alaykum, hörmətli görürmənlər. Bېrىۋاتqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur bölümünün naq meydan tarqıtışı. Növətdə ئەنگلىيەنىڭ London şəhərində işləۋatqan ئىككىنچى növətlik Uyghur Sot kollegiyəsinin naq meydan tarqıtışı huzurunuzda болады. Ekranımızға diqqət bəgəşlər.
Good morning. Apologies for the late start, Mr. Sabi.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Tribunal. Start the second day of the hearing. Our first witness is Mr. Christian Tyler.
page is
Page 4 is day 4.
day 4. You could say I don't know my papers. 256.
I'll start again, sorry. Mr. Christian Tyler is a former staff writer for the Financial Times of London, the World Trade publication, and has reported on industry, politics, and international trade widely. He has travelled throughout China and conducted field and remote research concerning Xinjiang over a number of years, and his book, Wild West China, The Taming of Xinjiang, was published in 2004. Mr. Tyler's report focuses on the historical background of the Xinjiang region and its connection to present policy. His report is divided into 4 parts: the history of the occupation of East Turkestan, Xinjiang, ethnic policy before and during Communist Party rule, repression, the regime's public justification and undeclared motives, and repression as a cause and not consequence of ethnic violence. He seeks to show that the present program of mass internment and surveillance of the Turkish peoples of Xinjiang is only an extreme version of a policy of assimilation adopted for most of the last 70 years under the CCP. Mr. Tyler, we've obviously had your written report, for which we're very grateful, and the panel and council have had an opportunity to read through that. My understanding is you'd like to give a very short 5-minute overview of your testimony, and perhaps I'll hand the mic over to you, and I'll ask you just a handful of questions afterwards before I hand you over to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you. Yes, I first went to China in 1983 when I was trade editor of the Financial Times, and made a number of visits there, so I got to know something about the place and the economic opening that was going on. I went through the northwest on one occasion, through the north, but I never went as far west as Xinjiang. In 1995, I went on a trip, an expedition just for amusement, to cross part of the Taklamakan Desert with camels. And that involved a trip through the corridor of the Kunlun Mountains down to the Lop Desert. This is from Dunhuang, through the desert, down to the desert, and along the south road of the, which was then still in a very primitive state compared with what I hear it is now. There was a trip across the desert and out into through Mazatag on the Khotan River, and then north up to Aksu, and then returning by jeep round the north side to Urumqi. So quite a large perspective. On that occasion, I noticed what to me seemed obvious signs of bullying of the locals by the incoming Han Chinese. And the more I saw, the more I wanted to record it, because I didn't know that anybody had done so yet, except, of course, some academics and anthropologists who had made studies of various kinds of the region, which I discovered later. And the second visit I went back was in 2002, just after 9/11, and a massive increase in security, of course, had happened. Borders closed and so on. This time I went in with my wife and a friend from Kazakhstan, and toured right across the north to Urumqi, down to Turfan, and then back over to Kashgar, and stayed all the time, and to a place called Marabashi, which is near the desert further north, and staying all the time with Uyghur families, for which it was not difficult to get permission. I mean, as long as one didn't stay for more than 2 or 3 days. So I had a lot of time, I spent a lot of time with Uyghur people and talking as much as they were prepared to talk to me about the situation. I kept a note of all the conversations. The people I talked to were not aware that I had been. By then I'd left the Financial Times in order to write the book, really. I'd been there 30 years and I thought it was time to move on. I kept a record of the conversations and so on. The people I was talking to saw me as a tourist, which is what I told the authorities I was. And I didn't, of course, want them to know. They wouldn't have spoken at all if they'd known what I was up to. And so there was some deception involved in that, I suppose. But obviously, I was extremely careful not to mention any names of any people, then or since. The book I wrote was, as the Council said, was a history going back, starting from the very ancient times, and John Murray kindly took it on. Nobody had heard of the Uyghurs. I thought nobody in the world knew about the Uyghurs except for me, but obviously there were some sources, very few, but I got everything I could find and went to Turkey and other places to do research and met the Uyghurs diaspora leaders and so on. I'm not an academic, and I wrote a book which I wanted to be read by travelers to the region, so that they would have some idea what was going on there and what the history of the place was. The purpose of my my testimony is, as Council says, to show that the present programme is just an extreme version of a policy of assimilation which has been going on for 70 years, for most of the last 70 years of the Communist Party rule, to correct the more egregious claims about the history of the region, which are made currently by Chinese government officials to justify the present programme, to establish that the Uyghurs are a distinct culture, people, or race, in contrast to the Communist Party's claim that they've always been Chinese. To show that the party's claims to be fighting terrorism, separatism, religious fanaticism, and backward thinking are pretexts for a much profounder program of annexation of land, of elimination of Turkey culture, and forcible assimilation. And to argue that the protests and demonstrations and acts of violence against the Han Chinese should be seen as retaliation for ill treatment, injustice, and destruction of local assets and properties. And as Council says, there are 4 sections to my testimony: a history of the occupation of Eastern Turkestan by the Chinese and others, the ethnic policy of the Communist Party, of the Han Chinese before and since Communist Party rule, the regime's justification for the repression and its undeclared motives, and finally, an argument that the repression should be seen as much the cause of the ethnic violence and not the consequence of ethnic violence. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I just have 3 questions for you before I hand over to the panel. My first question is, you've noted that the Shanghai Agreement of 1996 cut off routes of escape for Uyghur dissidents into neighbouring countries. Would that, in your view, explain why Uyghur refugee flows are very minimal in the neighbouring countries?
Uyghur refugee what? Sorry?
Uyghur refugee flows into neighbouring countries minimal, i.e. the flow of people, Uyghurs from Xinjiang into neighbouring countries. What would explain that?
Explain the what? Sorry, I didn't hear the question. The sound system's a bit...
So my question is, there are obviously Uyghurs who are fleeing alleged persecution in Xinjiang. What would explain the fact that there are very minimal flows into neighbouring countries?
Now?
Yes.
Oh, well, largely because of the agreements made with the governments of those countries, so that Chinese investment, trade, and so on with those countries is conditional upon them cracking down on any existing communities of refugees who fled various demonstrations and riots that's occurred in Xinjiang. Yes, and to make sure that no more come over, are allowed in. So the borders are effectively closed to those people. And they must be returned if they try and get across.
Thank you. My second question is, you've identified that the goal of Xi Jinping's government as to see the Uyghurs and other Turkeys disappeared as a cultural and racial entities. My question is, does that necessarily entail the commission of crimes against Uyghurs?
No, it doesn't, because I mean, when the English colonized Wales, I don't think they had to commit, well, I don't know, my history is not very good, would need to have committed crimes for the Welsh eventually to accept quite a lot of what they were getting from England while retaining their own identity and customs and language. So does that answer the question?
It does. Might you have a view on why alleged crimes are occurring in Xinjiang if the goal is assimilation?
Crimes against the Uyghurs?
Yes.
Well, it's a good question. They are seen as, the Uyghurs are seen as a constant threat because of their religion. The way in which the Han Chinese have taken over the running of the place and taken charge of the assets and resources of the place has caused a lot of resentment. And therefore, there have been protests and complaints and local level and sometimes in larger numbers. And that has been an opportunity to teach them a lesson. The crimes that are currently going on are, I don't understand that at all, except, of course, that the aim now is to remove the identity of the Uyghurs and others completely. And so any sign of dissent or contrary practice from any of the Muslim ethnic minorities is going to be punishable, and is being punished.
My final question is, you've indicated that the northern population in Xinjiang was more accepting of Han rule and assimilation than the southern population of Xinjiang. Would that be described by a successful assimilation policy in the north prior to it being implemented in the south?
I think so, yes, because the opportunities for work were all in the north, which is a Manchu area, Manchu conquered area, and Urumqi is a Manchu town, and that's now the provincial capital, so it's gone away from Kashgar, which is the old Turkey capital. The opportunities are there, the education is there, the facilities are there, and a lot of people have migrated up. And the better educated Uyghurs have lived there and worked there. And relations between Han and Uyghur between, what should we say, well-educated ones can be reasonably good. It's further down and further south where the problems have mainly arise. But that's not to say that Urumqi hasn't seen, as we know, very large demonstrations and protests and incidents as well.
If I might ask a final question arising from that, if there was a successful assimilation policy in the north and alleged crimes in the north have reduced or are not as prominent in the north as in the south, would that suggest that something similar might happen in the south?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think the question is a difficult one because successful assimilation can mean two different things. It can mean that it happens because people are willing to adopt the the incoming culture, like the Saxons with the Normans or something like that, and eventually will accept the language and customs of the incoming culture. But it also, successful assimilation in Beijing's eyes would be a complete elimination of any dissent, disagreement, or cultural or religious difference. So it rather begs the question, what you mean by successful? And as I said before, there have been violent assimilations in history, and there have been peaceful ones. One could drop a list of both.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I imagine the panel have some questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Tyler, you write in your submission that there's a distinction to be made between earlier occupation by the Chinese in the region, and this is without wishing to conflate what we've just heard about differences between the North and the South, but there's a distinction between early occupations by the Chinese of the region and more recent occupation. And I wonder if you could draw on your own knowledge of the history of the region to explain to the tribunal what those differences are. And then secondly, to explain why you characterize the present day situation as one of settler colonialism, and what the features of that form of occupation are.
Well, the essential difference, I suppose, is that until the communist liberation, 1949, the area had been largely left to itself. It wasn't conquered until fully conquered. The Han dynasty in around the sort of 2nd century BC up to the 1st century AD was briefly there. The Tang dynasty had fought for power with the Uyghurs and the Tibetans in the 7th century, competed, but then eventually they retired quite quickly. So the real occupation started in the 1730s and was consummated in the 1757. But the Manchu policy, being themselves barbarians, was to treat other barbarians as though they were distinct people, and they allowed the Uyghurs to, or weren't called that in those days, the Turkis were allowed to be, were left alone. The garrisons were set up with farms attached and so on, a pattern, by the way, which still persists. But garrisons were set up, but the communities were kept apart. And no Chinese were allowed to settle, Han Chinese were allowed to settle in the region until, I think, 1830. Then traders and people came, and mostly traders and business people. And there were quite a large number of Han in those days, but they were not, there was no attempt to bring the Turkis into line with the Han. Until after the brief 7-year rule of a warlord called Yakub Beg from Uzbekistan, who took over in the get the date right, 1870s, 1860s, when the whole of East Turkestan became briefly independent, or under rule from him. There was a great big Chinese reconquest. The General Zhongtang went in, and he spent years preparing for it because it was a big operation, and he reconquered the area. And shortly after that, there was an attempt to Sinicize the Uyghurs. And many of the things which are being done now wholesale were then being done, attempted piecemeal. That is to say, special schools, special education, not allowed, having to bow down to the incomer, to the Han, having to defer and this and that. All elements of the present program, but in a much milder form. It failed. It lasted for a few years, and then most of the locals just dodged it or sent substitutes to the schools, or they played truant with it. So that was a failure. And then after that period, of course, the government, not in Beijing then, but the government had the dynasty was declining, was suffering from massive troubles elsewhere, and they lost their grip. And then the place fell into the hands of Chinese warlords or other warlords, and became some private fiefdoms. So it wasn't until the nationalists didn't try to do anything when they had nominal control of the place, and indeed there were 2 independent republics set up during their time. So it wasn't until 1949 that a systematic program of assimilation was drawn up. But it was extremely, at the beginning, it was mild, it was idealistic, there was a lot of enthusiasm for bringing culture and civilization to the West and all that. The locals were pleased to get the help and assurances that they got from the Han Chinese. Many went to the area to settle, and their descendants are still there. And it's worth saying that the Han Chinese who've been in the region since 1949, families have been there, are almost as upset with the present regime as the Uyghurs are. When I say Uyghurs, I'm using as shorthand because, of course, I'm included in Kazakhs and Kyrgyz and so on, but it's easy for me to say. Yes, I think that's probably...
Okay, and to my second question, if you would just elaborate briefly on what the features are of the present day of what is being characterized by a number of people as settler colonialism. So what is the distinction in the present day?
When you say today, do you mean since we learned about the camps, or do you mean...
I mean, scholars have identified, haven't they, a sea change since 2014, 2016.
Well, so I would say this was an intensification, not a sea change. I would say this was an intensification. There were camps, not camps, there were compulsory indoctrination sessions when I was there going on. Teachers and editors and all sort of the professionals were being marched off to write essays about, learn Chinese history and write essays about it and praise, paeans of praise for the authorities. The language was already under attack. It was being removed from you could do. It was progressively encroachment on use of the language of Uyghur in education, so that everyone had to learn in Chinese. That went all the way down to eventually to primary school children. The history books were burned and removed. I'm talking about the beginning of this century. The history books that were being burned, and people who wrote, even a cookery book, which had, I think, a few lines of the Quran in the front, something about sweet tastes and sweet smells, was burned. So the language was under attack, the literature was under attack, and the thoughts in people's heads were already under attack.
Thank you. What arises from that, then, is whether what is underway here is an attempt to adjust populations or an attempt to eradicate Uyghur identity. And I wonder if you could reflect on that for the tribunal.
I can't say which it is. I think I can only say what it looks like. And it looks like the eradication of identity combined with overwhelming an attempt to achieve overwhelming population, hand domination of population. The fact that the birth rate, we heard, I think in the June hearings, the figures of birth rates of Uyghurs have plummeted to practically zero in some areas. And so clearly, there's a third element, which is the physical elimination of, if you like, it seems to be a wish to remove them physically as well without actually killing them, that is to say, stop them being born.
Thank you. What, in your assessment, then, are the economic drivers of what's happening in the region?
The region is very strategically placed because it's on the borders with the Asian and European markets are all reached. We have to go through Xinjiang to get there. So the rail connection is important. The road connections are important. The Belt and Road Initiative, which is now, I read, flailing a bit, but that depends on there being peaceful transfer of goods and people across through that region. Any trouble in that region is bad for the economic aims of China, and they are already, even when I was there last, it was quite apparent they were all over Central Asia, and people there in Central Asia were beginning to worry about the number of Chinese physically present in their cities. They were afraid of being taken over. But anyway, so that's their situation is an important part of the economic program. There is, of course, a genuine wish to develop the West, not only because there's lots of space there, which is useful for putting surplus population in, but because it's full of there's oil and cotton and all kinds of precious metals and assets there. There's water. They were keen to develop the West for the West, but also to bring it up to level with the inner China, especially with Eastern China, which developed first, of course.
Thank you. You very helpfully in your submission put current current campaigns, for example, the Strike Hard campaign in Mao's time, link that with present day policies and put the present day very much in historical context. And I wonder if you could explain to the tribunal why it is you characterize the current regime's goals as more pragmatic than idealistic. I'm interested in that distinction, and I'm not fully sure why you describe it that way.
Can you tell me where that is?
It's in your elaboration of deeper motivations of the regime. So partly Han chauvinism, the insecurity of the CCP. Yes, so it's page 10 of your report.
10, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh yes, I think I'm trying to say there that the economic motives have become as important, whether it's to do with equalizing incomes to prevent there being public protests, which are as well as developing the assets. So it's that the idealistic aim, which I talk about of the sort of Marxist-Leninist vision of a world without races and without religions, might have been the idea initially, but it's now much more about hard economics.
Thank you,
Yeah.
very interesting.
Yeah.
On page 13 of your submission, you describe a growing climate of fear, and the tribunal has heard a fair amount about the role of fear and the erosion of social solidarity and of trust. I wonder if you could say a little bit about that from your perspective, and also perhaps link it with your earlier observations about economic development in the north and the south, and particularly the proletarianization of labour.
Well, it was my impression that while I was there, that people, well, as I say, better educated people were, and especially in the East, which is closer to mainland, what I call mainland China, are much more used to the Han and much more ready to get on with them, and there'd be more sort of give and take and understanding than in the desert oases of the South and West. But the fear that I talk about, or whatever you have to call it, the insecurity and the mistrust that I saw and was expressed to me by those people, is also, that applies to all ranks. And even people with university educations who had studied Chinese assiduously and were fluent and so on, were afraid that they were going to lose their jobs. And as somebody said to me, I can't remember where it was just a matter of holding on to your job. You'd do anything just to keep your job, because you knew that there was somebody, there was a Han Chinese waiting who would get it if they wanted it. So although as I say, relations between the two were better in the cities, and especially amongst the educated people, the insecurity of the Uyghurs was also very great there, even then, and the fear of talking or making any comments that could be reported, get back to the authorities. And also, it's worth saying that I think in that second visit, I think we came across only one Han Chinese who spoke Uyghur, and he was working with a forester. I think it was in Maralbashi anyway. But he had learned Uyghur, which was remarkable, and he was traveling around. He was in the jeep. We went out to visit the Arkan River, but he was the only one I saw, only Han I saw, who could speak Uyghur and was with Uyghurs on a daily basis. And that gave you some idea of how severe the separation was. There were bank workers in Gulja, Yining, were being told to learn English. Were being told to learn Uyghur. I saw a notice, I think, up somewhere saying, encouraging them to learn Uyghur. So that was a sign of, but the numbers who actually do it, I think, is very, very small.
Thank you very much. In closing then, it's said by some that there's an effort to eliminate Uyghur identity. To your knowledge, has the PRC ever expressly acknowledged that as its goal? And on the contrary, has the PRC ever said or given indications that it wishes to maintain Uyghur identity?
Yes. I'm not aware of, it certainly has said in the past that it wants to maintain the cultural profile, identity, whatever, of minority peoples. And in those periods, certainly at the start, although they, of course, they executed a lot of the richer, the property owners and so on. But there was definitely a policy of resisting greater Han chauvinism, which meant that you would try to acknowledge these minorities, you tried to be proud of them, you gave them you know, they got some benefits like being allowed to have one more child than everybody else. It was part of an idealistic campaign of, it's the same as in the Soviet Union, but at the same time they were going to be forced into the strict socialist mold. They couldn't do anything that, wouldn't be allowed to do anything that good socialists weren't allowed to do. So I've called the policy ambivalent, ambiguous and ambivalent, because it varied so much over time, from a sort of idealistic, as I say, acceptance and welcoming and even pride in these cultural minorities, provided they stuck to the things that they were supposed to be doing as cultural minorities, i.e. singing, dancing. I mean, if you've been to those shows in the Soviet Union or China where they put them on, you'll know what I mean. They are for display, but behind they're not not being treated like the other citizens. There is very clear discrimination.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. That was very informative. You earlier sort of were slightly hesitant about the BRI working. I just wonder whether you could expand on that. You said it was perhaps not doing as well.
The Belt and Road?
Yes, sorry, the Belt
yes.
and Road Initiative.
Well, I've just been, from what I read, the problem is that they're putting out, you know, they've been lending lots of money to developing countries and to the wider program of economic penetration all over the world, and they've got their debts are accumulating, and money's not being paid back. So the program apparently is being wound down. The investment program to support the trade is being wound down to some extent.
Could I just follow that on? China seems to be spending a lot of money abroad and obviously within the country. I just wonder, where's it getting it from? I mean, where are they making that money to be able to produce so much, so much influence abroad?
Yes, I'm not an expert on the economy. I'm out of touch with, I have to say, with that side. But of course, they have a massive surplus from the trade with the US. They have an enormous system of lending, the so-called shadow banking, which has been a persistent problem there in the new China, that is the the economic superpower China. There are serious worries. There's one going on at the moment about one big company which seems to be running out of money completely. I can't remember which one it is. I haven't made a note, but it's in my head somewhere. So there's always a financial problem. It was just a question of how long they could go on, postponing it because of their tremendous positive trade balance. But I'm not qualified to give you a proper answer on that, I think.
I'd like to ask you a question about the way in which the Uyghur and other Turkic peoples are presented to the rest of the Chinese population. You refer on your page 6 that they're denigrated as backward, unpatriotic and dangerous. And on page 10, you say that the current regime is reverting to the theme that they're naturally backward, superstitious, violent and unpatriotic. Do you have particular sources which indicate that this is the material that is being fed to Han Chinese people?
I can't identify for you the sources for those kinds of comments. I've heard them in many different contexts from many different people, and I can't, I'm afraid, tell you whether there's some, you know, where it's been brought together in one place, as it were. Scholars who studied Frank Dicotter, the Danish scholar who's written a lot about China's racial policies and attitudes. I think you'd probably find a lot there, for example. But I know from just Vox Pop that the complaints that Uyghurs have about the way they're presented when they go into mainland China or presented to the rest of the Chinese in mainland China.
So can I just clarify? So these are ideas that you have picked up from minority peoples, that they feel they're being treated, rather than the messages that you feel are being picked up, presented to you from Han Chinese?
Oh, I've heard it said, I've had Han Chinese say things to me about Tibetans, for example, which would make your hair curl. I mean, the Tibetans are, I mean, you know, poor Tibetans were very backward, and they have a reputation for being, you know, practically savages, you know, with the Han Chinese. But they're very strong on identifying and characterizing other races. That's been a long tradition, by the way, in spite of the fact that they've been ruled by barbarians for more than half the time that have been Chinese dynasties. Because those rulers, the Mongols, and the Manchus, Jin and Wei, I can't remember the other ones, the smaller ones, but they have been kind of sucked into the Chinese culture being so strong and the bureaucracy so efficient. They have absorbed and sinicized these people, the Manchus and so on, over the centuries. And so they've always come out looking Chinese. It's a curious thing. Although they've been, as I say, so many, I can't remember the precise number of years, but it's a long, long time ruled by people by barbarians from over the border.
Thank you for your testimony. On page 9 at the top, you write about sexual offences against Turkey women as a trigger for protests. First of all, can I clarify with you, is that Han sexual offences against Turkey women?
Yes, it would be, yes.
So, and this is up until the year 2002. So you've read or probably heard about what is happening in Xinjiang recently, lately. We in the tribunal have also heard about the fact that more men are detained than women in detention centres. In one report, up to 91%. So this means there's a lot of Turkic women who are without their menfolk in their homes, fathers, brothers, husbands, or whatever. We don't know about the data of sexual offences. I mean, in my view, that would include rape, perhaps harassment, and perhaps even forced marriage. Can you speculate as to whether the conditions here could lead to the rise of sexual offences against women? And could you also give us your views on the overall consequences of the one-child policy in China, which has led to the preference of boys over girls, to the point that, as in India, there are about perhaps 100 men to 90 women in every 100 people. So there is a massive need for women. So could you speculate, or based on your wealth of experience, talk about the fact that there are more Han people coming to this region, there are more women who are Turkic women who are on their own, and what that could lead to?
I mean, it's plain from reading the history of the place that a lot of the incidents in the past, rebellions and things, have started with a Han Chinese assault on a Turkey woman or girl. And I have read many cases of that in modern times as well. And the people, the families of the assaulted woman often were taken away and jailed rather than the assailant. And that sort of thing has been going on. There are many little stories all over the place of that sort, and I've read quite a lot of those. As to what you say about the future is it's difficult for me to answer. Clearly, there's a lot of forced marriage going on. We heard in the earlier hearings about that. That's not new either, by the way. Forced marriages occurred under the General Zhuo Zutang's regime in 1870s. So a lot of girls, first of all, girls are being forced to marry Han Chinese, bribed or forced. And according to the evidence we've heard, that the families are threatened if they don't consent to those weddings, and then they will suffer. They will be interned. There are a lot of migrant workers, Han Chinese laborer, migrant workers, or were, I don't know what the situation is now, but there were a lot of migrant workers who come in and to do work and go out, or maybe just hang around looking for more work. But so they're a constant sort of threat, as it were, seen by the Uyghurs as a threat to their womenfolk. They're frightened of the Han Chinese men are frightened of the Uyghurs because Uyghurs are extremely defensive of their womenfolk and don't hesitate to attack them if they are forward. I can see what you mean, that with a large number of the men locked up, that the women are particularly vulnerable, and I think the evidence, we've heard evidence that the numbers of so-called Han friends who are introduced to households when the man is absent to make sure that everybody is conforming, and of course there's opportunities there for women are threatened there too. I can't really say with any confidence what will happen, but clearly it's a very, the whole, should I say, the whole campaign against, of the whole birth control campaign against Uyghur women is very demoralizing and for families, shaming for the men, and I can't see anything but trouble. What it would look like, I can't
Could
say.
I just ask a question about the Han friends? Are there more men than women? Are there more Han male friends?
From what I've read, and of course the system didn't exist when I was there, they're mostly men who are introduced into these families. I think I'm right in saying, but that's something your witnesses would.
And what threats are issued if a woman says, I don't want to marry you? What kind of threats? Threats of detention, family being taken away?
I think the family would be in trouble. Yes.
Trouble meaning?
Well, they might
detained.
be punished. Yes.
Detained and worse? Or?
I don't know precisely what happened, but I know that it's, and there's also, of course, there was a period when a lot of Uyghur girls were being exported into China to learn, to become factory workers or to learn whatever. And there was, I'm talking about 5 or 6 years ago, there was a fear that a lot of them would be forced into prostitution in inner China.
Okay, thank you.
You and indeed others, including Professor Roberts, have identified that there have been acts of violence perpetrated by Uyghurs. The authorities have characterized this, particularly since 20 years ago today, that this is a war on terrorism in some shape or form. You and others have described it differently, and I wondered what gave that difference legitimacy.
I've described it differently, sorry, did you say?
Yes.
Can you refer me to what I said?
Sure. Well, you've described it as being a reaction to...
that point, yes, yes. This is a very difficult question to deal with. Quite clearly, there have been some extremely violent, savage attacks by Uyghurs. Well, no, let me just say first, it's very difficult to find out what happened. The official reports of these incidents are highly politicized, and that's been true ever since the first ones I know about, the Baran riot in 1990, I think. Two completely different versions of that riot are extant. The one that you hear locally and the one that appears in the official party documents. So the actual event, what actually happened on these occasions, is always unclear. So just bring me back to I'm trying to get to why I say that these are retaliatory. Let me just say, you take the word terrorism, for example. Now, terrorism, what we mean by terrorism is, I think we know what we mean. It's an act of violence against an innocent person or persons in the population to instill fear, with maybe the motive of forcing an extreme reaction from the authorities or frightening the people into making the authorities do something else than what they're doing. And we associate it with jihad, and at the moment, terrorism for us is jihad and people being influenced by mullahs and going out and killing it randomly. The Palestinians were described as terrorists, you know, until they got their better status, and then they became yesterday's, what do they call it? Yesterday's guerrilla is today's freedom fighter. Terrorism is now was used by George Bush Jr. to launch his war against terror, against a specific threat of Al-Qaeda and ISIS-type terrorism, religious fanaticism, and innocent victims, irrelevant victims, as it were. The Chinese picked it up very quickly, and have now, as we've heard repeatedly, use terrorism to cover anything which they don't like, which they disapprove of. I don't know, and I'm not sure that anybody knows, because I've read many different versions of these incidents. I don't know enough about each incident to tell you that this is definitely retaliatory for some act of aggression against the community, like the destruction of a mosque, for example, or the rape of a woman, or some other miscarriage of justice. The Urumqi riot, the big Urumqi riot in 2009, if I've got that right, the big demonstration, which was started as a peaceful demonstration in Urumqi to show solidarity with Uyghurs who were killed in Southeast China. 18 Uyghurs were killed. 2 of them had been accused of raping a Han woman. I don't know if that happened or not, who knows. But this was a march in protest. Of course, the social media, everyone got to hear of it, and there was a big march organized in Urumqi. What we saw, the public saw in the West, was pictures of Han Chinese, two Chinese women standing in the street at night with bloodied faces. That was a famous picture, went around the world. I discovered from, well, other people know, this is not just me, but I did give evidence at an asylum appeal in Bedford, that place in Bedford, of a young woman who'd been on that march in Urumqi and was seeking asylum here. And her account of what happened was extremely enlightening. It complete with maps and so on about how the march went and what happened at different stages of it. And it turned out, of course, that it was not at all as the Chinese official had presented it. It had started as a peaceful march. They'd gone down a street which they shouldn't have gone down, or something of that kind. The soldiers came, started shooting in the air, then they started shooting at the demonstrators. A lot of them were students, shooting at demonstrators. Then there was general pandemonium, everyone fled. Then there was the police chased after through the streets and around the houses, went on all through the evening. Meanwhile, some of the Uyghurs in the south of Urumqi, where most of them live and have the shops and businesses, started ransacking the Han shops and attacking the Han shopkeepers. And these two women had been damaged. I don't know whether it was a car which had been blown up or something of the sort, with blood on their faces. So I just give that example because it's very hard to know the truth of all these incidents. But there's no doubt at all that very violent, there have been some very violent attacks on Chinese military and Chinese civilians, bus bombs, the Kunming railway station attack, which I don't know very much about. I think there were a dozen Uyghurs or so were involved, knifing passengers at Kunming railway station. That looks to me like terrorism. This was against innocent people and for no other reason, just to demonstrate their hatred of the Han Chinese. But what I'm trying to argue here is that there comes a point where the only way you can show your, the only way you can get back at the enemy as you see him, the invader, is to attack him. Or to take revenge against some injustice which you've suffered, or somebody of your family has been killed or imprisoned or raped or whatever it may be. Some of these attacks were to steal weapons and steal explosives, although, as I've said somewhere else, explosives are very easy to get hold of in Xinjiang. But to steal weapons and explosives, military detachments have been attacked. This is a kind of we can find examples in other countries where that's happened. The only way I can characterize it is by saying, I think, is to say that if you put all these incidents together, oh, let me just mention one more, sorry, because I think this is a good point. I can't remember the date, it's in here somewhere. The family, the three people who drove into Tiananmen Square in the car and blew it up. I think it was a man and his wife and his mother-in-law. It was either his mother or her mother, I forget. Now, you ask yourself, what kind of a terrorist attack is that? Why did you take your mother-in-law with you? Why take your wife? So there's something about that. I would like to know the story of that, what those three people were doing, blowing themselves up in Tiananmen Square. They killed 18 passers-by, and 20, I've got the figures here somewhere, 20-odd other pedestrians were injured. So it was a serious attack. But it's a peculiar form of terrorism. And so to come back to what I wanted to say, I want to if you add all these incidents together and you look at all the different versions of them produced by different parties, you can't help feeling that at the bottom here is a retaliatory motive. It's a getting back at a perceived injustice or theft or, as I say, physical attack or imprisonment or more.
Mr. Sabi, I know there are a couple of alterations to the timetable today, and I see we've exhausted the hour allocated to this witness. But I'd certainly have two questions I might like to ask, and I suspect from the looks around me there may be one or two others. Might we be indulged with a few more minutes, because the alterations may make a little time available?
Yes, sir. We have another witness to introduce in between before the break. So if you allow another 10 minutes for the questions, we can then be in time for the...
Thank you very much. Would it be all right if I ask my two questions first? And I'll try and make them short. Mr. Tyler, I've got two questions I want to ask you. And please answer them shortly, because we've got 10 minutes and my colleagues want to have a contribution as well. Thank you very much for all you've told us. The first question is probably one I shouldn't answer until Professor Lynch or Professor Kumar have said that it's an appropriate question to ask. Somewhere in the papers it said that there is no historical genetic connection between the Uyghurs and the Han Chinese. Pause. Can I ask that question? Apparently, those with great medical experience say, is that the position, that there is no genetic connection? So far as you know.
As far as I know, the Uyghurs are descended from, they've got a Turkish input from the Turkish tribes that came down from the north. A lot of them have married, just crossed with Indians and people from Badakhshan, or those areas, Gandhar, whatever it was called in those days. So you've got Indo-European...
I'm going to pause you only because I want my colleagues to have time. I think the answer is we're sort of on the right track there.
Yes.
The follow-on question then is the willingness or enthusiasm to have Han men marry Uyghur women. Does that demonstrate that there's no particular concern or desire for genetic purity in the desire to have sinicization of people such as the Uyghurs?
I don't think it's about genetic purity.
Thank you. Second question. I don't know if you were attending to yesterday's hearings, but I asked Mr. Idris a question about something that I think you cover in a different way, where you refer to the agreement, the Shanghai Agreement of 1996 and the border zones. He gave us a lot of evidence about that. And I asked him the question arising from his evidence about that and his evidence about the Belt and Road Initiative. We agreed to use the word persecution as a general, not technical term, just for the purposes of the question. And I asked him, was the persecution because they were Uyghurs, or was the persecution because they were in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative? I think his answer was ambiguous, but I'd like your comment. Is the persecution, use the word in a general term if you wouldn't mind, because they're Uyghurs or because they're in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative?
I would be not ambiguous, but trigiguous about it. I think I would want to say that it's because they're in the way, yes. It's because they're trouble, yes. And they're trouble because they're Uyghurs.
Thank you very much. Let's see what my colleagues want to ask.
You've been generous in my share, I think. You write in the paper about the Chinese conception of human rights as being different from that of the West. And I wonder if you could say a bit more about that, and whether you think that senior people in Chinese government state, CCP, believe that their policies and their acts in Xinjiang are consistent with their conception of human rights, or whether actually they think they're breaching even their own conception of human rights.
I can't tell you what they think human rights means to them, but I can say that it's quite apparent from policy that their idea, they don't have the same idea of human rights. It's the collective right that matters. It's the people's rights that matter, and the people is defined as anybody who obeys, who does what the party likes them to do. The people have got to be protected against the individuals who misbehave, and that means anybody who is out of line, thinks differently, thinks wrongly, doesn't deserve, they don't have human rights in the way that we would say they have human rights, like the right to have a lawyer at their defense, or to have a trial with a jury, or all of those things that we insist on. They are, I think the word recently used by officials of the Uyghur problem is it's a cancer. The religious, the Muslim problem is a cancer in society, and it's got to be cut out. So, yes, I don't think human rights as we understand them. I think they are, if you like, a Western invention, even though we regard them as of universal application.
Although, of course, they go, as was mentioned earlier, to considerable lengths to say that it's the fighting of the three evils that is what is being promoted here. And that would justify, under a Chinese human rights conception, any act that protected society, the government, the party, etc.
Yes. Yes, I think that's right. I don't know to what extent the members of the Politburo, how they line up. Obviously, there are people who are on the liberal end, maybe, and there are people at the hard line, which is currently in charge. But in the past, there have been people Chinese who have spoken as if minorities are not just colourful, subdivisions of the Chinese people, but actually have a status of their own. Whether they call it human rights, I don't know, but they would see them as deserving more than just entertainment value.
Then on a different subject, you wrote the book, as Council mentioned earlier, and have written extensively about China and this part of China, and give a very different view of history, as you say, from the official version of history. I just wonder what the reaction, in particular to your book, has been in China, and whether people have sought to challenge, well, obviously they disagree with your view of the history of China, but have they sought to challenge or disprove it?
I've never had any approach from anybody about that book, although when I gave lectures on it after publication, there was somebody in the audience at each occasion who was clearly from the embassy, Chinese embassy, and but he wouldn't talk to me. I did ask him to help with the slide projector on one occasion. He looked a bit disconcerted, but no, I've never been. But some Chinese students have said to me that they just can't believe what I've been trying to say in that book. They just don't believe it. And they think that I believe them when they say that, because they don't know anything about Xinjiang, and what they know is, yes, I've made the point, yeah.
Mr. Tyler, thank you very much indeed for coming and giving your evidence, and indeed for showing that you've been attending to what's been being presented here before. We are much obliged to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Ms. Nana Trump. This is not on the schedule, but the purpose of this intervention is to allow the panel to discuss with Ms. Trump the organogram.
Dr. Nana Trump's expertise is in the study of political violence committed through mass atrocities and in transitional justice in post-conflict societies. Dr. Trump studied political science at the University of Zagreb and Russian studies at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. She has been a lecturer in the Department of European Studies at the University of Amsterdam since 1992. Between 1998 and 2002, she participated in the investigation into events in Srebrenica that was conducted by the Dutch Institute for War Documentation and commissioned by the Dutch government. From 2000 to 2012, she worked as a researcher on the leadership research team in the Office of the Prosecutor at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, where she was also the principal researcher on history and politics in the trial of Slobodan Milosevic. Dr. Trump is an external advisor to the Uyghur Tribunal and is known, as mentioned by the chair, to the panel, members, counsel and witnesses before the tribunal. Dr. Trump will talk about two documents before the tribunal. The first is a document referred to by Dr. Tobin, which is a de facto organogram of the structure of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China. And the second document is one referred to yesterday by Ms. Batke, which is a de facto organogram on the same. Dr. Trump will do a very short presentation of the nature of the organogram and summarize what these are so that they may be put before the tribunal and considered as evidence. We're extremely grateful to Dr. Trump in appearing today at extremely short notice, and we'll be very grateful for anything you can do to enlighten us on the organograms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I would kindly ask Usher to present the Eure organogram. Before we start explaining what you actually see in front of you, I would like to refer to the history of this concept. This concept of trying to understand the functioning of China as a state in relation to large-scale violence in Xinjiang province was actually a reflection of the work that I was doing as a member of a leadership research team at the United Nations Tribunal for former Yugoslavia. And the background is as follows. Observing results of state-induced violence actually opens a very important question. And the question is, what is the relationship between states, state institutions, and individuals working and representing institutions in commission of these crimes? So it goes actually to show intention of the state institutions and as a state. And in order to understand functioning of every official on the ground, one has to establish first what is the jure structure of a state and how a state functions. And the jure structure basically is nothing else than systematizations and collection of laws. First of all, constitution of the state, but then on law on the government, law on defense, and so forth, etc. So what you see in front of you now is the concept of functioning of China as a state based on a very abstract concept, how any state in the world ought to function. So this is how the prescriptive idea of the state is. So what we found interesting, and again, it reflects the work I was doing at the leadership research team. We are talking here about a specific type of state. This is communist state. And as you heard from witnesses yesterday, this concept of the state is called party state. And if you look into the different colors, green color, blue color, and red color, you will see that we were following the pattern of so-called pillars of power. First one is state itself. And why it is so different? Well, it obviously represents legislative power, but also a very important concentration of power, which is president of the state. Second power is government, it's executive power, and one has to understand that if you try to make a little hierarchy, what is more important, state of government, obviously it's state. But then, and how would you know it? Well, everyone in this room probably know who is president of China, but hardly anyone of you would know who is prime minister of China. And that shows how exposed those people in power are. So this concentration of power through president of the state is obvious through all these links that you are seeing. And if you follow these pink lines, they go actually from top down, and to see how state institutions actually relate and how they are connected on a lower level in a very centralized structure. And hopefully you will see that there is a continuous connection from all decisions made at the state level, and then they go down to local levels, in this case to autonomous province. So government is nothing else than enabler. These are institutions that have civil servants who usually have double positions as well as the party members, and government is executor or ministries enact all decisions made on the top level. Separate and quite elaborate pillar of power is obviously the party. And why this is very important is that actually party structure and hierarchy of the party is a backbone of the state. And now again, if we would look into this diagram and decide where decision-making process takes place, first in the sense of long-term strategic policies, then it would be definitely the party, followed up by the state, and then at the third place it would be government. So to make connection, to see, so when we as the researchers on behalf of Uyghur Tribunal did this research, and this research was commissioned by me and was executed by two excellent junior researchers, one of them Anouk Weir, who speaks Mandarin as well, so it was courtesy to her that we could fill up all these boxes with links to the actual documents, which some of them we translated ourselves, actually Anouk translated, and another researcher whose name I'm not at liberty to disclose. So Asher, would you please be able to click on one of these documents just to see that this is not evidence by itself, but this is actually an analytical tool. On each of these links one can click. So Anouk Weir, would you be so kind to click at one of these documents like Constitution of China to see how it works? So when you click on these links, you will immediately be led to original text of the laws that we present here. So if it doesn't work, it's fine, Anouk. So what we are now going to see is de facto organogram. Why is it so important? Because the prescriptive way, how things ought to work, are usually not what it is reality. So in reality, in de facto organogram, we have paid a lot of attention to individuals occupying different sort of positions, because the policies and complexity of decision-making is very often reflected on the situation on the ground, and for that purposes, we were following double and triple positions that were held by prominent members of Communist Party. And we have created these two organograms that basically complement each other. So you can see now how it works when you click on one of those links, for example, about National Congress of the party. The panel members will be able immediately to read the original document as a reference material, and that would not only save the time, but also to direct them more to the state structures that we thought are very important as a reference for panel members. So the de facto organogram, and I would draw your attention that it's very important not to think in the terms of formal, informal, because de facto connections are not informal. They are very much formal. They are based on combination of different positions held, but they have something ad hoc-ish in them, because we never know which sort of next individual, which sort of combination of positions he or she will hold. So it is very, very important to stay anchored in the reality of ongoing Chinese politics to understand what is really happening. And why did we concentrate on decision-making processes? Well, from very obvious reason, because there is a very strong indication in the Western democracies as well as in authoritarian regimes that those who make decisions are also those who unmake decisions as well. So if in the case of China, Chinese party and state establishment, there is evidence coming to them that the practices displayed in Xinjiang province are questionable and possibly criminal, that those in power, decision-making power, would also have power to review them and potentially to change them. So this is the background why we created this referential document that is now at disposal of the panel members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Trump. The panel may have questions. I think Council don't have any questions arising. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trump. Given the opacity of the de facto power structures, for the purpose of our work, in your view, how legitimate is it to make inferences about those power structures?
I am not sure I could advise on this, but I would strongly recommend that every or any of inferences or maybe decision made about these positions and of the individuals should be confirmed by witnesses with knowledge of what is really happening and at which moment in present or in history.
Yesterday when we heard from Jessica Backcage, her organogram shows two structures, the party and the state government. So it would be helpful to just hear a little bit more from you why this one separates state and government, whereas she sort of stays to the 2 pillars as opposed to the 3.
This was when we discussed this issue with Jessica Batke. This was exactly her position, because she does not see any difference between state and government. And I think there is a legitimate way to say that there is no difference. And if you go to our state in this green column that we prepared, then you would actually see something quite interesting. Yeah, Anouk, yeah, thank you very much, Anouk. So you will actually see that state coming from National People's Congress, which is equivalent of parliament, and this is this legislative part. And then you will see to one side judicial power, and then you would see executive power. So for us, and certainly for me, because of the function of president of the state, I would separate it from government as more important. And in this decision-making power, but also in concentration of power in the person of president of the state. So you could see it as one, but I think it is very important to see it as separate, because president, who is also secretary general of the party, should be a very important point of reference when it comes how concentration of power looks in a reality, and who actually, which persons, individuals have power to start or to stop processes we are discussing here. And this is why we did not even name, we did not pay too much attention on a prime minister of China, because we all look first to the president of China and then to the others associated with him.
So regarding the place of the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, which is at the heart of that organogram. So if you follow the lines through upwards and downwards, it leads up to Xi Jinping, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's nobody in between, or are there other bodies in between Xi Jinping and the PLA?
Yeah, this is interesting. Disclaimer, I'm not expert on China. What I've been offering is a concept of how to follow the power and decision-making process, but in the organogram you will very easily see at the party level the military commission, yes, here, and then you will have central military commission as well. And if you look into de facto organogram, you will actually see the same name appearing as Secretary General of the party, President of the state, and Chairperson of this military committee, which is an extraordinary concentration of power in one person. Okay, so thank you. So if you come downwards, the organogram leads to the XPCC and to Xinjiang itself. It was on the other diagrams. So if you go back to the former organogram, the other page, and you come down from the PLA, you come towards the XPCC, and also towards the XUAR and various other bodies. So can we imagine the PLA being or collaborating with those bodies in Xinjiang itself? Would there have a presence? So people who have given testimonies have talked about the police, the security bureau, other bodies. Would there be people from the PLA or representatives from the PLA in those particular spaces? I don't think I am the best person to deal with these questions. This is too detailed for my knowledge, but a general answer to any of these questions that go from top down are that any important decisions should go and be supported through the party hierarchy and structure top down. So if we keep in mind that none of these executive bodies operate without parallel party structure, then answer probably is yes, but yet again, I'm not expert on China. I cannot vouch for this.
Thank you.
My question was similar, but I think just a bit, and I appreciate you may not be the right person to answer this, but I think we probably started thinking that XUAR had autonomous in its name, but autonomous is not. As I understand it, it doesn't look from that chart as if it has much autonomy, really. That significant decisions in relation to Xinjiang will go up, even on the de jure chart, up to central government.
I think this is again something that we should maybe as a reference explore more, and this is that this whole system of complexity and federalization of China is copied from Soviet system, and autonomous provinces are different category than republic, and why they exist, they are not because they are given some sort of special autonomy, physical autonomy as your question might apply, but because this territory belongs to minorities and not peoples. So in Soviet constitution, there is a huge normative difference between a nation have a right to self-determination with a right to secession, if all others agree, so in practical never, but yes, they have this right. Autonomous provinces give a territory to autonomous provinces who, according to Soviet principle, do not have right to secede. So autonomous province might have this autonomous in the name, but basically if you look in the categories of importance in, that comes from Soviet constitution, first constitution, and is copied and in China and in former Yugoslavia, so we learn about this as children at school, primary school, what is the difference between republic and autonomous province, and it's quite different than apparently Western understanding of autonomous province could be.
Just a couple of things. A couple of witnesses, at least, have said that things happening on the ground could not have happened without the approval or more of President Xi. Does your organogram help us in any way in respect of that proposition when it's been made?
No.
You gave an account of responsibility, decision-making, including the power to put something right, to change something. Does that help us at all if you are able to follow a trail of decision-making as to whether you can track particular decisions to higher levels and ultimately to the top level?
Not directly, but indirectly it might. And why? Because the task before this tribunal is to investigate alleged criminal activities and atrocities. And if if one of these acts would be qualified as criminal, that one has to go to criminal intent. So if you look into this state and then you ask yourself if these atrocities have been planned for a certain goal and execution of this goal predisposes violence and criminality against individuals and groups, who is responsible for that? How could decision-making be such that those who are in charge of decision-making know that they could achieve it only by application of mass violence against individuals, groups, or in this case, national minority. And then the question is, could state have a criminal intent? Well, this is a huge debate, obviously. And if state can have a criminal intent, who exactly within the state? Who are the individuals who have criminal intent? So in this organogram, one could and should pose the questions, if everything is centralized and goes top down, does and do party individuals and those in charge of state structure, like president or government, did they and who of them had even power to plan such activities or strategies, and how does it reflect on the people on the ground? For example, a prison guard. Has a prison guard criminal intent to do harm to the whole group? So this organogram actually gives lots of possibilities to reflect on this very important question. Can states be criminal? And where does criminality or criminal intent from the state comes? And in the same time, who are the individuals who actually represent the state? And who of these individuals actually had and power and means and capacity to plan and after planning to execute such policies that had as a result this scale of harms and atrocities against other human beings.
Thank you. And the only other question you might help us with is this. In the setting of the Yugoslav wars, we were dealing with post-formal communist states. One concept that was one thing considered for genocide by experts in genocide was whether the controlling marionette strings for genocide might be invisible, but nevertheless the controlling mechanism would be there. The approach was, you can't see the marionette strings, but you can be sure that power was being exercised from the top down. With a functioning communist state, is it possible for there to be invisible marionette strings for such activities? Or does the duplication of roles and the multiplicity of bodies make that less easy?
Well, the crux of answer to this question is that per definition, a state has to monopolize violence. Any proliferation of violence that is happening and not controlled by the state structure will be sanctioned by the state. No state can allow proliferation of violence by any sort of groups without endangering its very existence and position. In the case that you mentioned of former Yugoslavia, there was a need to have auxiliary groups like party armies, which state then said that they are they should be cleaned up and sectioned, but actually state was using them for its own criminality and purposes, and there was no accountability. I don't know about Chinese situation, but as it is now, there is no need for tolerance of any of such groups in China. First of all, China is not state, there is no state of emergency in China, there is no proclamation of immediate threat of war, so we are talking about a peaceful time in a very powerful state that deals with this issue as its own internal questions, claiming its right on its own sovereignty, and this makes China quite different of any other cases I worked for, because I worked on the cases on the states that were in conflict, in state of war, and in post-conflict society. China is a state where we have none of these measures that would require different approach or change in use of state forces.
We've had a number of comparisons made from witnesses about what's going on or alleged to be going on in Xinjiang and the 1930s and 1940s with regards to the Nazis, the National Socialist Party. So have you studied that state structure, and how does that compare with what we have here, if you have?
I cannot give you an answer to this.
Okay.
Dr. Trump, thank you very much for giving evidence at short notice. Mr. Sabi, we seem to have achieved the remarkable of finishing a little earlier than expected. How long would you give us for coffee?
I'm afraid we are 5 minutes overrun time. Look at your point. Shall we start at 11 o'clock for the next sessions?
In 10 minutes' time?
Make it 15, please.
11:05. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we start, please?
Jeffrey, can we switch the microphone off for a minute?
Our next witness is Mr. Abdul Salam Muhammad, giving evidence remotely from Turkey. Good morning. The witness was detained in a detention camp after handing himself over to the Chinese police in 2014. He was subject to inhuman treatment, including malnutrition, lack of hygiene. He was kept semi-naked in overcrowded cells and also witnessed torture. He was forced to memorize Chinese poetry every day at the risk of severe punishment if he failed to do so. During the classes, he was also forced to continuously read literature praising the Communist Party and to draft articles admitting wrongdoing. He was born in a religious family. He's the son of the Imam of the local mosque. He spent his time in the camps, in the 2 camps that he had been to, part of it as a chef for the inmates. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mohammed. I have a few questions. You mentioned in your statement that you worked as a chef in the kitchen, which was close to the interrogation room. Did you witness any of the inmates being interrogated or tortured?
Siz bayonotіңizda, siz lagerlarda aşkaz болып işləpsiz ve o aşxana şu soğrak tatırgan uyunun yin dikendiq. Muş soğrak tatış jarayonlarida şu yerda hem soğrak tatış hem xo'rlangan, jazolangan qiyin qistaklarni ko'rdingizmi?
So'roq tatgan uydan ep chiqqandan keyin shu 2 dona saqchining o'ttirisida so'rilib minish imkoniyati bo'lmagan so'rab chiqib yotoqlarga kirayotgan odamni aşağıda turib ko'ralaymiz.
From the interrogation room, I could see people dragged because the detainees did not have the ability to walk into their cells.
Did you notice how they looked like after being tortured? Were they in a healthy position or badly beaten? Can you explain a bit more on that?
Ularning qiyin qistak xarlangan shu bo'lib bo'lgandan keyin ularning shakli qandaqdi? Sog'lom edi, qanday ko'rinadi?
Ularningki yuz ko'zlari shu ishib ketgan, cho'kirib ketgan, qizil, adma pachoqni tapamga urgandan keyin ma'may yerga daslash imkoniyati yo'q, so'rab chiqib yotoqqa kamerga kirib tashlayotganligini ko'rdim men o'sha.
Their faces were swelled up, eyes, faces bruised, also marks of red. And because the soles of their feet were beaten, they did not have the ability to walk and they were dragged in this manner into their cells.
And did you hear one of the inmates saying, "I wish I was the one who died"?
Siz şu tutqunların arasında birisini keşke men ölgen bolsam degan sözünü anladınız mı?
Anlagan. Yatakta işe kirgenden keyin o yegan tayoqdan uni 3 kun so'roqqa chiqib ketdi. Har kunisi kirgan vaqtida yuzlari her taraf ushshoq, o'xshamagan shaklda ushshoq. Tutqunlara daslash imkoniyati yo'q. Bu ajal to'shmayotgan bu tayoq qancha ig'ir bo'lgan bilan o ajal kelmasi o'lg'olmayotgan deganni anglagan men.
Yes, I did hear that. This person was interrogated for 3 days, various forms of swelling, and I also heard, well, if the time hasn't come to essentially die, then the time hasn't come.
Can you explain anything more about the types of torture that you witnessed being inflicted upon the inmates?
Muşu tutqunlarga qılıngan qiyin qistaklarını biraz tushuntirib o'tasiz, qanday shakllarda, qanday turlarda qiyin qistoqlar bo'lgan?
Biri so'rab qolar vaqtida men hammadan bizga bu yotoqqa kirgandan keyin, kameraga kirgandan keyin bir ozroq so'zlash imkoniyati bo'lib, u yerdagi qiyin qistoqniki ahvolini biz uningki badan shakllaridan, yuz ko'zlarining ko'karib ketganligidan, yig'ilgan holatdan oid holsiz kirib tashlanayotganligidan ko'ralaymiz. Shu kameradami, shu kamerani o'ziga tashlab qo'ygandan keyinmi, ashada bir kun 12 soat o'rindiqda o'tirg'izib, shu Xanzocha Xitoy hukumatini madiylaydigan she'rlarni o'qishga majburlaydi. Uni yodalanmasa, qerlabak, yashi 70dan 60dan oshgan. Ularni urdi, o'rindiqda tomga qarab o'tirg'izib, u yerda muqim o'tirolmasa, yana ochib urtgan, og'zini madilatlab urtgan har xil urishlar bor kamerada.
Azroq so'zlash imkoniyati bormi kamerada?
So'zlash imkoniyati yo'q, so'zlash imkoniyati o'sha tamoq yetgan vaqtida, tamoq yegan deb bergan 15 minut vaqtida shu oraliqda andamdan gap qilayotgan gap. Dam olish vaqtida.
In the cells, whilst you could not actually speak about the torture, you could physically see it on their bodies. In the cells, you are made to so in the cells, they are made to sit on a chair for 12 hours straight, and they are made to recite CCP poetry, and sayings that praise the Chinese Communist Party. There are 60, 70-year-olds in there as well, who do not have the ability to sort of recite and remember some of these verses. And during the time of eating, there is a short time frame, about 10 to 15 minutes, where we are able to sort of speak about what's happening.
Bu halaga açıkta vaxtıda her 48 saat bir kıtım halaga açıkıdı. Onundaki çok küçük taharatlarını çıkartkan işte önün içinde hala yok. Çileklerin içine oturup yutkanını yögep dursa iş gedem. Aşının içinde oturup aşının içinde tamak yap. Aşında haletlerimiz var. Yapkan keçilikler putlarımızda keçellengen, keçi mümkün düz halette.
Yani 48 saatli bir normal hala.
Evet. 24 saatli bir açıklığı cezalaş için 48 saatli bir kılsa aşının içinde çilek oturduğun kep önün içinde.
Every 48 hours or so, we are allowed to go to a lavatory. But normally, if we are to go, we go in the cell. There is a bucket inside of the cell, and yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. You say that in May 2015, they declared that you are innocent after being kept months and months in the camp. But they did not effectively release you. They sent you to another camp. Can you explain why?
Sizni 2015-yılı 5. ayda sizni mahsum, yani günahsız da eğitipti. Lekin yanala siz başka lagerga yütkülüpsiz. Bunun sebebi ne mi?
Xitay hükümeti şu tutup duruş ornu degan nam astidagi orunga her bir Şarkı Türkistanlık, her bir insanlığı solap bu yerda hargulaçı qiyin qistoqqa olgandan keyin uning Xitoy hukumatiga qarshi yoki qonunga qarshi hech qanday ishi bo'lmaganligini isbotlab 5-6 ay uni ichida qiynab, undan keyin ota-onasini sirtda so'roq etib, yizilarda, kentlarga gapirish orqali hech qanday ish topolmagandan keyin gunohsiz deb, gunohsiz bo'lganliging uchun seni tarbiyalaymiz deb, undan keyin tarbiyalash nomimizda ostidagi jazo lageriga o'tkazdi. Jazo lageriga faqat gunohsizlar.
Yani terbiyeleş merkezi.
Terbiyeleş merkezi oldu.
So after I was declared innocent, normally for you to be innocent, to prove your innocence, you are interrogated. Also, your parents and close ones are interrogated, and therefore, after that, you are declared innocent. But after that, I was taken to one of the so-called re-education centers to be educated.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Now, the tribunal members have questions for you.
sizga ba'zi advokatlar beri sizga savol so'raydi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mohammed. Can I just ask you a few questions about your background first? You were a teacher at a very young age of 16, and you taught physical activities and also Chinese language. So were you taught Mandarin in school?
Siz biraz geçmişinizden bizge tushundiramsiz. Siz 16 yaşında muallim bo'libsiz, beden eğitimi o'rgatibsiz. Siz maktab jarayonida siz Xitoycha o'rgandingizmi?
Men Sharqiy Turkistondagi Yakan nahiyasida tug'ildim. Boshlang'ich maktabni va o'rta maktabni nihoyatda yaxshi a'lo natija bilan bitkizdim. Undan keyin to'liqsizni bitirgan vaqtimizda shu o'qituvchi tanlash uning ichidan bir ish bo'ldi. Shundan keyin eng a'lochi o'quvchilarning ichidan meni o'qituvchilikqa tanladi. Men boshlang'ich maktabniki 6 oy maktabniki tarbiya o'qituvchisi 16 yosh vaqtimda va hanzot tili o'qituvchisi bo'ldim. Shu vaqtda maktabda yaxshi o'qiganman. Bundan keyin bir yil sinf banjoni bo'ldim. Undan keyin ba'zi sabablar tufaylidan iqtisod biroz bir izdanayda oshpazlik o'rganishga o ishni tashlab chiqib men oshpazlik o'rgandim sirtda.
In East Turkestan's Yarkent is where I'm from, and I studied primary school and middle school there, and I was one of the best students. And from that, I was chosen to be a teacher, teaching physical education, as well as being a Mandarin teacher. After a while, because of money problems, not having enough money, I trained to be a chef.
Thank you. So I assume you were taught Mandarin in school?
Demek ki siz Xitaycha eğitim, Xitay ma'rifida o'qidingiz.
Xitoy ma'rifida o'qidim, nihoyat yaxshi o'qidim, hanzot tilini men yaxshi bilibdim. Maktabda hanzot tilini o'rgatdim vallahi.
Yes, I studied Mandarin and I taught Mandarin to the kids, and I studied very, very well.
Thank you. Could you tell us why the head of the religious affairs reported you to the police? Was it because of your grandfather and your father, who was the imam at the mosque?
Sizce şu dini işlerden nimişqa sizni çaktı hükümetke?
Men bu maktabdan chiqib ketgandan keyin oshpazlikni o'rgandim. Men asoslig'i kichigimdala bir dindor oilada tug'ilganligim uchun 5 vaqt namozlarimni yaxshi o'qib, shu o'qigandan keyin shu odatda 5 vaqt namozni izchil o'qiyotgan bolalarga nisbatan shu kanatdan va kanatga qo'ygan yezining kadrligiga nisbatan uniki bu ko'z tashlab, uni siyosiy qonun ishg'ollarga uni ma'lum qilib qo'ygandan keyin ular izchil uyga kelib suhbat olib berishga boshladi. Ota-onam qo'rqdi. Ularning qilgan qilig'i faqatla bu yerda namozni 5 vaqt namozimni o'qib, uyda qalaymiqan ishlarga mashg'ul bo'lmasdan o'zimning kasbimga mashg'ul bo'lganligim ularningki gumonini qo'zg'ashga yetgan bir ish endi shu vaqtlarda bizning vatanda.
During that time, because I come from a religious family and practicing the 5 daily prayers, we would be visited by certain officials within our township and village, and in a sense we were sort of labeled and seen to be sort of religious and sort of dangerous.
Thank you. You then moved to Hotan. Were you pressurized by the police there? And if so, did you get the impression that your home police had told Hotan that you moved there?
Sorry, the last bit,
So, first of all, were you pressurized in Hotan?
Okay. Siz Hotan'ga yütkülüpsiz. Siz Hotan'da saqchilar tarafidan bisim kuchadingizmi?
Men Xotanga kelgandan keyin faqat oshpazlik kasbi bilan mashg'ul bo'ldim. Xotanda Saqçılarınki o aralıkta şu besimge uçamadım. Normal üzerine ticaretim bilen oturdum. Ahırısında şu 2014 yılı Xitay'nınki Uygurlarning umumyüzlük qanlıq bastırış hareketi başlangandan keyin o şu vaqtdan başlap parakendlik serip aşxana içip otattım. Aşxanamga kelip qadam-qadamda so'roq qilib aşxanlarni matalab şundan başlangan işler.
Initially, no. When I moved to Hutton, I was busy just being a chef, going about my own business. However, after in 2014, China's bloody campaign against the Uyghurs, we got pressure, our restaurants being raided, being questioned at that time.
Her aylarda kelip öğleni matalap hem yani ceven yotkan köpünü matalaş normal iş ilerdi. Öyle aktor çıktı. Tamam.
So every month, our houses would be raided. So our sleeping quarters and everything, they'd go through our furniture and raid our home every month.
Thank you very much for that. You then became seriously ill, and you said you had to, you couldn't be treated in Hotan, and you got a travel permit and a doctor's note and a green card. That was in September. Why did it take 2 months for the police to issue a warrant, arrest warrant on you?
So sorry, was there a specific time that you wanted when he was ill?
No, I'm just saying that he'd been through the police to get the permission and also the doctor's permission. Why then did it take them 2 months to issue an arrest warrant?
Arrest warrant. Okay.
Before he gave himself up, he got the arrest warrant, he was told.
Okay, but with the seriously ill part, I'm not...
Yeah. He said he had to move to Hotan because he was seriously ill.
Okay. I'll translate that bit because I'm trying to connect the parts.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should ask you one at a time. Carry on.
Yeah. Siz Xotenga yutilish uchun mushu jiddiy bir şekilde ağrıp qalganingizni sabab ko'rsatibsiz.
Şu Ürümçi'ye Xoten'de aşkallarımızı matalap etrafımızdaki kişilerimizde, yine ziyarelerimizde, ticaretçilerimizde 2014 yılı 5. aydan başlap qattiq tutqun qilishni başladı. Bizga o vahimeler başına önüm matalap gumonliq qarganlik uchun ben ameliyatda o ahvolim yaxshi emasdi. Şunu bilan aşxanani taqib etib turib davolash uchun Ürümchiga bordim.
Okay.
Davoladim.
Because of China's bloody campaign in 2014, whether it be locking up our elites, our religious figures, and also my health was not great at that stage, so I decided to go to Urumqi.
Okay, thank you. Right, and then the arrest warrant was issued 2 months later. Was this because there was a new system that was coming in, getting the Uyghurs in?
Şikayet jarayan ketibdi sizning tutish buyruqi chiqish uchun. Nima uchun shikoyat etdi? Yangi bir sistem nima qilganmidi o'sha vaqtga ketdimi?
Meni tutish buyrug'i chiqarmagan vatanda vaqtimda. Ben fakat Ürümchiga chiqatdim, qo'rqdim. Hem davolandim, hem ingliz tili o'rganib kurslarga berib. Ishimni davom qildim. Xotenga borg'im yo'q, Xotenga borsam tahdid uchrayotganligimni bilmay, yaqin yo'qligimizni tutib turgandan keyin, ammo o keyin mana tutish buyrug'i degan ish chiqdi. Ammo burun tutish buyrug'i yo'qdi va 2 oy o'tgandan keyin ana qaror chiqibdi.
Okay, yes, initially I was not, there was no warrant for my arrest. I went to Urumqi for my health. I learned English, and later I found out that there was an arrest warrant, and then this was issued 2 months later. Could I clarify with him as to the reason why it was late, if you should know?
Thank you. When he arrested and was taken in, what happened to his wife and family? Were they harassed?
Sizni tutib akirib ketgandan keyin ayolunuz ve aileniz bisimga uçardımı?
Qattiq uchadi, ayolim kasal bo'lib qoldi. Shu 4 oygacha shu xabarni bir qatam qildi, undan keyin meni akraketib 4 oydan keyin ig'ir yurak kasali bo'lib, kasalni davolatdi. Lekin o kasalni ta hozirgacha davomlashyapti endi. Yurak kasali bo'lib qilib, shu vaqtda davolangan ishadi.
Yes, my family experienced lots of pressure and harassment. And after I went in 4 months later, my wife fell ill and she has heart problems, serious heart problems now.
Thank you. Can I just move on now to the training camps and the detention camps? When they discovered you could cook, what were you able to cook? Did you have vegetables and meat and things, or was it just steam buns again?
Sizni aşpaz ekanligingizni bayqagandan keyin aşpazlik qilibsiz. Ya'ni nimalarni aytdingiz, tamoq aytdingiz. Masalan, saypay, ko'ktat bormidi, go'sht bormidi, yoki bo'lmasa shu mo'ma pishiriblarmi chiqib berardingiz?
Bu kadrlarga tamoq akkili salatdi, ularninki hamma narsasi bordi. Ammo bu mahbuslarga etadigan tamoq shu bizda oqsay deydiq, baysay, shu saylan bordi. Shu sayni to'g'rab, tuz tashlab, shuni bilan bir vaqt shu gurjni tashlab, suyuq gurji etib beramiz. Ba'zi vaqtlarda tayyor go'manni tashlab, suyuq bir osh etib berishga bo'ladi. Oshni bir kun uni, bir kun buni etib beramiz. Ani 2 vaqt mo'miydi.
For the officials or the cadres, we would have everything prepared. For the detainees, they received what I would describe as white vegetables and a rice soupy food, and at times pre-prepared noodles or ready-to-go noodles were served to the detainees.
Thank you. Can I just go on to the training camp? What were the facilities like there? Did you have a room? How many people in the room? Did you have beds, blankets?
Mush tarbiyalash lagerdagi ahvol muhiti qandaqdi? Bir yotoq berandi, qancha yotoq bor, qancha kishi yotadi, shu yerga muhitini biroz tushuntirib beramiz.
Tarbiyalash o'rnininki bexatarlik o'rinlari atrofidagi tomlarda simlar, telekamera qo'yilgan, yotoq bordi, yotoq beratdi, yotoqniki yotgan ko'p bir narsalarni uyimizdan keltiradi. Bir uyda 3 karvat 2 qatdan 6 donadan bir uyda yotadi. Uyda bir kamera bor, kamerada kuzatib turadi.
2 qatchilik?
2 qatdan 3 karvat, 6 kishida.
The training center itself has high walls, surveillance with barbed wire. Yes, we were given a room. We had to bring our own bedding sheets, and each room had 3 bunk beds. So we slept 6 to a room.
Thank you. You also said there were 70-year-old ladies who were being made to run. So what's the definition of the training camp? What exactly were they training you for?
Bayanatınızı depsiz, mesela 70 yaşlık etrafında çoğun ayarlan varken, mumayla varken, ulan mesela yürüye gizipti. Did you say the idea or the reason for the training camp? Right?
Yes, what do they call it, training? What was the training? Was it just educational?
Mesela terbiyeleş orne, terbiyeleş merkez depti. U yerda nimani tarbiyaladı, nimani o'rgatadi?
O'rgatadi, u yerda asosli o'rgatimiz degan narsa shu haftada 7 kun ichida 7 xil idoradan kelib, birdan shu gap qila oladigan, yaxshi so'zlaydigan odamni o'rgatish bilan ularning asosli söz etgini Xitoy hukumatiningki qonun siyosatlarini madhiylash va mustaqillik iddiasini bu ozg'unlik, xatolik deb qilish, undan keyin musulmonlarningki diniy e'tiqodini cheklash, hamma ibodatga diniy asabiylik, qonunsiz diniy faoliyat deganlarni yodoldirishdan iborat uchish qiladi. Attigina soat 8da darsga tushsak, soat 5gacha dars, tushdi 1 soat orom olish, undan keyin 1 soat yana orom olish qilsa, undan keyin soat 10gacha yana dars kechasi oqshom soat 10gacha.
7 days a week, we would receive so-called training. Each day we would be visited by a different administration. So throughout 7 days, there'd be 7 different administrations visiting us. Generally for us to praise China's Communist Party policy and to say and to teach us to be not separatists, to go against separatism, and that any form of religion is extremism. And so this would happen from 8 to 5 p.m. with a break in the middle, and then another training session from 6 to 10 p.m.
Thank you. There's another sentence which I didn't quite understand, and it's, what do you mean by saying the quality of illegal elements were interviewed with these 70, 80, 50, 30 rules? What are these?
Could you please rephrase
Yes, I'm
that?
sorry, it's in the statement.
Yeah.
So if I just read the line, the quality of illegal elements were intertwined with those 70, 80, 50, 30 rules. I didn't understand
50,
that.
70, 50, 30, 80 rules.
70, 80, 50, 30 rules.
Okay. Muşu kanunsuzluk, aşkınlık, muşu nesler 70, 80, 50, 30 kanunlara bağlangan, karşılanan diyen bu yerde bu bayanınızın yemini düşündürüyorsunuz.
Bunu düşündürüşüm ulanınki mesela dini asabiylikninki türü 50 xildeydi. Mesela kanunsuz dini faaliyetinin türü 70 xildeydi. Mesela kanunsuz dini devletine ağdırışta uğrunğanlarınki süpetleri mançı xildeydi. Her birisi her bir şu turmu içindekilerge çıkargan her bir kanunundaki siyasetindeki tarmaklarına sağladı. 70, 60, 30.
Bu 70'ten dini asabilik şundan mı? So there are 50 types of extremism, or 50 types of extremism, and 70 types of religious activity that goes against the law. 70 types, 50 types of, yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you. That explains that. So the last question, you then managed to get passports for all your family to leave the country. Which country did you go to? Did you hear that?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yes.
You cut off.
Yeah, they disappeared here as well. So he managed to get passports for his family and himself to leave the country. So where did he go?
You mean how he got the passports?
He got them, and he left the country. But I just asked, where did he go?
But first of all, I think we ought to check that he's happy to answer that question.
I'm sorry?
We better check that he's happy to answer.
Is he happy to answer that question? Which country did he go to? Not if he's not happy.
Okay. Siz muşu pasport apıvandan keyin özünüz ve ailengizge başta nega bağladınız? To'xtab turing, buni siz muşu savol javob berishga rozimi deb so'rayapti.
Razi.
Razi. Okay. Yes, he is okay to answer this question.
I'm sorry?
Yes, he said he is
okay. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, cevap versiniz burada.
Ben pasportumda 2013 yılı seyahat pasportu aldım. 2013 yılı seyahat pasportu alıp seyahatin kelgendiğin eli oldu ne? Onu eli aldım. Ondan keyin avlatlarımga pasport aldım. Bu yanadınsa pasport bergen vaqtida 2016'da. Mening pasportumni şu qatorda aldım. Şunu bilan avval Dubayga chiqdim men, o'zim yolg'iz. Ondan keyin Misrga chiqib Turkiyaga keldim. Ayolim mendan keyin 15 kun keyin balalarımla avval Dubayga kelib Turkiyaga kelinmaydi oldu. Ondan keyin Turkiyaga keldi.
So initially I was given a normal passport. So initially in 2013 I was given a tourist passport, which they had taken away from me. But in 2016 I received a passport, and by myself I traveled to Dubai, then to Egypt, and then to Turkey. Later on, my wife and my kids joined me. They couldn't fly straight to Turkey, so they first went to Dubai and then to Turkey.
Thank you. And then very last question. After all these problems, have you any remaining health problems, either physical or mental? And is the family otherwise well?
Muşu zulümlerden keyin hazırgıça şu zulümden, kıyınlıklardan sağlam cihetten, psikik cihetten, vücudi cihetten hazırgıça təsirleri var mı? Ve siz ya da aileniz?
Ailemninki, ayağımın adı şunun təsirdə nəhayət eğə yürək kesilib təhdid qılıb qorxduğunu uyda. Yox çıxmaydı, ox çıxırçı, ox oxab ketib yürək kesilib inşallah meninki. Mən şu turmuzu toğab ketib 10 gündən artıq yetib getdim. Şu öpkəm muzlab ketibdiken yastıqqa yəmi yox. Hazırgıca eğir davalanıvatımı, 5 gün olsa davalanıvatımı, lakin onşulanmadım kesilibdi. Şu öpkəmdə nəhayət eğir hasar şu zəxmi koyab ketibdi.
So since then, my wife still has those heart problems, very serious heart problems, and because during my stay or during the time I was detained, I had to sleep on the cold floor, and from that my lungs were seriously injured, suffered a lot, and I had been suffering with this So I have been receiving treatment for my lungs for the past 5 years, but I'm not okay. I'm still going through the treatments.
Mr. Mohammed, thank you very much indeed. I think others might want to ask you more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Could I ask for some more clarification about the nature of the detention centres, which you also refer to as camps? How big was the detention centre that you were in?
Muşu ceza lagerlerini yana biraz tushuntirib beramiz. Masalan, siz turgan ceza lageri qanchalik cho'nliqda?
Men turgan ceza lageri bek çoğ. Aynı vaqtida beton qurilish qilib, o darsxona yataqlarni saptikan, men berib qo'yuvchi mendan burun 3 qara tarbiyalanib dedim. Men bag'andagi nayt bek çoğliqda şu tömüydün öylerini silip da hazır tayyor öylerini saptı, ama onun işte bek çoğ etrafı simtoğuyla kaplangan kameralar var. Halette işi bek çoğun kendi.
It is very demek o kuruluşsuz
köyge ben var.
So during I saw it being constructed. It's a very big complex, very big. High walls, surveillance with barbed wire, filled with classrooms and cells.
And so when you were cooking there, how many people were you cooking for?
Siz şu yerda aşpazlık qilgan chog'da siz necha insonga tamoq qildingiz?
Men 70 gün yerda tarbiyaladik deb bizga bir kun guvohnoma taqitib chiqaryapti. Chiqarayotgandan keyin meni aşpazlık qilib berdi de, men sirtga chiqsam yana tutilishimdan qo'rqaman. Ma'qul, men aşpazlık qilib beray deb aşpazlık qilib berdim. Men aşpazlık qilayotgan vaqtida bir o'rinda şu 150-160 adam vardı. 150-160 atrofida.
Demek dastlabda aşpazlık qilmadingiz, faqat 100.
Men tarbiyalanib chiqqandan keyin u yerda meni aşpazlık qilib bergan debdi, ma'qul aşpazlık.
So initially I was there for 70 days. And then upon my release, they told me to be a chef, and I thought to myself, well, if I go on the outside, I might be caught again, I might be detained again. So I agreed, and I ended up cooking for around 150 to 160 inmates.
And were all the inmates of the detention centers Uyghurs?
Bütün lagerdeki tutkunlar hemisi Uygur mitti.
Hemmesi Uygur'du. Ben yine şu Tamak'ta 2 yerde ettim, Burun 1 yerde ettim, yine onun kendi yine başka yerde ettim, Yötkü'de. Hemmesi Uygurlar.
I was actually made to cook in 2 different places. I was transferred, and in both those places, the detainees were all Uyghurs.
Fine. And coming now to your experience in the re-education camps, what proportion of people had first been incarcerated in detention centres? Approximately.
Sizce tahminen muşu terbiyeleş ornuna kelsek, muşu terbiyeleş ornundaki deniz yüzde netçi insan sizce baştan cezalardan çıkıp terbiyeleşke yütkülüken. Sizce tahminen?
Dastlabki vaqtlarda shu tarbiyalashga borgan shu %20 atrofida odamni tarbiyalashga asosligi %80 odamni cho'qim olib ketadi. Tarbiyalashga chiqdim degan insonlar ben rohatga chiqibdimi degan holatda keladi. Turmalarda 20 yillik, 15 yillik telefonda bir aylık Kur'an okuyatkan bir adamlar ismini koygandı için 7 yıl ülkesidir. O terbiyeleşki bir imkanı ega olamaydı. Fakat günahsız degan 20% insanlar pası 80%ni günah tepip ülkesi cinayet süpürdü. Mahkeme turmalı kalırdı.
So %20 cezadan terbiyeleşke yapıldı.
Solgan adamdı da. Onun başkalarına, onun başkalarına ama sırttan erkek adamlarla toşkuzudan mesela asasladı. Fakat günahsız da terbiyeli ekirmegen adamlarla toşkuzudan asasladı.
Okay. Around 20% are from the detention centers that go to the training centers, and the rest 80% teşhidin. Şunak mı hiç bilmiyorum.
Yok, ben adıgınım aşağıda mesela 100 adamla tutuş ornu kaparsa 6 ay kıynap 80 adamdan cinayet yapıp buna turumga yapıp ülkesi bitip ve yardım kalan günahsız diyen 20 adamla ekilip ondan başka.
Okay, so 20% of the people in the training centers are from the detention centers, and the ones in the detention centers, around 80% are given further punishment, either prison sentences, 7-15 years, for example, for listening to something religious.
And finally, just referring to your statements in section 6 of your report, is it the fact that all people from the detention centers, every one of them was severely tortured?
Demek mi şu cezalarda hemmisi kıyınlıkta uçurdu mu?
Bu tutuş oyunu mu ya ki bu terbiyeleş oyunundaki cezalar girdi mi?
Cezalar girdi.
Terbiyeleş davatla yani. Bazılar uçuraydı, bazılar qattiq diqqat qilsa shu uçurmaydı, yaxshi o'qib, qonunlarni yodalab, yugurib, jiddiy harakat qilib, ba'zilari ularga yaqin bo'lganlar o'rtada qilib, endi shu 20 qadar endi zarba bilan o'sa 20 adam endi yerda bir cho'ng boshqa shu ruhiy jihatli besimdan boshqa besim uçurmaydı ama shu ruhiy besim ig'ram deydi. Ammo tayoq etgan sualını dermese, onu cezaletkan adamlar, şu yarım adamlar.
So around 50%, I know you asked detention center, but I think we'll terbileştin. So in the training center, around 50% would be beaten. Most of the time they would suffer mental or psychological pressure, harassment. So it sort of depends on your behavior. So around 50% were and 50% weren't suffering punishment or torture.
I don't think there's time in 45 seconds for any more questions. Mr. Sabi?
No more questions, sir.
Thank you very much for making yourself available to give evidence to the tribunal today. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Rahmat sizga bugun bayonot qilganingiz uchun. Sizning söz haqqınız tugadi.
Rahmat. Barliq azizlarimizga rahmat.
Thank you very much.
The next witness is a nurse who until 2000 worked at a hospital in Hotan City. She worked in the maternity department focusing on conducting abortions. About 100 women came to the hospital for abortions every day. There were 2 departments in the hospital in which our witness worked. She worked in that department for women pregnant 4 months and above in their pregnancy. She states in her statement that it was clear that these women were forced to undertake the abortions. And although she knew that these abortions were unethical, she wouldn't dare, and in fact nobody would dare, raise concerns with the hospital administration. She later left this job to open a pharmacy where she helped women, Uyghur women, remove their intrauterine devices, their IUDs. And she did this between 2002 and 2007, where she helped approximately 70 women a month remove their IUDs. So thank you for joining us, and I have a few questions for the witness before then passing you to the members.
Rahmat, sizga bir necha savolim bor.
So my first question is, in the hospital in which you worked, undertaking these abortions on women pregnant 4 months and above in their pregnancy, you state that it was clear that these women were being forced to undertake those abortions. Firstly,
siz ishlayotgan doktorxonada shu 4 oydan yuqori homila qolgan ayollarning bola tushirishni ko'ribsiz. Sizning farzingizcha bular zo'rlab turib qilingan operatsiyalar.
My question to that is, were these women Uyghur women, or did they also include Han Chinese women?
Bir de bulanın arasında hemisi Uyghur mekteği ya arasında Xitaylan var mekteği.
Zorlap durulgan dep düşünümen, çünkü 4 aydan 5 aydan yuqur bolgan perzendlerini qosuğudan eliş adette ayal kişiге bek ziyanlıq salametligiga.
I believe it is forced because to remove or to abort a child at 4 or 5 months is not beneficial to the health of the woman.
Hem de pilalıq doğutdan adette Uygurlarga sandın çeklemeden yuqur bolganlarga jerimanı qo'yish belgilemler bolganlık üçün nurgulları şununla xilaplık qılıp qalamiz dep ba'zilari özligidan kelip şu tushirdi, çünkü pilalıq doğutga xilaplık bo'ldi deydi. Yani ba'zilar
and some because they know of the family planning laws that they cannot go above a certain amount of children that they're allowed to have, they come out of their own will as to not be punished or receive any fines.
And could you specify therefore whether these women were Uyghur women or whether they also included Han Chinese women?
Bu ayollarning arasida hemisi Uyghur mekti ya Xitaylan var mekti?
Uygurlar köpti, Xitaylanlar az.
There were a lot of Uyghur women and there were some Chinese, but the Chinese were very little amount of Chinese women.
So, just to specify, even in the category of women with a pregnancy of 4 months and above, these also included Han Chinese women in that category.
Mushu 4 aydan yuqori hamilelik qilgan ayollarning orasida Xitoylar bormidi? Yes, they were.
Thank you. You state that you decided to leave that particular job because you found it unethical and that it was also dangerous for the women involved to have abortion at such a late stage. Could you speak to us a little about why you felt it was unethical and how it felt to be carrying out these abortions which you knew were unethical but which you could not, as you state, really raise any concerns with the hospital administration?
Siz bu ishning, ya'ni siz shu doktorxonada ko'rgan ishlaringizni to'g'ri emasligini, ya'ni axloqsizligini his qilib, shu yerdan ayrilibsiz. Nima uchun to'g'ri emasligini his qildingiz? Va buni masalan doktorxonadagi doiralar bilan, boshliqlar bilan buni ovozingizni yetkazamabsiz, ya'ni deyamabsiz.
Men bu ishni haqiqatan cinayet deb qaradım. Çünkü o bir hamileni öldürüş, bir adamı öldürüş bilen beraber deb qaraganligim üçün bunu bargan seri cinayet qilmishninki ig'ir ekanligini his qildim. Buni doktorxonadagilarga yetkazilmasligiga sabab, chunki ularniki planliq tug'ut siyosatini de onun xiloflik qilganlarni jazolash va unga qarshi turganlarga jazolash manda nimalardan qo'rqqanligim uchun men unga ovozimni haqiqatan yetkazolmadim, ammo vicdanım haqiqatan unga yer bermadi.
I saw this on my conscience. In my conscience, I felt that this was a crime, and this was the same as killing a human being. I couldn't raise this with the administration because there is a family planning policy, and it would be like criticizing the policy, this policy where you are punished for for going against that policy. So I could not raise it with the hospital administration.
Thank you. Moving now to your pharmacy, your work in the pharmacy, and you're helping Uyghur women remove IUDs in secret. You state that whereas, for example, Han Chinese women could go to a hospital, an official hospital to remove these devices, Uyghur women had to do it in secret. Firstly, why was there the difference? Why couldn't Uyghur women go to a hospital, a government hospital, to remove their IUDs? What would happen if they did that?
Siz bayanatınızda depsiz, şu darxanınızda Uyghur ayollarının üzükünü məxfi bir şekilde şu şekilde yardım qıpsız. Ama Xitaylar normal hükümetin doktorxanaga berip əvətər ekan. Siz biraz düşündürəmsiz, nima üçün Uyghur ayollar normal hükümetin doktorxanaga berip şu yüzük əvətiş operasyasını qıla almaydı?
Çünkü Uyghur Uyg'urlarga plandan sırt, yani 2'den artık tug'ishga bo'lmaydi shahar ichida. Yezada 3'den artık tug'ishga bo'lmaydi deb siyosati bor. Onun qarta hamda Uyg'ur ayollarimiz onundan sırt hamildor bo'lib qilganlik uchun albatta planliq tug'utninki guvohnomasi yoki bo'lmasa o'zi ishlayotgan idora organinki isbotnomasi bo'lgan ahvol ostida ondan keyin u yerga berib hukumat doktorxonaga berib iliqi yüzügini aldira oladi. Mana terjima qilsam mumkin deydi.
Oxirgi ish yerlaridan Guvahnameyi elip demsiz, anınızı baralayın.
İspat. İspat. Aslı buldu degen ispat.
Okay. As you know, in the cities or in the town centers, families cannot have more than 2 children, and in the villages 3 children. And so to not go against family planning policy, they either need to get a special permission to get their IUDs removed. And that's half of it. She's going to continue. Devam kılın.
Bunu alalaydı. Şuna ular planın sırtıda hamildar bulup qalğaçqa, onu basa, qolda ispat bolmağanlıq üçün üyəyə, hökumət doktorxanalarga baranmaydı. Şunun bilan bizga oxşaş açqan məxfi holatda elib etishga ular şu mecbur bo'lgan.
Because they're not able to get this special permission, and they know that they have gone outside, they have gone against the family planning policy, and to avoid punishment, they come to us to get their IUDs removed.
And just to clarify, when you say they, we are speaking here now exclusively about Uyghur women, not Han Chinese women.
Yani sizden aldığınızda kelgen ayallar, yani ular degan çağda Uyghur ayallardan bahsediyorsunuz, Xitaylar emas. Sizin aldığınızda Xitaylar
kelgan. Uygurlar kelgan.
Yes, only Uyghur women come to me. And when I refer to they, I mean Uyghur women.
What would happen, has it ever happened in fact, that the Chinese authorities would discover that a woman, an Uyghur woman, has removed her IUD secretly? What has it ever happened, and if, what could or would have happened if that were the case?
Mesela muşnaq izinsiz bir şekilde bir ayal kişinin yüzüne evetken, yani Xitay saqchilar tarafından, hükümet tarafından bayqılıb qalsa, bu ayal boldu mu bu iş birinci? Bo'lgan taqdirda şu kişiga nima bo'ldi?
Bu iş bayqalmadı çünkü biz onu açqan doğruxanamız qanunluq, ama ben onu özümün uyda qildim, məxfi qildim. Birga tekshirib kelib qalsa, Musayya idorasining odamlari doğruxonga keladi, uyimga kelmaydi. Nayt diqqat qildik shuni.
Okay. So the first part of the answer is that we had a registered legal pharmacy. The IUD removal itself wasn't done in the pharmacy, but in my home, and so we were never caught. And if there is a raid or we are checked by authorities, they come straight to the pharmacy, and we were very careful about this.
Anandan keyin, agar ular bilib qolib qolsa, açqan yani bütünlüğü taqaydı, hem Cerman koydu, hem meni planlıq tuğutqa qarşı çıktı deb, belki bana ceza kesişi mümkün. Aşında kılıdı deb bilim.
So if they found out that I was carrying out these practices, they would close down my practice, they would close down my pharmacy, and they would also punish me for going against family planning policy.
Thank you. My final question relates more to today, so just if you could let us know from your own knowledge, because you were carrying out these removals of IUDs in secret between 2002 and 2007, and at that time the surveillance system, of which we've heard a lot about yesterday and in previous hearings, had not yet been fully developed, and it was still possible, therefore, for women to come to your pharmacy or to your home to carry out these operations in secret. My question is, would you still be able to do that today, do you think? Is it still possible with the surveillance systems that we've heard about to carry out these operations today in secret?
Mesela şu 2012-2007 arası şu məxfi halətdə ayallarının üzgünü əvdiş operasyasını qıpsız. Həmimiz bilimiz şu çağda Xitayның küzdüş aparatı o kadar ilğar emasdi. Ama bugünkü günlükdə, did you say would she be able to or would she?
would she be able to, in light of the current surveillance system?
Ve hazırki bilsiz küz aparatları tekşürçüleri naiti katta. Bugünkü günlükte şu 2002-2007 arasındaki kılan şu yüzük evetiş operasyon bugün mü kılalaydıgan fırsat bulamdı bugünkü günlükte?
Mümkün emas.
No way. It's not possible.
Thank you for that. I'll pass you on now to the members. Thank you.
Rahmet sizge başkalarına sual soraş fırsatını vermem.
Mrs. Nouri, you say that over 100 women had abortions at the hospital every day. How are you confident about that figure?
Siz bayanatınızda şu siz işlegen doktorxanda her günü 100 bala düşürüş operasyası bulduğunu da aytibsiz. Siz qanchalik bununla işinip durup deysiz yani doğru mu diye.
Bu to'g'ri, bugun hazırlık izah berdim var. Bu tahminen 100'ge yakın ayol bemorni, yani buningda bug'dirish operatsiyasi, bola tushirish operatsiyasi ve kichik homillarni qirish operatsiyasi, yuzuk selish qatorliq, ya'ni pilalik tug'utga doir kasalliklarni o'z ichiga olganlarniki 100 kasallik.
So I'd like to clarify that this refers not just to abortions but other operations referring to family planning or to desist in to stop the pregnancy. This includes inserting IUDs, of course with abortions and other operations which are linked to family planning. So I meant in this capacity.
Could you tell us how late abortions took place? How late in a pregnancy they might have taken place?
Şu bala düşürüş operasyonları qanchalik kechiktirib, mesela 4 aydan yuqori depsiz, mesela qanchalik kechiktirib qilalaydi? Ya mesela 7 ay hamilelik, 8 ay, 9 aygacha bala tushirgan vaqalar bo'ldimi demek.
Ha, bo'ldi.
Qancha, yani tushundiring, yani
tercümede demek ki azak izahını.
Could you please rephrase the question?
Were there pregnancies taking place? Were there abortions taking place at 6 or 7 months of pregnancy, or even later than that?
Bala düşürüş operasyonları mesela 6 ay bo'lganda, 7 ay bo'lganda yoki bo'lmasa 10dan keyin bala tushirildi.
Tushirildi.
Yes, they were aborted.
What was the latest abortion that she knew about?
Siz bilgen en kechiktirilgan, yani en vaqtchi bala tushirilish.
8 aylık.
At 8 months.
And were any of those born alive?
Şularning, mesela şu yakın şularning tirik holatda tug'ilganlar bo'ldimi? Tushirilgan holatda.
Tirik holatda tug'ilganlar bor, tug'ilib bo'lib uzun o'tmay o'lib ketdi.
Yes, some were born alive, but not long after they die.
Thank you. You say that from 2010, family planning in China got stricter. In what ways did it get stricter?
Siz deysiz bu aile tug'ut siyosati 2010dan keyin, 2010dan beri texmi chingayib ketdi. Qanday chingayib ketdi?
Bu bağın sırrı meselende her günü öğleni tekşirgan oldu. adisi mening balalarımı iki günde bir balamni sırtqa chiqarib etaman, chunki tekshirish kelganligi uchun. Onundan başqa yana agar planliq tug'utni tutib oladigan bo'lib qolsa, jarimani oladigan, jarimanasining pulning sonini yuqorilab ketadigan bo'ldi. O'shunda bir xil, ondan keyin yana yezlarda yana shu uyni tuytib o'tadigan, uyni yiqib o'tadigan ahvollarmi bo'ldi. O'shda bir ahvollar bo'ldi. Eng oxirgi kelganda, turmaga sulaydigan bir ahvollarmi bo'ldi. O'shunda.
Uyni tuytib o'tadigan,
uyni yiqib o'tadigan.
Okay, so there started to be everyday checks from authorities. Even I would tell my kids to leave the home every 2 days because I knew there was a check coming. Fines were increased, very hefty fines, and houses were demolished and some were sent to prison.
Thank you. You say that most women were referred for abortions by the Family Planning Office, where your sister also worked for many years. Could you tell us more about the Family Planning Office and where it received its directions from?
Mushu planliq tug'utish idorasidan xutur shekilli ekan, masalan, hatta sizning qarindishingiz mushu yerda ishlabdi. Bu planliq tug'utish idorasi ular buyruqni nereden oldu?
Ular buyruqni albatta Xitoy hukumatidan oldi, yani.
They get their orders from the top. They get their orders from the Chinese government.
Do you know which part of the Chinese government?
Xitoy hukumatining qaysi tarafini, qaysi bo'limdan oldig'ini bilamsiz? Qayerdan tam olarak?
Yo'q.
No.
You say your sister was imprisoned because she resigned from the Family Planning Office. What was her job at the Family Planning Office?
Qarindishingiz, ya'ni qiz qarindishingiz oila tug'ut idorasidan istiqo bergachga solinibdi debsiz. U oila planliq tug'ut da idorasida nerede ishlaydi, maqomi nimish qildi?
Tashviqot ishlariga mas'uldi.
She was involved in what's the word? Advertising, promoting.
Ailelerge birip, planliq tug'ut siyosatini tushundiradigan, ba'zi vaqtlarda homildorlikdan saqlanadigan dorilarni beradigan, shunday ishlarni tashviq qiladigan ishlar bilan shug'ullanadi.
So she would go from house to house and explain the family planning policy. She would also, yani şu darlan biramdi ya öptem.
Darlanı biretti. O darlama yadımda var, küçük yumalak, mefisutun, yani aşu yadımda kaptı. Aşu doğrularını berdikte, şundan digini yadımda var, açanla.
So she would go house to house to explain family planning policy, hang out pamphlets, and she would also hand out pills to, essentially sterilization pills to stop women becoming pregnant. And so she was involved in promoting the policy.
When was she imprisoned, and how do you know that she was imprisoned for resigning?
Kaçan tutuldu, kaçan turmaga akitildi kız qarindishingiz ve siz qandaq bilasiz mushu idorasidan istiqo bergani uchun tutulganini, qamoqqa olganini?
2016-yılı pasportlar yolu koyuldu. Şundan kişiler çıkışqa başladı. Ben şu yerden şu çıktık. çıkıplam şu dostlarım keyinimden, ahımdan Türkiye'ye çıkandan keyin şu acamdaki tutulup ketkenligini dedi ama lekin qancha yil kesilganligini ulama bilemedi. Şu sebepten yani birge hizmetdaşlığa sebebinden yani birge nima deymiz başkalarga yaxshi axloq bulun deb bir axloq dinga doir ba'zi bir so'zlarni qilib jamiyatni buzg'unchilik qilmoqlar deb ba'zi dinga doir ba'zi ishlar bilan tashviq qilganligi uchun masalan shuningda tutildi deb shundoq bildim.
Okay. So in 2016, I was able to get a passport and leave for Turkey. And not long after, some of my friends were able to do the same. And I had heard from them that she had been imprisoned. But the actual reason for her being in prison more has to do with ethical, religious reasons. Yani din təşviq qilish səbəbindən.
Yaxşı axloqli bo'lish. To'g'riliqmi tutildi deb qo'ydim. Hijobdan otdi-ku.
So she was also covered, and so I assumed that she was detained because in a way she was promoting religious and ethical ideas.
Do you know whether there was any judicial process involved in her imprisonment?
Bu kız kardeşimiz hakkında şu qamoq tutish jarayonida bir sotlanış ahvoli bo'ldimi? Sizning xabaringiz bormi buni?
Yo'q, xabarim yo'q. Chunki aloqa bo'lmadi.
No, I'm not aware of any judicial process because I was not able to keep in touch.
And do you know if she is still imprisoned?
Hozirgacha tutilganini, ya'ni turma tutilganini bilamsiz, ya'ni hozirgacha tutilliqmi?
Bildim. Yaqında ünlüdarını desatlandı. Şu arkalık başkalardan o yerde yoklukını yaşon söz arkalık doktorxanada bağımı yok mu degan çıkımızda doktorxanadan çıkmadı degandek yaşon sözler bilen onun yoklukunu bildim. Resimde yok.
So from messaging on the mobile app WeChat through secretive messages using phrases like this person is still in hospital or not in hospital, phrases like this, I knew that she was still in prison. She has 4 children and I don't know their whereabouts. I don't know who they're with at the moment.
Thank you. Your sister-in-law was also imprisoned shortly after resigning from her job as a nurse in a hospital. You say she resigned because of the conditions there. Can you tell us about the conditions?
Resign from where? In which conditions?
She resigned from her job as a nurse in a hospital because of the conditions in the hospital. So I'm asking what the conditions were.
Keyin mushu sistem akımız yani erkek kardeşimizin ayağını tutuluptu. Tutuluşun sebebi mushu nima ve özünün şu doktorxanadan hemşirelikten istifa beripti. Şarayitla tüpeylidin. Şu yerdeki şarayitla tüpeylime istifa berdim depti. U yerdeki şarayitla nima bo'lgan? Doktorxana şarayitin qandaqdi?
Doktorxana şəraitida şu namazı qo'l qo'ymaydigan masalan doktorlarni hamda bu kasbiy axloq jihatidan bak yaxshi emasligini bag'at siri mushta so'zlab beradi. Aqtan ayrilgan bor, aqtan kasbiy axloq yaxshi emas. U yerda ham namoz qo'l qo'ymaydi. Dinga ishonish masalan jihatin dinga ishonmaydi, manda diglimi bo'lmaydi. Mesela bunda deb qalsa uni tutudi. Yani birga planliq to'g'da o 2 qatim nima bo'ldi dedim ya. Ya, hozir tarjima qila olamsiz.
Okay. She found that she was not able to pray and even not able to live out her religion, and also the unethical practices being practiced there, brought on by family planning. These were some of the reasons why she left her job, resigned.
What were those unethical practices?
Şu abaylayana şu ahlaksız işler boktu, şu ola tam olarak nimte yani aile toğuş.
O özündeki taşkı keselde işleydi o. Taşkı kesel bölümünde. Ondan başka mı yani ayarlar bölümü yani başlayan münasebetlik şu kesip taşlarının diyen gaplarında taşkı keseldeki doktorlarının kesellerle bazı tutkan muameleleri bir xil yüzünün ayarlarına belki ademdeki muamele kılmaydıgan bir xil muamelelerini deytti bizlerge.
So it was she worked in various departments within the hospital, whether it be the female ward or different wards, and the treatment that she got, certain interactions, women from the villages. So she sort of work practice type things, just the general everyday interactions she would have. She felt uncomfortable there.
Şununla uzun etmeyi hamildar bulup kaldı. Planın sırtıda. Şununla yani şu yerden yani aşının sebebinin o sebep onun kırtılıp çıkışa mecbur oldu.
Also while she was işleş jarayonida hamildar kaldı. Şuna mı?
Aşı işten kıyla.
İstifa bir puan dikin. Oh, okay. Lekin bu, all right. And not long after, she also fell pregnant, and this fell, this went against family planning policy.
Ama lakin o hamildar bolgandan keyin akam muha nisbatan aytganda akam işleklik. O 3 yaş vaqtida başkalarının dep qo'yishi bilan 3 yaşlık balani şu planın sırtından bu bize xiloflik qilsa deb 100 ming lira yaqin manda jarimani qo'ydi.
Yani aklınızdan balası şuna.
Akamın balası.
So my brother's child, essentially, when he was 3 years old, people reported him, doxed him to the authorities, and my brother was fined approximately 100,000 lira. Yuan. He was fined approximately 100,000 Chinese yuan, RMB.
How do you know that your sister-in-law was imprisoned, and was a reason given for her imprisonment?
Siz qandaq mushu akınızın ayalı turmada ba ekenligini bilsiz ve sebebi nima?
Men yaqında ündüdardan yani resim arqılıq alaqalaşqan bolduq. Onundan başqa saat alaqalaşmağan. Şu soruduq yalığı başqalardan yani onu 3 yıl kesdi dep anlagan başqalardan buruna dostlarından. Ama lakin doktorxanadan çıktı mı desek yani çıkmadı dedi. Fakat muşulan cevap rişaldım. Şundan çıkmağalığını bildim.
Before I knew, I had heard from others that she was sentenced to 3 years, and recently, using WeChat, again in secretive messaging, I asked, has she come out of the hospital? And I received a message saying, no, she hasn't come out of the hospital, symbolizing, that she was still imprisoned.
Thank you. And my final question, you talk about families who had more children than the permitted number, hiding their children, and the children therefore not being able to go to school. How widespread was that situation in your area?
Siz bayanatınızı repsiz, muşu planlıq toğudun sırtıdın bala toğulğan ahvallar var ve bularını mesela yuşurup durup, mesela mektepke baramayran ahvallar var de. Siz turatkan orunda yani qançılığan insanlar muşu durumda sizce?
Ben bunun sanlıq məlumatını, mən özümdənki yaxın dostlarımı dep berəliyim. Özümdən ən yaxın dostlarım var. Sanlıq məlumatı gəlgəndə təxminən məncə də dərhal deməyim, amma müşna durumda tuğalda əsası 40-50%'ni egallaydi deb qarayman.
According to my knowledge, I feel there is this is about 40 or 50%. If I were to speak about just my immediate surroundings, about 40 or 50% people are in this situation.
Thank you for your testimony, Mrs. Nouri.
Hello. With regard to terminations at a late stage of pregnancy, 7 months and beyond, using a prostaglandin such as misoprostol, I would anticipate there would be a large number of live births, and you've already mentioned that and said that they died soon afterwards. I'd like to know how they died, these babies, and whether anything was done to bring on their death or accelerate their death.
Bayanatınızda siz, muşu 7 ay ve 7 aydan keyin hamillar kalganlar ayollarning balaları düşürülüpti. Şu bayanatınızda bir darının ismini depsiz ve bazıları tirik halette tug'ilibdi ve uzun o'tmay vafot bo'ldi dediniz. Şu balalarning yani o'zligidan tirik tug'ilib o'zligidan tugab ketdi yoki bo'lmasa qo'shimcha yani dorilar ishlatildi.
Özlüğüden 72 saatga yakın etrafında özlüğüden ülep gidiyor. Onun aldı da laqı Livano Cuşe'ye de bir okul var. O ne laqı baş suyunu saladığan okul. Hem de babanınki baş suyunu bulgap. Şu okulunu saladı. Onun için abala aldı da bazıları ölüp düşüyordu. Bazıları tirik çıkan ahvalasıdan ölüp gidiyordu.
Yes, so the injection given initially has the baby come out, and within 72 hours, generally speaking, within 72 hours, that child, dies naturally, if you will, dies on its own.
So 3 days later?
Yeah. Around, yes, she mentioned 72 hours.
And were any of these babies given injections?
Bu balalara okul uruldu mu yani balının özüge?
Kosak taraftan uruldu.
So yes, while they're in the stomach, that injection is given. I assume, do you mean after they are born? Is the injection? Would you like me to?
Yes, that's really what I meant. After they're born, were any of them injected?
Okay. Tug'ilishdan keyin har qanday bir okul urulamdi balalar.
Yo'q, mumkin.
No. No, it's done before, not after they are born.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I do a follow-up question? And that was the children, if the children were born now to mothers who had their IUDs removed illegally, would the parents be fined? Or would the child be taken into a boarding school now?
Eğer valla şu İlqi, you mean the women who have had their IUDs and they had it removed, right? Muşu yüzüküne evvelken ayallar hazır hamileler kalıp mesela bala tolup kalsa, o ballarını as a fine, money fine, right? Yes. Şu atanlara ceriman koyulandı. Ya ki olmasa o ballarını hükümet tarafından eklendi mesela ballar terbiyeleşti.
Men tuğan şarait astıgıca cerimanı koyuldu. Men hatta üzerine aksininkini dedim o. Ondan başka hani duasınız yani bir değmiyor.
Yok siz ne yapalım?
Ondan başka bir dostumunki ailesiga 1.700.000 yuan cerimanı koygan. Bu da yani bu yakınımız, benim yakın dostum oldu yani. O Türkiye'de bağladı.
1.700.000 euro. Okay. So if speaking from experience, whether it be my brother, he was fined, and recently I found out my friend, she too, she is currently in Turkey, but when she had given birth, she had gone against the policy. She was fined approximately 1,700,000 Chinese yuan.
quick question. What are the risks to the mother if she's forced to have a late abortion?
You mean health risks, right?
Health risks, are any of them critical?
Məsələn, muşu ayollarning 7 ay, 8 ay, 9 ay muşu bala aldırış jarayonida muşu sağlamlık xavfi, yani sağlamlık xavfi kilemdi qanday? Muşunu bir tushuntirib beramiz, qanday sağlam jihatdan?
Sağlamlık cihatidan xavfga uchraydi. Ba'zilari uchramaydi, ba'zilari uchraydi. Ya'ni jiq qon minib ketish yoki bo'lmasa nima jarayonida o'qilning yo dorining ta'siriga uchrasa balyotqusi yerilish yoki bo'lmasa masalan bola tushirgandan keyin ba'zi a'zolariga ta'sir yetkazadigan masalan boshqa a'zolarga ta'sir yetkazadigan bir ahvol bor endi. Bu ig'ir ahvollar, ig'irlari.
Yeah, so some women do have health risks, some don't. The ones that do suffer great blood loss, they suffer from the side effects of the injection. Their uterus is ripped, and also it can affect their other organs.
And just to quickly add another question, have you seen any of the mothers pass away in your experience due to a late abortion?
Muşu ayollarning vafot bo'lganini, ya'ni o'sha vaqtcha 7-8 ay, 9 ay bola tushirish jarayonida vafot bo'lganini ko'rdingizmi, olmadingizmi?
Vafot bo'lganini
ayollarning shu bola tushirish jarayonida
xotirlamadim. Esimga kelmadi.
I don't remember.
Okay, thank you.
Anything from Council? No further questions at this end. Thank you. Before I say farewell to the witness, Mr. Interpreter, may I thank you very much on behalf of the Tribunal for the work you've done this morning with 2 witnesses, which have been of great assistance to us. And to the witness, thank you very much for making yourself available to give evidence. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Sizga ko'p rahmat bayonotingiz uchun.
Rahmat. Beriyatning eng muhim gapdan doktorga oid bir narsa qatib qo'ysa bo'ladi.
Am I able to add anything now?
Let us hear what it might be. Start off, yes. What does she want to say?
Siz başlab bergan?
Men 2002dan 2017ga qadar bo'lgan aralıqda doktorxonada faoliyatlarni yapmandik. Hamda tug'dirish bilan shug'ullandim. Shu vaqtlarda 2 ayol bor. Ular lobdan kelgan ayollar. Ular bizning mening qishimga kelib tug'di. Tug'ishni planliq tug'ish tarafidan qochib kelganligini deydi. Undan keyin o'sha yerda tug'ish jarayonida bolalar.
You know, from 2002 to 2007, with my pharmacy, 2 women from LOP had come, and there is an incident involving these 2 women because they were running away in order to give birth. Would you like her to continue?
Yes.
Yes, devam qiling.
Şunun bilan ayol, lobdagi ayol o'zininki burun tug'dirishni talab qilgandan keyin uningga noyati taslikda bo'ldi, dori ishitish orqali. Ammo shu yerda tug'ilmay, ya'ni boshqa doktorxonalarga yo'tkab tug'ildi, lekin u bola o'lib tug'ildi. 7 oylik bo'lgan bola.
At 7 months, a woman came to me asking me to give birth, to assist in the birth of her child, and using various medications. We tried to give birth, and later on we had to take her to another facility, but that child died during the birth.
Ondan keyin 2-3 kundan keyin shu aydan yana bir ayol, qo'shiqqa hamilisida 9 oy bo'lgan bir ayol, yana planliq tug'ishdan keyin o'zini bilib qolganligini deb yana tug'ishga keladi. Men uni tug'dirman, u bola sap tug'iladi. Tug'ilgandan keyin
So a few days, 2 or 3 days later, another woman comes from that same town of Lop. She's at 9 months, and again, I help her with her birth.
Tug'ilgandan keyin u yani Pınar To'qut idorasininki bolasiniki uyligini ko'ksitishni xohlaydi. Chunki bola tirik tug'ilib qolganligini bilgandan keyin unga jarimani oldi yo uyini tiytiradiganligini tahdid solganlik uchun unga bolani qabristonlikdan ko'lab uni oldida o'lib ketgan bolani bizga bir o'lik bola tepasanglar degandan keyin shuni shu bolani qabristonlik ko'lab bola bilan almashtirish holatlarini olib bordi.
Because this woman, the second woman, gave birth outside of the family planning policy, they have to show the body of essentially a dead baby to the authorities so that she is not punished or receives any hefty fines in any way. So we exhume the baby, which was born at 7 months, to as proof to the authorities that her child was not born.
Thank you for that. I think probably that's sufficient. I'll just check. I think that's probably enough, but I'll check with Council whether he wants to ask anything arising from that.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions. Just to thank the witness.
Yes, you can continue for a little.
Yana biraz devam kılalım.
Şunun bilan o balını almashtırdı. Almashtırgandan keyin menden süt kesadigan ukulni talab qildi. Nimishqa deb so'raganchigimda, chunki ularning qishig'i borganchigimda meniki mush amchikimni sütni sig'idi. Agar u narsa chiqib qolib qolsa, sen bola emitibsan, sening bolang hayot ekan deb menga shuningdan mening bolamning hayot ekanligi bilinib qoldi. Uning uchun menga shunaqa qiling deydi. Shuning bilan
So after the woman obviously gives birth, she requests that Miss Rahima finds her an injection to stop the mother lactating, because later on, if the authorities check for the lactation, it means that the child is still alive and feeding.
Elbette bunun hükümetinki kanunun ispat ettiğinde ne ekanligini bilimiz. Planlık tuğu siyasetiga, ama lekin bir adamni öldürüş, cinayet bo'lganlik uchun men bütün jenimni tikib qo'yib, mendan bo'lib ketsa mayli deb boshqalarga tug'dirdim. Men shunga yaqin mancha yil jarayonida 150-200 ga yaqin kasallarni maxfiy holatda ham yuzini sanlı iniq, lekin şunun qarta şu kasallarni shu tug'dirish appadim.
Yeah. So because of my conscience, over the time between 2002 and 2007, it wasn't just IUDs removal, but with others' help, I also assisted in the births of around 150 to 200 women.
Şunun için bir sual sorgum keldi, ben koyğum keldi. Nima uchun shu ayolni o'zining xatarga, jani hayotining xatarga qaramay, shunda maxfiy bo'lgan yerdan faqat menlam yo'q, boshqa shaxsiy doktorxonalar bor. Nima uchun bu yerga bordi? Chunki ularninkida, ya'ni planning sirtida bo'lganligi uchun shu yerga berishga majbur bo'ldi. Bo'lmasa, bunda bayatligida o'zining hayotini xavfga etib turib, bunday yerga kelishni odamni aqli qabul qilolmaydi. Bu nima? Planlik tug'ut siyosatininki naqadar ig'ir ekanligini, millatimizni qanchalik durumda qo'yganligi bilinadi.
So you would want to ask the question, why would women put themselves in such a dangerous situation going to private clinics like mine? I'm not the only one, but there are other clinics as well. Why would they put them in this situation? It's because these women are trying to escape, find a way away from the family planning policy, and it just goes to show how dire the situation is for our people.
Rahima Nouri, thank you for that additional evidence. I think your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, what time would you like us to sit this afternoon?
This is just to have an extended lunch break to 2 o'clock.
And for those interested, evidence this afternoon will include the first detailed evidence where law and facts are dealt with, evidence focused on the position of children and other matters.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Open.
Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur bölümünün naq meydan taqışı. Biz bugün yen davamlı huzurunlarga Angliyanın paytaxtı Londondaki Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının naq meydan taqışını huzurunlarga begişlavatımız. Mən alim. Bu efendim bolsa Mehmet Çencime.
Qadirli görürmənlər, ekranımızga hoş geldinler. Көрüvatqanыңlar Angliyaның London şəhərində işləvatqan ikkinchi növbətlik Uyghur sot kollegiyəsinin naq meydan tarqıtışı. Bugün sizlərə sot kollegiyasida berilgan guvahlıqlarni qisqartib, xulaslab huzurunuzga sunamiz. Tövəndondaqda alim efendim, bugün işdən burun berilgan guvahlıqlardakı mühim nöqtələrini xulaslagach, guvahlık bərgüçlərini bir tanıştırıb ötən bolsunuz.
Bo'ldi, Mehmetcan efendi, bugün etdigine asosan Abdusalom Muhammed efendi bilan Rahima Muhammed Nuri xanım qatarlıq bir qancha ilə hamda ispat bergen bo'ldi. Bularning bergen ispatlari asosan bizning vatanda hamda birincisi bu Abdusalom Muhammed efendining hamda turmada yetib chiqish akfaldan sir, yana bu Rahima Muhammed Nuri xanım o'zbek sestra bo'lish sifati bilan mushu balı tushirish bo'lib, Uyg'urlarning ballarni tushirish to'g'risida ait yaxshi ispat bergen bo'ldi. Bunda oldu bilan men Abdusalom Muhammed efendinikini bir qisqacha bir so'zlab o'tay. Bu adamning hayoti, bu adamga Uyg'ur so'zladi, hamda Uyg'ur ko'rarmanlarimiz yaxshi biladi. Shunda bo'lsa o'zining yozgan nutqida hamda o'zining yozgan statement so'zda nurg'un aslar yozilgan hamda bu adam asosan o'zi yakan tug'ilib cho'ng bo'lgan, keyin hamda xotanga berib xotanni uylangan, ham ishlagan, u yerda bir restoran ochgan, u yerda bir xotanli qiz bilan uylanib shu yerda yashagan, oila qurgan. Ammo shu xotanni turish jarayonida bu Xitoy hukumati bu Chinchuango 2016 kelishdan burun hikoyalar. Albatta 2016 degandan keyingina hammalarni obdan bilamiz. Undan burun bu odamni bo'lib xotanda Qashqardak shunday Uyg'ur xalqiga ko'p o'ltiraqlashgan rayonlarda amaliyotda bundaq lager sistemi o'xshash sistemda Xitoy hukumati burun qurib qo'ygan. Hem nurg'un Uyg'urlarni sınaq tarixida hatta tutib
2014-yili keng ko'lamda yurgizgan deb xabarimiz bor.
Shuningga bu Abdusalom Muhammed efendimi shu yillarda bu odamni Xitoy hukumati tutib olib, yana solab bir qitim emas, bir qancha qitim solgan. Bu odamning deyishi boshda bularni bir 30 kun tarbiyalaymiz deb. Keyin bu 30 kun, 70 kunga 70 kun, 120 kun bo'lib, bir qitimdan 2 qitim, 2 qitimdan 3 qitim bo'lib, keyinidan bu odam bir qancha qitim tutilib solangan. Yani bu adamın artıqçılığı bir özü aşpaz bo'lganligi uchun bularning hamda mushi yatgan lagerlarına ait obdan tushuntirib o'tadi. Yani bu lager bularning yeydigan narsalari nihoyat nachar. Yani bir susay, azroq ko'rish, uning bir qo'saq to'yg'idek, bir iliqi issiq basqidek hech qanday bir tamoq yo'q. Yani birisi tushundiganda bu yeydigan tamog'ining ichida qurt qo'ng'izlardan tatib boradi. Shuningga bu tamoq shundoq nachar. Elbette tamaktan sert, hem de tamak pek çoğun mesul bulmasımı, bularning o lager işte uçurgan psikologiyalik ve cismani zerbeleri, hücumları ve kıynaşları davamlıq boğan. Hem de özlam emas, özüm şahit boğan başka Uygurlarning bu şundaq ziyankeşlikке uçurganıga. Hem de öz yaxşı aşpaz boğanlık için keyin hem de bu tamakның načarlığıdan bu saçlar kopup aranlarda bir aşpaz bağım odası ben bağ deb bu adam özünü köstüp Anenikin şu aşpazlık qilgan. Aşpazlık qilganda albatta o'z degandek tamoqning sifatine ait yaxshi bo'lgan, qurt qo'ng'izlar azaygan, ham bu lagerda yatgan qolgan Uyg'urlar albatta bu tamoqdan qo'sh bo'lgan. Chunki o'zingiz bilgandek bu lager Xitoyning lager bo'lsin, turmush bo'lsin, bu tamoq eng nachar. U yerda ham tamoqning nacharligini nurg'un odamlar ham jismoniy ham psixologiyalik hujum zarbidan keyin nurg'un odamlar bedeni tez xo'raydi, zaxmilandi, hatta o'lib ketgan akfallar ko'rildi albatta. Ama bu adamning ayoli kasal bo'lib, bu adam lager vaqtida yurak kesili qo'zg'alib, bu shu soqchi idoralarga mening ayolimning yurak kesili bor, men hozir chiqib qaramasam bo'lmaydi, bo'lmasa tugab ketish mumkin deganda, bu adam o'zini aydi namuna oshpaz bo'lib xizmat ko'rsatganligi uchun u Sakçı dairleme, Bobtunda bısa berip ayalına bir qarab gel degan. Bu adam onun keyin ayalım saqaygan keyin qaytib kelməyəndə verdim bəgən. Amma bu ayali hem de yurak kesili qo'zg'alib, kesil saqaymasdan yağlıq çekkenlik üçün Xitoy saqçılar tutup bu dini asabilikende bu ayalını apırıp solab qoydu. Bu adam berip
qo'yib o'tilishdan burun da.
Anikin bu adam şu berip u lagerga ayalı tuğan yani. U yerda ayolni qarab turdi, ayolning akvanligiga ait nacharligini, hani qilib, shu ayolni oxir bir amallar qilib, yana u kesli yig'ir bo'lgan ekan, doktorga olib yana ancha-muncha davolatgan bo'ladi. Ammo oxiri yana o'zi yana lager tutildi undan keyin yana. Chunki bu Xitoy hukumati ham deylik ismi bir daftar kirib qolgan ekanlar, albatta u ayoli og'rib bo'g'icha bu 2016 keyingi hikoyalar. Keyin bu 2016 ga yaqin. Keyin bu odam qarab baqsa, bu vaziyat nihoyat nachar. Ammo shunda bo'lsin bu odam xili nihoyat aqlli bir odam bo'lganligi uchun bu vaziyat qarab bu ishlar bak chatoq ekan. Bizmi bir amal qilib bu yerdan chiqili deb xo'tanda bir restoran ichib, ancha-muncha pul tepib, ancha-muncha yo'l tepib, o'zining oilasining pasportlarini hal qilib bu odam shu 2016-yili, ya'ni Chunchanga kelishdan burun bu odam ham oilasi bilan ayollar keyin bir oydan keyin qaytilgan bu odam ekan. Shuning vaqtida bizning vatandan ayrilib bexatar bir davlatga chiqib olgan gap. Agar shu chaqda chiqmagan bo'lsa, albatta bu odam hozir oilasi bilan balkim lagerda bo'lgan bo'ladi. Shunga bu odam hamda bu qitim bergan guvohligida asosan bu Uyg'urlarning beshi kelgan bu qarang'u kulfatning bu Chunchanga kelib bo'lgan bir voqea emasligi. Buningdan burunmi shundoq bo'lganligi, hozirgidek bundaq bir irqiy qirg'inchilik darajada bo'lmagan bilan burundan tortib Xitoy hukumatining o'ziga o'xshash shundoq begunoh Uyg'urlarni nishonlab, bekadan bekapirib so'lab qo'yib, bir ayoldek bir Uyg'ur odatki bir Uyg'ur ayolning bir yog'liq chekkanlik shuni olib so'lab, urib, qiynaydigan ahvolni nihoyat ishonlik misollar bilan sharhlab o'tdi bugun atdegini bu odam.
Bu odam endi esim kelyapti. Men Turkiyaga borgan vaqtimda 2017-yili. Men ziyorat qilgan bu odamni. Eliqi shu eliqi Xitoyninki lagerda masalan Behind the Chinese Wall degan bir program ishildik inglizlarda. Shuningda bu odam biz ziyorat qilgan Uyg'urlarning birisi Abdullah Muhammad Turkiyaga chiqqandan keyin shu g'arb medialarga aktivlik bilan so'zlash, o'zining beshir kelgan o'zining qarindoshlari, ma'ldoshlari, qo'lim qo'shnilarninki yurtdoshlarining beshir kelayotgan o'zi ko'rgan doiradagi ishlarni aktiv jonliq suratlab kelayotgan bir odamning birisi bu.
To'g'ri.
Tilimi ravon bu odamning kitob o'qiydigan bir ziyoli oshpaz ekan bu. Gap so'zlari joyida dan so'zlab qiladi. Shu vaqtda bak ta'sirli so'zlagan. Esimda bir necha so'zlar esimda shu hozirgidek esimda turibdi. Shu o'ziningki lagerda yotgandagi bir jarayonlarni so'zlab berdi-ku. Buningda shu yemekning nacharligi ham siz deb o'tdingiz. Bu yemek az bo'lgandan keyin bu qo'saq kirdigan narsa az bo'lgandan keyin bu iliqi dissimulatsiya deymiz hamda. Chiqirish jarayoni bo'lmaydi ekanda, bo'lmagandan keyin odamlarda qabziyat bo'lish, bovasir bo'lish, qanash erladimda ash qizib og'rib ketish to'g'ri bermaydi bularga. Shunda insonsiz bir muomalaga uchraydi bular bu yerda. Bu odam shu yerdagi ko'rinishlarni yotoq deymiz-ku, hamda lag shu turma kameraninki qanday tuzilishi, o'zining yotgan o'rni. Hatto deydi, ash erlarmi iliqi bek qistan bo'lgandan keyin yon yotsak, jaqandimizga yotsak, o'ngimizga yotsak, patmaymiz deydi. To'g'ri. Cho'qim yonbishimizni besib yetishimiz kerak deydi. Unda bo'lgan keyin biz erlar bo'lgandan keyin bular bir-biriga dembisini qilib uxlaydi ekanda.
2,5 metr 2,5 kvadrat metrga 16 odam bor.
Ashta deydi. Bo'lgandan keyin bu yostiq yo'q ekan, yog'ochning tubida yotadi, shu qo'lini yostiq qilib yotadi ekanda. Unda bo'lgandan keyin badallari qo'lishib ketayotgan. Hatto bu yerda deydi, bu odamlar ashada ba'zilari og'rib deydi, vasiyatlarini yozishga boshlagan deydi. Bu qaysi vaziyat desangiz 2009-yildagi Urumchi qirg'inchiligidan keyin Xitoy atalmish Xinjiang xizmat yig'inini ochdi. Ochgandan keyin Uyg'urlar qaratgan siyosatida jiddiy burilish qildi bular. Qilgandan keyin boyama deb o'tdik, shu janub, ya'ni Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan, Uyg'urlar ko'p sonda, mutlaq ko'p sonni egallaydigan Qashqar, Xotan, Aqsu qatorliq rayonlarda azroq dindor ziyolilarga bular tig'uchini qaratdi-da. Bu odammi shu jarayonda 2009-dan tortib tig'uchini qartilgan, yakanda turish mumkin bo'lmay kimlikni o'zgartirib Xotan ko'rib, Xotanda oshxona ochdi. Unda bo'lgandan keyin ancha-muncha Xitoyninki bu kuzatish apparatlariningki yoki saqchi organlarining nazaridan yiroqroq yashaydi, ammo 2014-yili bu odam lagerga kirdi. Shu vaqtda lager boshlanib bo'lgan ekanda, bu vaqtda sinoq tariqasida, ya'ni qayta tarbiyalash deydi bularni, bir tarafdan maktabda o'qitdi, bir tarafdan mashqida tutdi bularni, bir tarafdan yanlam turmada turdi bular. Shu jarayonda bular ig'ir xo'rliqlarga uchraydi. Shu tafsilotlarni so'zlab bergan, balki bugun bu tafsilotlarning ma'lum qismini qo'shib so'zli deb o'yladim. Siz bek yaxshi tushundingiz.
Shu bu yana birisi ma'u ilaqi o'zining so'zlagan nutug'idimi ham yozgan materialdimi? Bu ilaqi siz degandek bu 2014 undan keyin bu sinoq tariqasida bir mazgil yurgizib, hani 2016 Chunchanga kelgan yaqin umumyuzlik buni qilsak bo'lar ekan. Bularni mush orqali qanday kallasini yuvib qo'rqitib, qiynab, bilim qila olmayotganmiz bu Uyg'urlarni degan siyosatni yurgizgandan keyin bu odamning degan shu zamondan bularni shu atdigini soat 8dan tortib shu tushgacha 12gacha bularni siyosiy jihatdan, qonun jihatdan, diniy jihatdan atalmish. Bularni Xitoy hukumatiga o'xshash bo'lmagan bir agentligi kelib, bularga shu kalla yuvish darsini bergan. Undan keyin tushdan keyin birdan tortib yana 5-6 lar yana 4-5 soat yana o'xshash ashundaq kalla yuvish darslarni bergan gapkan. Hammani bu dars berganda hamda bir normal sinfda dars berish emas. Bu yer bütün Uyg'urlarni diniy odamlarning hammasini asabiy, diniy radikal, siyosiy jihatda Uyg'urlarning siyosiy ko'ngsandan bo'lgan siyosiy sadoqati yo'q. Anikin kunda mushu hozirgi atalmish baxtli hayot uchun Xitoy Kompartiyasiga Xi Jinpingga rahmat aytish,
minnatdorlik bildirish kerak.
Minnatdorlik bildirish, mushu hammasini qilish. Anikin uningdan sart albatta majburiy emgak mabiyada Uyg'urlarni zo'rlaydigan. Anikin menga eng ta'sir qilgani deydi, bular uningdan sart bularni yugat etganchi. Her haftada bir qancha qitim yugatadigan o'xshaydi, 5 kilometrdan 10 kilometrdan. Bular baytin yegan ishkinning tayini yo'q. Qiyin qistaqda uxlaydigan tuzak yerimi yo'q. Qo'lini yostiq qilib 16 odam 2,5 kvadrat metr yerda albatta oson emas. Mushunda bir sharoitda bularni 5 kilometr 10 kilometrdan chiqib yugat etgan. Bu yerda bulardan sirt yana qiyri ayollar bakan, boshqa ayollar bakan. Hamda u cheniqmagan odam bu 5 kilometr 10 kilometr degan oson gap emas. Masalan, siz bizga oson bo'lmaydi albatta. Yugura olishimiz mumkin, ammo oson emas. Ularnikin yiqilib tushsa, u ayollar, qiyri ayollar, Xitoyning saqchiligi kelib tepa-tep ur shunda bo'lib ketganda, anikin u bichara ayollar turalaydigan azroq be. Turamasa yiqilib qolgan peti qoladigan gapkan. Qolganlar hamda erlar bo'lsa, shu yiqilib tushsak bizni dumbalaydi, bizni qiynaydi deb shu barliq kuchi bilan yuguradigan gapga. Yosh Uyg'ur ayollar bo'lsa, xos yugurgisi bo'lmaydigan tezroq yugurish kerak ekanda, az yugurgan deb unni urib dumbalaydigan ish bu davomli bo'lib turgan ish ekan. Shuningga bu
adam bu odamning beshtin ko'chagini mush hozirgi keng ko'lamlik lager siyosati boshlanishdan burungi pilot program, ya'ni sinov programmasi.
To'g'ri.
Shu demak Xitoy buni bizning radiolarda bergan, bizning radiomizda xabar qildik. 2014-yili 2012-2009-dan keyin Urumchida mahallalarni to'rlashtirdi. Ya'ni mahallalarningki Uyg'ur mahallariga chiqib ketdi.
Ishonli bilan mahallaga o'tgan.
Temir darvoza simlarni tatidi. Endi kechiringlar. Mush Urumchininki ya'ni shu Argon tarafga keng ko'lamlik turmi soldi bular. Ajab turmini kengart, turmi shaharchisi degan bir yana Meydonchi turmi shaharchisi degan bir shaharni qurib ekanmiz xabar qildik. Shu vaqtda turminingki shu turm boshquruvchilari hatto kunda paylatini tatib ziyorat qilib. Bir turmiga 20 ming odam patadi deganda, bu qanday ishdi deb biz hayron qoldik. Shunchalik odamni qanday bo'lib shaharchi qilib qolganda deb. Amaliyotda bu shu 2000 hozirga qarasak 2016-yildan keyingi keng ko'lamlik tutqunninki plan ekan bu oldi burun masalan shu birlashma jango'chisi ashundaki bütün alomatlarni ko'pincha odamlarda paydo qilishga boshlaganda pasport olib chet ellarga chiqarish, chet elga chiqqancha shu chiqqan chet elga chiqqan odamning hammasi shu davlatning o'zi jinoiy gumonliq davlat bo'lib, u chet elga chiqqanlar jinoyatchi bo'lib qaraldida keyin. Shu turmlarga odam to'shqilish uchun plan qilganmiki deb ba'zi mutaxassislar, ba'zi kuzatchilar shu gapni qilgan bo'ldi, biz hayron qoldik. Demak, nurg'un Uyg'urlar shu vaqtda shu vaziyatni o'zgarishini ko'rdik, ammo ma darajada bo'lib, qirg'inchilik darajasiga shu atalg'ular ishlatilyapti-ku. Yetishini hech kim oldin ola faraz qilmaganda, ashtam bo'lamdi, ashtam qilamdi degandek, bu bir xil Xitoyningki Xi Jinping hokimiyat beshiga chiqqandan keyin bular atalmish Xitoy tushi, ya'ni Jungo arzusi deb tarjima qildi ekan-ku. Bu tushni reallik aylantirish siyosatini yo'l qo'ygan vaqtida bu tush Uyg'urlarga bir qora bosgan qo'rqinch tushilib chiqdi-da, qora bosgan bir tushilib chiqdi-da.
Shunday gap. Albatta o zamonda
biz buni hech qachon faraz qilmaganda.
2009dagi bu qirg'inchilikdan keyin albatta bu Zhang Xunshanni partiya sekretari qilib avatdi, Vanlachani yurkibdi. Hamda bu Xitoyning Uyg'urlarga uzundan beri tutgan siyosati qaramoqqa bir tarafdan yumshoq, bir tarafdan qattiq, ammo maqsad bir. Yumshoq bo'lamdi, Vanlachanning qattiq siyosati bo'lamdi yoki Zhang Xunshanning atalmish yumshoq siyosati bo'lamdi. Markazning maqsadi hammasi bir. birdam qattiq qo'lliq bir qirg'inchilik bo'lsa, masalan 97 g'uljida bo'lsin, 2009 Urumchida bo'lsin, shaqlaq azroq yumshagan bo'lib, Uyg'urlarga ba'zi bir siyosatlar, atalmış kengchiliklar, masalan 2009dan keyin Uyg'urlarga ayla xiyolda yo'q, tushunim yo'q Uyg'urlarga pasportnomasi olmay elingli deb, hamma Uyg'urga majburlab tanga, andan keyin chiqsanglar bo'ldi chet elga deb, nurg'un Uyg'urlar bo'lmasa xiyolim yo'q, tushum yo'q, balki boshqa davlatga borgan. Turkiyaga borgan, Saudiyaga haj borgan, yoki Amerika, Yevropaga ballarni avatadigan bu ishlar avajab ketdi. Ham shu sababdan bular chet elga chiqib qoldi, ham qaytib keldi. Masalan, tungan deganda Avstraliyalik Mekray degan qiz bolaning yo'lda tayyorma bir Turkiyaga berib, o'qib kelgani uchun olib solab qo'ygan bular.
25 yillik kesibdi deb degan xabar bor hozir.
Hozir masalan shu turmda, ya lagerda. Shuna o'xshash samandagi Uyg'urlarni shunday qilib go'nsandan o'z. Ana ekan tunganmi deydi, WeChat, undidar. Undidarni ichpadi, bu xuddi 60-yil mavzudan keyin ijib sayrash qo'shash. Bu bir supin yaratpadi, apni mayada ijib sayrash. Bu sorunni go'nsandan tuzbadi, Uyg'urlar ijib sayrab, yayrab ketdi u undidarda. Sabaqdaşlar to'g'ri qurib, do'stlar to'g'ri qurib, u to'g'ri qurib,
chambarak atalmış
chambaraklarni qurib, bular har qanday mazmunlar to'g'risida narsalarni chiqarib etdi. Buni Xitoy hukumati ABQ degan IJOP orqali birlashma jang supsi orqali butun Uyg'urlarning qalbida nima bor, nima o'ylaydi, nimani yaxshi ko'rdi, diniy narsalarni yaxshi ko'ramda, nima Xitoy kompartiyasi bo'lgan sadoqat nima degan hammas beliqchiga o'xshash, hammani suziblam elib
tashlab,
jang supsiga kirgizib, madem dinni manda deydigan oyatdan 10 navbatda madem kechki diniy paran qiladi. Yağlıq çekmegen, yağlıq çekmeden deydi, ancha-muncha ishib qo'ydiganga do'zax kirsa ishsang bo'lmaydi dedi, gumonliqkan, xatarlikkan, buni kallasini yumsak bu, hatto'gin bizga bilim bo'ldi deb. Mushun bilan ham shuni yig'ib, anikin bir-birlab, anikin 2016dan keyin Chunchanga kelgan ekan. Ana ular qilib, hammasini bir-birlab yig'ib, solaydigan yerga olib solab kelmoqda. Nurg'un mutaxassislarning
yakuniy narsani dedingiz, shu yumshoq qo'l siyosat deb. Emniyatda Jiang Chunshan davridami, alaqadek bu keng ko'lamda Uyg'urlar tutilmagan bo'lsa-mi? Alaqi bayanmış Absalom Muhammadga o'xshash nurg'un odamlar, ya'ni shu 2014dan boshlab lagerlarga atalmış tarbiyalash markazlariga solinishga boshlagancha. Alaqi turmalar, Urumchidagi mahallalarningki, Uyg'ur mahallalariningki qo'rshovga ilinishi, butun siyosatlar shu vaqtda tayyorlik xizmatlarini amaliyotda Jiang Chunshan davrida ishlangan bu tayyorlik xizmati.
Asosan
hisob bo'lganda, masalan deyli, Jiang Chunshan davrida Chunchanga kelgan bo'lsa, Chunchanga shu siyosatni qiladi. Navbat Jiang Chunshan Chunchangning o'rniga 2016dan keyin kelgan bo'lsa, o siyosatni yurgizsa, bu yurgizaverdi bu siyosatni. Shu shaklda yurgizdi. Alaqi tunganki olimlarmi, tadqiqotchilarmi dedi, hech qachon o'z oldiga qilolmaydi bir ishni.
Shu. Bu alaqi shu Jiang Chunshan aytgandan keyin hamda salbiy siyosat ancha-muncha bir yumshagan, ba'zi bir qulayliklar shakllangan bo'lgandek bo'ldi. Hamda bu ba'zi mutaxassislar deyishi albatta, bu Xitoy hukumati Uyg'urlarga bir mazgil siyosat yaxshi bo'lib ketdi-ku. Xuddi din shopping chiqqandan keyin siyosat o'zgarib, hamda Go'ngsandangmi bizga aqnam berdi-ku, mana bizga fursat yaratib beryapti-ku. Asli biz 2009-yil ashini chiqarmagan bo'lsak, Go'ngsandang bizga yomonlik qilmaydi, eskilik qilmaydi degan manda bir xato tushunchani paydo qilib, aniki mana pasportlarni beryapti, pul topadigan fursatni beryapti. Aniki bu kunimiz bag'ansa yaxshi bo'lib ketdi. Amaliyot bu Xitoy hukumatining siz degandek 2009dan keyin markazdagi Xinjiang xizmat yig'ini ichib ishga qitim ochgandan keyin bu bugungi shu Uyg'urlarga qarshi Chunchangoni avatib, siyosatni yurgizishning asosini naq shu vaqtida kengrichilik vaqtida hozir jahon yaxshi bo'lib ketdi, pul topadigan fursatimiz jiq bo'lib ketdi deb masalan Amerika, Yevropaga chiqqan nurg'un Uyg'ur sodiyalar bor masalan.
Bizga ichilgan ular.
Bular ajoyib nachar holatda yashaydigan, qo'sonni to'xtamay, uyining pulini, mashinaning pulini to'lab olmay bu bicharli yashaydigan, biz degan oyat anda yashaymiz, dachida yashaymiz, salonda o'ynaymiz deb ketgan ba'zilar bor masalan.
Lekin mush salonda o'ynayotgan sharoitda mush Uyg'urlar deyli. Absalom Muhammadga o'xshash nurg'un odamlar, ya'ni shu lagerda. Hamda uni bilmaydi ular. Rahima Muhammadga o'xshash nurg'un ayollar azobda, nurg'un ayollar shunga o'xshash bolaları o'zining ko'zi oldida o'ltirilgan. Shu bir ochiq reallikni ko'rishga majburlangan sharoitda yashayotgan shu vaziyat shu vaqt yana mavjud. Lekin bu yerda bu sun'iy ko'rinish
qaramoqqa xuddi ham ishlar yaxshidek, ham ishlar joyidek, hayot normallashgandek. Qirg'inchilik unutilib ketgandek, tugagandek. Bundan keyin endi ishlar parlaqdek. kelgusi parlaq ishlar yaxshi mangdigandek manda bir vaziyat bo'lgani bilan qaramoqqa. Amaliyotda masalan Uyg'urlar ko'p o'ltiraqlashgan Qashqa, Xotan masalan janub bunday yerda Xitoy hukumati allburun manda Uyg'urlarni yig'ishtirib sinab qilib 2016-niki ne bo'ladigan ish ekan bu deb tushunchanga avatib ma planni mangdigan gapda.
Shu. Demek müş Absalom Muhammed'inki beşekegen kısmet şu vaxtki Uygurlarınki bütün millet boyunca bir planlangan siyasetinin ma'lum bir kısmınınki roşelleştirilgen, tipikleştirilgen bir kısmı deb qarsak boldu.
Albatta shundoq. Undan keyin albatta bu Absalom Muhammed'dan keyin ispat bergan, guvahliq bergan xonim Rahima Muhammad Nuri xonim. Bu xonim o'zi yana Xotanda bu iliqi sestra bo'lgan nurg'un yil bo'lgan, ham o'zining ayrim bir kliniki bo'lgan. Shu yerda Uyg'ur ayollarga bo'lib planning sirtidagi ig'ir oyoq bo'lgan ayollarga yordamlashib bolasini tug'dirib qilib bergan. Bugun bu ayolma albatta ma guvahligida mening uchun o'zimni aytib yuqori saviyalik bir sestra ekan. O'zini aytdi shu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarning shu bolalarni urib tushirishda, qo'saqdagi bolalarni tushirishda aytdi chiroyli şanlıq misallarını oturup koyup yaxşı sözləb deb qarayman. Mehmetcan efendi siz bu təsir qilgan eng muhim noktalarını bir şərhlab o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi, rahmat. Bu Rahima Muhammad xonim bayam siz deb o'tdingiz. Najalliq tetik gaplarni shu o'zininki so'ragan savollarga joyi javob berdi. Bek yaxshi bir guvohlik oldu. Bu xonimninki guvohligidagi biz diqqat qildigan eng muhim bir nuqta Xitoyninki Uyg'urlarga yurgizgan planliq tug'ut siyosadagi İçinçlik vakalar. Yani planlıq tug'ut siyosatining qanchalik darajada qattiq va rəhimsiz yurgizganligini bir kichikkin darajada bo'lsin ko'rib yetalaymiz. Masalan, bu xonim planlıq tug'ut siyosati 70-yildan burun 70 yildan keyin o'tirib qo'yilgan bo'lsa-mu 80dan 90gacha qattiq vashi yurgizildi-ku. Keyin 90dan 2000gacha yo'qolib ketgani yo'q. Hatto u vaqtda jiq texnik kengaytib ma'lum bir shaklda davom qildi. İlham devam qiladi bu. Bu xonim Rahima Muhammad xonim 1999 yildan 2000 yilning oxirigacha 120 yil o'zidaydi. Sestra olab ishlar ekanda bir doktorxonada. Xotandagi Xotan shaharlik doktorxonada sestra olab ishlaydi ekan. Dal bu xonim ishlaydigan bo'lim shu planliq tug'ut ishlariga mas'ul bo'lgan, bol tushirish ishlariga mas'ul bo'lgan bir doktor bo'lim ekanda. 120 yıl jarayonida biz kuniga 100dan ayolning bolasini tushiramiz dedi. Qarang,
dahshat
chiqsanda, masalan bu doktorxona hafta oxiri ishlamaydigan gap bo'lmaydi. Masalan, hafta oxirini chiqarib etsak, oyda 20 kun bo'ladi. 20 kun bo'lgan vaqtida 1 yil degan bu 600 kundek bo'ladi-ku. 500 kundek vaqt bo'ladi. To'g'ri. 500 kundek vaqt bo'ladi. Masalan, hafta oxirini chiqarib etgan vaqtingizda. Kunda 100dan qo'shsangiz, bu ko'paysangiz 20 ming odam bo'ldi. Bu 30 mingga yaqin odam degan gap. Bir yılda ayolning o'zining ko'gini bir doktorxonada 30 mingga yaqin balon tushirilganligini ko'rdi. Shahid bo'ldi ashunga. Navod musan kunliki degan o'zi degan san to'g'ri bo'lsa. Da? Albatta o'zi yozganligini men to'g'ri deb imzo qo'yibdi uningga. O'zidan bo'lgan chaqda bir doktorxonada bir yilda 30 ming bola Uyg'ur bola. Öldü degan gapda. Qatl qilindi degan gap bo'ldi. Degani bayam doktorlar bayadiki sochilar nurg'un savollarni so'radi. Bu qanday tug'ildi bu bola deb. Ma ayolninki bayonotga qarsak 3 oy yani hamile olab, hamildor olab 3 oyning tuvan bo'lgan ayollar o'zligidan keldi ekan, chunki ularga berilgan jarimani bek yuqori bo'ldi ekan. Hatto ba'zilariga 1 million yuandan ortiq jarimani qo'yganligini so'zlayapti.
Shunday gapda.
Unda bo'lgandan keyin bir dehqonga nisbatan hatto 10 ming qo'yma
10 ming qo'y.
Chiq pul bu.
10 ming qo'ymayacaqda.
1000 qo'ymayacaqda. Hatto u dehqonning qo'lida pul yo'q bo'ladi asosan-ku. Bular shu o'zining terig'ini o'zi yeb. Shu. Özünün aç qalmağanlıq üçün, bularlıq terik yaşap yürgənlik üçün ədəyimiz əməliyyətdə dehqonlar asasən pulsuz yaşaydı. Burada satqanda bir qıtım pul boldu qolda. Kepə satqanda azraq bir pul boludu.
Amma o yılda bir qıtımlam kirgan pulda.
Yılda bir qıtım pul boldu.
Hər ayda maaş təkirməydi.
Qəzgə turdu bular. Qəzgə şeydi bular dehqonlar. 10 min qoy degan, hətta bayam dedik, 1000 qoy degan bu bək pul. Hətta bir paxt satsın 1000 qoyunu aran tapıdı bu dehqonlar. Şu keyin qanday olub ketdi, azır uqmaymiz. 1 million jarimani qo'ygan avval bo'lgandan keyin bular endi bu jarayonni qo'yib terik qiynalib to'zoqning kunini ko'rgandan bo'pti bir endi mustaqil aldirib tayli deb bu jasoratni bular majburiy bu qadamni oldi bular hamda
Bu özü xalaq berib, bo'ldi bizga bola kerak emas, aldirib o'tli degan ish yo'q.
Ish yo'q, bu jarimadan qo'rqib bo'ladi.
Hukumatdan qo'rqib yana.
Yani muhim bir nokta yana deydi. 4 aydan yuqurlarni hukumatning kadrlari majbur ekildi. 4 aydan yuqur bo'lganda uning jon kirib bo'ldi. U bir ana bor, bir inson bo'lgan odam, bir ona bo'lgan odam, bir ota bo'lgan odam qarab turib o'zini bosib o'tmaydi da. Shu balani olman deb topgan baltosa. U yerda deydi, har bir ayolning ekirgan vaqtida uning qishda pilalliq tug'ut ofitseri. Officer deb aptı onu. Emniyette pilallık tuğutninki ma'lum darajada saqchi tutib apirish huquq qildi ekan, emniyette ular bo'lgan ekan. Bir officer bo'ladi deydi shu şeyda. Keldi deydi, 4 aydan yuqurlari biz miyada bir g'arbning dorisi var ekan, mesoprostol deydi. Bu dorini berdi ekan, bergandan keyin bu
o dorini qo'sig'iga balaning mingisiga sanjiydi mi?
Urdikan qo'saqqa minga urdikan, bala ba'zilari terik tug'ildi ekan, ba'zilari o'lik tug'ildi ekan. Savol so'radi bayatni yag'i. Balla terik tug'ilsa uning beshi qisli bir qanday o'kil uramsizlar, qanday qilsizlar desa 72 soat qo'yib qo'yamiz deydi.
Shuni men o'kil urib bo'lgan ekan.
O'kil urib bo'lgan deyga ba'zilari
o'lishini saqlab turgan.
O'lishini saqlab turdi ekan. Ba'zilari terik tug'ildi ekan, ba'zilari o'lik tug'ildi ekan. Endi terik tug'ilgan ash bolasiningki o'layotganligini qarab turgan ota-onaninki yuragi qanchalik pushildi danga. Bu dehşetli qarang. Bu yerdeki bir rizolatni, bir dehşetli, bir dozaqninki manzarasini bu ayol o'zininki doktorxona ko'rgan shu kechmishlarga asosan so'zlab o'tdi. 72 soatdan keyin o'zi o'lib qoladi deydi. Endi miyada bir bayonlar bor. Biz ağam ballarni soliya qaltiq salamiz deydi. Axlat qaltiq.
Shu.
Axlat qaltiq salamiz. Uni biz shu doktorlar uni doktorxonaliklar o'zi bir taraf qiladi deydi. Ani qaltiqsi bir go'sh emas. Bir insonning partisi, yürek partisi, bir insan, bir adam da o. Bir insanın balısı o.
Anaga qanday bo'la, psixologiya jihatdan masalan, agar endi bola tushib, ani ko'may, masalan, bir operatsiya bo'lgan ekan, yasa o ayrim gapda, shu ko'zning oldida bir axlat somkasiga selib, bolasining yoki o'lgan bo'lsin, o'lmagan bo'lsin, oldini ochiq kelsa, bu shu bolaning 9 oy yoki 6 oy, 7 oy ko'tagan qo'saq ko'tarib
9 oy ko'targanlar bor ekan shunda.
Shunda aniga psixologiya jihatdan qandayroq bir zarba bo'ladi-da bu.
Bu endi biz hozirgacha bilmay kelayotgan bir nuqta, chunki biz psixologiya degan bir nuqta, bir tema Uyg'urlarda hozirgacha bir umumlashmagan bir fan bu endi. Hozir endi ma'lum darajada tushuncha paydo bo'lib o'tibdi. Biz bir odamni og'rib qoldi desa, uning jismoniy jihatdagi og'riqqa ham qaraymiz-ku. Bayamı sordu, doktor sotçular so'ragan vaqtida ba'zilarining bala yotqisi yerilib ketadi dedi, o'qidigan vaqtida.
Organlar degandek.
Ba'zi bilak organlarga bu aks ta'sir ko'rsatib, asoratlarni qoldirdi dedi. Hech qachon bu ayollarningki, bu ota-onalarningki beshdan kechiradigan azobliq ro'yi asoratni hech kim bilmaydi. Ro'yi asoratni hech kim bilmaydi.
Yana birisi ularga uzuk sog'an ekan.
Cheksiz bo'ldi bu-chu bu. Mangulik bo'ldi bu hamda. Masalan bu O'spas Ajibningki bir aqliya so'zi bor. Til yarsiz saqiyar, nima o'q yarsiz saqiyar, til yarsiz saqaymas deydi-chu. Til yarsiz degan u odamga psixikalik ta'sir ko'rsatgan narsa bu. O'q yarsiz degan fiziklik ta'sir ko'rsatgan narsa bu. Saqiydi u. Demak, bularning psixikalik asorati mangulik bo'ladi degan gap. Demak, nurg'un ayollar yana qaytadan yashayotdi bu vaziyatni. Shu vaziyatning boshlanishidagi bir dahshatni bu Rahima Muhammad xonim jalliq misollar bilan o'zining beshini ko'chirganlik uchun küçlük bir şekilde bayan qilib o'tdi. Ondan başqa keyin doktorxonadan chiqib ketgan yağı yana Uyg'ur ayollarınki yo'shirin kelib, tug'ut cheklash, hamile cheklash, o'zigini oldirib o'tish operatsiyasi qilganligini o'zininki kilinikasida, o'zining doktorxonasida. Yani deydi, bu yerda bir küçük bir misol bor. Agar Xansu ayollar, Xitoy ayollar bo'lgan bo'lsa, ular xohlagan vaqtida berib, hukumatning doktorxonasida oldira oladi deydi. Chunki hukumatning doktorxonasi ishlaydi bu ayoq. Uyg'ur ayollarga u ruxsat yo'q. Qarangma ayrimchilikni. Bu kamsitish yerdagi majburlash siyosati bor-da bu yerda. Shunga o'xshab Uyg'ur ayollar balanmoqchi bo'lgan bo'lsa, bizningki klinika keladi. Bizningki bo'limimizga keldi, biz ochgan doktorxonamizga, shaxsiy doktorxonaga keladi. Biz u yerda o'tirib, ularniki maxfiy olamiz. Ular bola tug'di, bolasi qarang'i uyda solab qo'yishga majbur bo'ladi deydi. Ular ya maktabga borolmaydi, yoki nopus qilinmaydi. Hamda Xitoyning tili bo'yicha qarnopus.
Özünün yurdida, özünün vətənində doğulğan bir Uyğurun balası bir ismi cismi yok, namsız yok bir insanda.
Yok insan hem de. Emniyette depterde yok olan yok insan. Karnopos oldu. Bula hiç kanda bir mektep iliniş, hiç kanda bir atalmış hükümetinin teminatlarından behriman bulaş. Hukuk olmaydı bulanınki. Hatta bayqılıp kalsa ceza tartıldı atamıyor. Adır şularının cıkları şu, mesela Karkaş desteğimiz, Karkaş tizimdeki, Aksu tizimdeki deyimiz, Karsak köpençleri plandan artık balık kalmak için cıklar lager kirketti. Onun 20 yılının aldıdaki cinayet, atalmış cinayetini bir insanı dünyaya keltiriş, insanın niyetinin ki terakkiyatı, insaniyetinin ki üzülüp kalmaslık için tövbe koşkan bir adamla cinayetçi olup hazır. Bu 20 yılının aldıdaki atalmış cinayet için Xitayning tili boyunca lagerda ızdırap çekip oturdu. Bu balıtuğuş insan evlat kaldırış degen bir evlatını, yani bir evlat ulaş, insaniyetin tarixini tarix ulaş, insaniyetin bu yer şeridagi jamiyatının, medeniyetinin taraqqiyotini ilgari surish, shunga davomlilik to'yib qo'yish degan gap. İnsan bo'lmasa kim yashaydi bu yer sherida degan gapda. Demak, bir inson bo'lish sifati bilan insonga to'yib qo'yishgan bir odamda jinoyatchi.
Normal inson qilish tegishli ishni qilsa, hamda bu jinoyat. Bu texe 2016dan burunqi hech bo'lmagan chaqda hamda planning sirtida bir balni qo'saq ko'tagin oldirib aytgan taqdirmi yoki tug'alagan taqdirdimi bu ancha-muncha bir jarimani bergandimi Xitoy hukumati hech bo'lmagan chaqda shunda bir ancha-muncha bir fursatlar botdi. Ammo 2016dan keyin, ya'ni hozir hamda bu Uyg'ur ayollarning tug'iti qanday bo'lyotidi, Uyg'urning nüfusi qanchalik, qancha Uyg'ur bolasi tug'ildi masalan 2017dan keyin. Masalan, doktor Adrian Zanizning chiqargan bu to'g'risida dokladidimi masalan bu şu lagerga kirib olgandan keyin Uyg'ur ayollarini asosan tug'dirmaslik. Masalan, Yadi Zumrat Davud bo'lsin, Mehrigul Tursun va yoki Tursunay Ziyovuddinlarning hammasiniki bergan bayonlaridimi, bular lagerga kirgan zaman bu Uyg'ur qizlari ayollarga bergan dori bor. O dori bergandan keyin animi to'xtab, andan keyin bularning bola tug'ish, yana bir fursatlari asta-asta yo'qoladigan. Uningdan sirt yana bularni operatsiya qilib, bularning mangu bola olamaydigan shunday sharoitga akab qo'yapti hozir masalanda. Yana texe o'tgan hafta doktor Adrian Zanizning dokladida Xitoy hukumatining maqsadi 2040-yilgacha 4,5 million Uyg'ur nüfusini kamaytirish yoki o'qitish. Buni shu ayollarni tug'dirmaslik orqali shu maqsadga yetimiz deb qavadadamda.
Endi masalan deyli, bu hozir desek, hozir tug'ut yeshidagi nurg'a ayollarda, bu tug'ut yeshidagi, to'y yeshidagi yosh bolalar hammasi shu qismatda, lagerda yoki tug'ut cheklash operatsiyasiga majburlangan bo'ldi. Shundan o'g'a vaqtida bular shu 2040-yilga bo'lgan vaqtida Uyg'urlarning nüfusi 4,5, ya'ni 4 million kamlaydi dedi. Hamda uningdan keyin tug'ilgan, cho'ng'ilayotgan bolalar bor, o'smir bolalar bor-da. Hozir Xitoyning siyosati bo'lgan vaqtida ular tug'ut yeshiga ketgan vaqtida ularni kim bilan to'y qilganligini biz bilmaymiz.
Shunaqa.
Hozir unda bo'lgandan keyin bu vaqtda Uyg'urning nüfusi hatto uningdan Uyg'ur bo'lib, Uyg'urning qanidan tug'ilgan bo'lsa Uyg'ur bo'ldi-ku bu endi.
Shunaqa gaplar.
Demak, ashda bir sapqonliq tug'ilgan Uyg'urlarning sonimi balkim uningdanmi o'ta aziyib ketish mumkin degan bir farazlarni da'vatib ba'zanlar hamda.
Buni hozir yana bu masalan hozir ko'p ko'ryapmiz Uyg'urlarning qizlarini Xitoylarga xotin qilib berish. Shikirdi masalan bir muncha masalan Xitoyning o'zlari qo'pab e'lonlarni chiqardi bu yerda Uyg'urlarning qizlari bilan o'yinlash. Shinjon kelib yer o'yili bikaga berildi. Masalan shu yilning 5-yiga Qashqadaryoda 100 kelinchak kerak deb e'lon chiqardi masalan. Xitoyga tegadigan Uyg'ur kelinchak deb. Masalan bu g'alati bir ishda masalan. Bu to'y qilish degan bu muhabbat bilan bo'ladigan narsa, bu bir mol emas, olib sotadigan, nima qiladigan-da. Bu masalan Qashqarning tashqiyot bo'limidan chiqqan narsa bu. 100 Uyg'ur kelinchak kerak Xitoylar bilan to'ylish. Ham Xitoyda hozir tashqiyotning ayni kuchlik albatta. Uyg'ur qizlar
insentiv, ya'ni ancha-muncha bir ta'minotni bo'ldi ekan-ku, ha.
Bo'ladi, mush to'g'risida. Uningdan sirt xema YouTube'larda masalan hatto Uyg'ur qizlarni chiqarib hozir keng ko'lamda Xitoy Uyg'urlarni to'y qilsa nima bo'pti, to'y qilish kerak degan tashviqotlarni Xitoy hukumati keng ko'lamda yurgizyapti masalan hozir.
Shu. Endi bu vaziyat mushlar ekan, demak bizningki endi bu Uyg'ur jamiyatininki kelgusi taraqqiyoti, kelgusi vaziyat qanday bo'ldi hozir mo'ljallanmak bek tez. Demak, o'g'limiz demak bu gapimiz qaytib kelsak, Rahima Muhammad xonim shu Uyg'urlarga vahshiy ham rahimsizlar yurgizilgan, planliq ham yurgizilayotgan planliq tug'ut siyosatininki ya'ni bola aldirish jarayonining faqat 1,5 yil qismiga shahid bo'lgan bir ayol, bir doktorxonadagi. Bundaq doktorxona degan Bingtondan boshlab bizning yerlikcha nurg'un doktorxonalarga huquq berilgan. Hatto yetkilishchan doktorxona deb bular pilalıq tug'utning mashinasi qilib shu doktorlik keladi. Malga apiriblar, ashadlar oldi buni. Uning sonini hech kim bilmaydi. Bu vaqtda 2007-yil bo'lsa kerak, shu vaqtki Tangirtog' to'riga chiqqan. Bu xabarni saqlab qo'yman deb keyin qilib bo'g'ich keyin yo'qdi o'tdi buni. Jang Chunshan shu vaqt ayni vaqtdagi Abdumurayinninki partiya sekretari. Qashqarda pilalıq tug'ut xizmatining yig'in xulosa yig'inini natijasini ochdi. Shu vaqtda bir son 3 million dedim. 3,5 million odam balın kam tug'ildi degan bir sanni o'tirib qo'ydi-ku.
To'g'ri.
Adam shu vaqtlar 3,5 million bo'lib qolgan, odam tarayjonsan 20 million 40 yildan keyin gapni qilyapti shu. Shu vaqtda bu faqat shu bir necha yilning ichidagi sanni deydi-ku, Jamshid. Aniq so'zlaydi bu odam. U biz shu vaqtda da'vat qilamiz, bek shu kichik o'tkazuvchan doktorxona, hatto butun mayli yuzlarlik doktorxona, endi bu shaharlik doktorxonalarga kamini qo'shsak, shu son bo'lishi mumkin-da hamda. Ma'lum bir ya'ni bu yiliga 30 mingdan bir doktorxona 30 mingdan qilgan bo'lsa, bu
10 doktorxona bo'lsa 300 ming bo'ladi.
Ha, bo'ladi-da.
Mandada. Unda doktorxona 40 ming bo'lmaydi.
Ham uning ustiga bu shaharlik doktorxona bo'lsa, buningki xizmat miqdori bo'ladi, bir taraf qilish iqtidori bo'ldi. Iqtidori chekliroq bo'lish kerak mana doktorxonalarning-chu. Cho'ng bo'lsa, uningki jiqsalliq odamlarni bir taraf qilish iqtidori texnik qurilishi mumkin. Demak, uning kunligi balki cho'ng doktorxonalarda maxsuslashgan, maxsus shu pilalıq tug'ut, ya'ni atalmış pilalıq tug'ut yoki shu bal tushirish bilan qartilgan mutaxassislashgan doktorxona bo'lsa, bu vaqtda balki bu 50-60 mingni tushirish mumkin tabiiy.
Albatta, hozir Xitoy hukumati hamda bu pilalıq tug'ut siyosatini hamda Uyg'urlarga nihoyat qattiq qo'lliq yurgazdi, hamda o'zining Xitoyligini yurgazdi albatta 84dan keyin. Ama Xitoy raisi Xi Jinping yaqinda e'lon qilib hamda Xitoy nopusini hamda barobarsizlik, tangsizlik paydo bo'lib, hozir o cho'nglarni boqadigan bolalar bo'lmay keyingi avlodga berib o'zining kim ta'sir qilgan ekan, siyosatni o'zgartirib Xitoylar hozir 2-3 dan yoki undan jiq bola topsa bo'ldi degan o'tirib qo'ydi. Ammo bizning vatanda bu o'zgargani yo'q. O'xshash siyosat burun.
Bu desimi tug'anmaydi, chunki ular hammasi o'zik selingan. O'zikni berib oldirish huquqi yo'q. Demak, bu siyosat tilqi
bu o'zining ixtiyoriga bir qadar Uyg'urlar yana bir xilda o'xshash bo'lmagan.
Shu mushaval demakchi, hamda bu yana Ibrahim Muhammad xonimninki bayonotidagi yana oxirgi bir nuqta, yana lagerlarga qamlash voqeasini so'zlab o'tdi. O'zininki ikki qarindoshi lagerda bu ikkilikni so'zlaydi. Birisi o'zininki adisi, singlisi bo'lishi kerak, sestri deb inglizchada. Yani bu singlisimi 10 yildak ishlagan-ku, adisi, shu qarindishim 10 yildak ishlaydi. 10 yildak pilalıq doktorxonasida xizmat qildi, keyin bu xizmatninki bo'lmaydigan xizmat ekanligini tonib yetib, nurg'a odamlar xizmat deb qilaverdi. Masalan, saqchi bo'lsa Uyg'urlar xizmat deb qildi. U xizmatning mohiyatini nurg'a odam tushunmaydi, faqat xizmat deb qildi.
To'g'ri.
Xizmat qilayotgan o'xshayman deb, keyin mohiyatini tushungan vaqtida istifa bergan ekan, istifa bergandan keyin jazolanib ketdi. Bu ayolninki, bu xonimninki bu singlisi istifa bergandan keyin tutildi. Undan keyin yana aksininki ayoli. Mu? Shu doktorxonada ishlab, keyin pensiyaga chiqib, keyin istifa berib qolganlik uchun bir balni shundan
bir balliq bo'ldi.
O'shiq balliq bo'ldi. Bu xonimning ikki qarindishini lagerga oldi. Demak, bu hozir bu Rahima Muhammad xonimninki bayonlarda biz 90-yildan tortib 2016 hozir biz turayotgan mezgilgacha 2021-yil bo'lgan siyosatninki jarayonini ko'ra olamiz. Birisi pilalıq tug'ut, yana birisi lager. Bu ikki vaziyat, ikki xil vaziyat shu xonimninki bayonotida mujassamlangan. To'g'ri. Yani sizning qo'shimcha qilgan yodingiz bo'lsa?
Mening qo'shimcha qilgan qolgan so'zim yo'q, ammo degandek, meningcha u bu qitim bu xonimning hamda bergan isboti shu dastlabdan deydik, haliqi o'zining beshini o'tgan bo'lganligi uchun, birisi o'zi obdan bilganligi uchun, ikkinchisi tayyorligim nihoyat yaxshi bo'lganligi uchun, birisi boshdan oxir tushundigan chaq nihoyat obdan haliqi xalqning oldida xuddi bir hujjatlik film ko'rayotgandek shakl tusni paydo qildi. Ikkinchisi yana birisi savol javob kelgan chaqda haliqi nimani so'rasa shuning joy-joyida loyiqida kunchi isbot bilan berdi. Liqtaqdan bag'dan eliqinda gaplar yo'q ortiqcha. Ham eng oxirida o'zining men qo'shimcha qilib qo'yay degan o'zining talabi bilan o'zi ko'rgan o'zining shu klinikaga kelgan ikki ayolning fojiasini so'zlab berdi. Bir ayolning tug'utiga yordam qilish jarayonida u ayol tug'olmay
hamda tug'amagandagi bir klinikda bir taraf qilmay yana bir doktorxonaga avatganligi natijada o ayolning bolasining tugaganligi hamda o'lganligi yana bir ayolning kelganligi u ayolni yordam qilsa o ayolning bolasi tug'ilganligi ammo nopus qilish uchun o'lib ketgan ayolning bolasini ma ayolning Uyg'ur ayolning bolasimi bolasi tug'ilsimi yo buning bolasi o'ldi deb aning bolasini ko'zishi orqali ma bir jonni saqlab qilishni ma ayolning o'ynagan rolini buni nihoyatda ta'sirli holda so'zlab o'tdi Ayşadagi Uyg'urlarning kunining qanchalik ta'sirligini o'zining tug'ilgan bolasiga o'zining igi chiqa olmaydiganligini hatto masalan bir bola tug'ilsa masalan Amerika bo'lsin nadim bo'lsin bir xo'shallanarlik bir ish bir oila bo'lsin bir urug' tuqqanlar bir jamoat uchun butun dunyoga jakalaydigan buning biz manda ism qo'ydik deb urug' tuqqan do'st birodarlarni boshlab kirib bir tantana qilgan bir ish bu yangi bir hayotlikni akilish oyada qo'rqab titrab butun dunyo bilmasin ko'masin hatto o'ldi deb shuning ishonsin deydigan bir yerga olib borganligini bu ayol uni so'zlab o'tdi shuningga bu ayolning bergan menimcha isboti shu bergan isbotlar bo'lib o'tgan qitim ba'zilar qaraganda nihoyatda kuchlik shaklda dalil isbotlik bilan yaxshi o'tirib qo'ydi deb qarayman
andin ishlatilgan dorilarning ismlarida
hammasini biladi
konkretnida bu unda bo'lgandan keyin buning ta'sir kuchi buni yaxshiroq tuyuldi odamga
shundan
menimcha bilak qo'shimcha qilgan taraflar bo'lmasa menimcha shu tushdan keyin Angliya bu vaqti tushdan keyin berilgan guvohlarni ozroq tushuntirib
bo'ldi shunday
programmamizni bu yerda oxirlashtirsak
shunday qilaylik unda bo'lsa hurmatli ko'ruvchilar bugun atdiganlik endi Angliyaning poytaxti Londondagi Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining 2 kunlik atdiganlik qismi shuning bilan oxirlashgan bo'ldi bugun tushdan keyin endi bir qancha mutaxassislar Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qaratgan 2016dan keyingi siyosatni qanday ekanligini o'zining tadqiqotlari bilan tushundirmoqchi buningda ikki g'arblik mutaxassis John Packer bilan Yana Diamond bularmi uzundan beri Uyg'urlarning shu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga yurgizayotgan siyosatlar ustida tadqiq ilib borgan nurg'un bu to'g'risida dokladlarni yozgan g'arblik tadqiqotchilar uningdan sirt yana Bakram Sintosh bu o'z oldiga mustaqil bir tadqiqotchi bu Xitoy hukumatining shu Uyg'urlarning mechitlarini mazorlarini chekish bo'lib 2016dan keyingi vaziyat to'g'risida isbot bermoqchi unda bismillah
hurmatli ko'rmanlar ko'rayotganinglar Angliyaning London shahrida ishlayotgan Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining naq maydon tarqitishi vaqt munosabati bilan tarqitishimiz mushagish bo'ladi tarqitishimizning tafsiloti radiomizning tor beti radiomizning sotsial media kanallaridan YouTube Facebook va Twitterda naq maydondan tarqitildi. Ekranimizga qaydan tashrif qilishingizni qarshi olamiz. Sal turib ko'rishguncha omon bo'lg'aysizlar. Xayr xo'sh.
Late starting. People will be assembling in a minute. We had things we had to do. They're coming. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry for the delay in starting this afternoon's meeting.
Professor Packer, Mr. Diamond, thank you very much for joining us today to give your testimony. I'll begin by just doing, giving a brief description of your expertise, a very brief summary of the report, and then hand it over to your 10 to 12 minutes presentation. Professor John Packer is Associate Professor, Professor John Packer is Professor of Law and Director of the Human Rights Research and Education Centre at the University of Ottawa. He's the inaugural Neuberger Jessin Professor of International Conflict Resolution. Professor Packer previously held positions as Director of the Human Rights Centre at the University of Essex and at the Fletcher School in Tufts University. He has been a Fellow at Cambridge and Harvard Universities, lectured at institutions around the world, and is very widely published in leading journals and newspapers. He serves on the boards of a number of NGOs and is an expert on the advisory panel for the Shared Societies project of the Club de Madrid, comprising almost 100 former heads of state or government of democracies. Mr. Diamond is legal counsel at the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, having joined in September 2018. He engages in legal, political, and public relations advocacy for the release of political prisoners and in support of human rights and atrocity prevention. Mr. Diamond has published widely on human rights, peace and reconciliation, as well as international justice, including in Foreign Policy, The Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, National Post, The Hill, and Open Canada. He has worked with a variety of human rights organizations, including Oxfam America, the Innocence Project, Human Rights Watch, and the United Nations International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Professor Packer is the principal advisor on the New Lines and Raoul Wallenberg Center report entitled The Uyghur Genocide, an examination of China's breaches of the 1948 Genocide Convention, and Mr. Diamond is the principal author of that report. Professor Packer and Mr. Diamond's report to the tribunal clarifies various issues arising from the New Lines report, which concluded that China bears state responsibility for genocide, including breaches of every provision of Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, on a clear and convincing standard, i.e. a standard of proof that is higher than both Professor Packer and Mr. Diamond believe is required by international law. In their report to the tribunal, both experts provide an explanation of their interpretation of the law on state responsibility as opposed to individual criminal responsibility, the legal standards which they apply in making their findings, and the jurisprudence relating to the specific intent to destroy. They then provide evidence of specific intent, concluding that there is sufficient evidence to make a finding that the Uyghurs are being targeted for destruction in whole or in part. I should clarify that Professor Packer and Mr. Diamond testify in their individual and professional capacities, and the tribunal notes that they are not employed by New Lines or otherwise contracted by them. Professor Packer, Mr. Diamond, if I might hand over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So our testimony today builds on the report that was just mentioned, which was jointly published by the New Lines Institute and the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, and to which we served as principal author and principal advisor. The report was the result of a pro bono collaboration of over 50 independent experts from around the world with a range of relevant expertise, including on China's ethnic policies, Xinjiang, genocide, and international law, of whom 32 experts are named in the report. The report analyzes whether China bears state responsibility for genocide against the Uyghurs in breach of the Genocide Convention and concludes that China is committing all of the genocidal acts. The report only makes significant findings of fact when supported by direct evidence, including eyewitness testimony and government documents or reliable satellite imagery analyses. While we did not address crimes against humanity, our factual findings can and should be admitted for evidence of such crimes as well. We examined the question of whether China bears state responsibility for genocide, not individual criminal responsibility, a distinct legal regime, for the following reasons. At present, the absence of an international court with jurisdiction over Chinese officials does not render the Genocide Convention, a multilateral treaty that is legally binding on China and 151 other states, inapplicable. Nor does it make the ongoing state violence against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims any less urgent. The burden therefore falls on states, and in this instance the tribunal, to reach official determinations as to whether China as a state is responsible for genocide in breach of the Genocide Convention, and to then take effective countermeasures to respond, seek justice, and halt violations that are ongoing or prevent those at serious risk. Moreover, the repressive and sophisticated system in Xinjiang is designed to diffuse individual responsibility to the point of non-recognition, sustained by a complex hierarchy of government bodies, officials, and even artificial intelligence. Many of these acts are by their very nature not acts by individuals, but products of a system, a state system. In our view, the system is unprecedented in many ways and therefore requires a context-specific approach to assess a crime of the severity, magnitude, and complexity of genocide. Next slide. So this is the definition. What distinguishes genocide as an international crime is that the end goal is the destruction of a group entity, in whole or in part. Our March report and those submitted by other experts to this tribunal have already amply demonstrated the commission of the 5 genocidal acts against the Uyghurs. Today, our presentation will focus on the requisite standard of proof, the intent to destroy the group in whole or in part, and other states' duties. Under a state responsibility analysis, the primary sources of law are the Genocide Convention and the ILC's Articles on Responsibility of States. The Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, or the Treaty on Treaties, to which China is also a party, provides the primary rules for interpreting the Genocide Convention. The jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice is not legally binding, though it can be considered persuasive authority. Article 31 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, next slide, provides the applicable interpretive approach. A treaty shall be interpreted in good faith in accordance with the ordinary meaning to be given to the terms of the treaty in their context and in light of their object and purpose. Previous slide. On a plain reading of Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, any one of the 5 acts on its own constitutes genocide if committed with the requisite intent to destroy in whole or in part the identified protected group as such. Genocide can be committed through acts B and E alone, neither of which necessarily entail physical or biological destruction of the group members. An interpretation of group destruction as encompassing the social unit in all its complexities is not only based on a good faith ordinary reading of the terms, but is also a well-accepted interpretation.
Possibly a little slower.
Oh, sorry.
We've read it, but we've got a live audience.
Oh, yes, of course.
Probably 1 or 2 of them aren't lawyers.
Yeah. The interpretation of the intent to destroy the group as such is not limited to an imminent physical destruction of the group, or some smoking gun sort of evidence that Chinese officials harbor this intent to destroy the entire group physically. There is also an interpretation that is well accepted, both in law and on an ordinary reading of the Genocide Convention, that interprets intent to destroy a group as encompassing the entire group unit, so as a social unit, you know, and everything that comes with that, all the complexities that make up and define what a group is. And if there is intent to destroy that entity, then that threshold to violate the Genocide Convention has been reached. So in terms of how much evidence is required or how to assess evidence, it's important to look at the specific situation and the serious limitations on evidence gathering. China not only refuses to cooperate with international investigations, but hides and destroys evidence within its exclusive territory and control, and actively seeks to portray its policies in the region positively through propaganda and forced video confessions and statements. So China has thus far blocked any independent access to the region. And if you look at leaked documents, they specifically focus on maintaining strict secrecy over the camps, banning all mobile phones and cameras, and maintaining secrecy over all the data that is not to be released or open to the public. And former detainees have been forced to sign documents never to disclose their experiences in the internment camps on penalty of being sent back or their families. They have been coached on what to say upon release, including to deny that they were ever in detention. And they have been forced to appear in videos portraying internment and the party in a positive light. Moreover, in the past couple of years, Chinese authorities have destroyed critical evidence, including scrubbing and leaving out critical data for the region from public record, including birth rates, birth control, population breakdown, and prison information, and even burning documents related to internment, according to testimonies. So this destruction of evidence tends to occur following major leaks of documents. For example, according to one testimony of an official in the aftermath, or a cadre, in the aftermath of the release of the China cables, quote, "It took 5 to 6 days to burn everything in the office," end quote. The government also expelled an unprecedented number of foreign journalists. At least 56 foreign correspondent positions in China remain unfilled since 2020 due to expulsions or visa delays. And China continues to harass and monitor any journalists who are granted limited access to the region. Restrictive conditions which were only exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So the evidentiary burden of proof for genocide has to take into consideration these limitations. So I just want to close with a quick summary of, maybe next slide. Next slide. One more slide. I just want to close with a quick summary of how one can derive intent to destroy the group from all the destructive campaigns that are occurring in Xinjiang. Because there's no requirement under international law to look into the minds of officials or find statements expressing explicit intent to destroy the Uyghur group. So China's purported goals of counterterrorism behind its crackdown do not determine the state's intent. Its system of destruction does. So when viewed as a whole, this system can only amount to an intent to destroy the group as such. So first, the all-encompassing mass surveillance system that terrorizes Uyghurs throughout Xinjiang has broken up families and severed communal bonds. Second, the mass internment campaign has further torn families and communities apart through rounding up Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in the estimated millions. According to leaked documents, former detainees are detained for states of being like untrustworthy or born after 1980s, or even being, quote, ethnic Uyghur is an official factor, which could also result in detention and harsher prison conditions. So the vast majority of detainees are Uyghur men between 18 and 55, which has also resulted in increased divorces to escape stigma or sexual abuse by live-in cadres. And the government is also subjecting Uyghurs to a parallel system of unprecedented forced labor programs, neither of which show any signs of slowing down. Recent reports demonstrate that Uyghurs are increasingly being transferred to serve long-term formal sentences, confirming a concerted plan to render the internment campaign more permanent with a veneer of legitimacy. I'll quickly, I can go into a little more detail with the other campaigns, but what's particularly important to note, of course, is the systematic, well-documented coercive birth prevention campaign that is working in tandem with the mass internment drive, where authorities are coercively imposing systematic birth prevention measures, including mass sterilization and IUDs, through the ever-present threat of detention, and further erodes Uyghur communal bonds by incentivizing reporting on illegal births. And the tribunal has heard a lot of evidence to this effect and this campaign, but just to reiterate, Xinjiang had the highest net IUD placement of any region in China in 2018, despite making up 1.8% of the total population in China. Between 2017 and 2019, the birth rate across Xinjiang dropped by nearly half, the most extreme drop out of any region in the world since 1950. With greater decreases in indigenous majority areas. And available data for 2019-2020 show that these decreases are continuing, with southern Xinjiang's growth rates already near or below zero, all demonstrating a clear discriminatory program suppressing Uyghur births in the region. The combined mass internment and coercive birth prevention campaigns further evidence an intent to biologically destroy the Uyghurs as a group in whole or in part. And fourth, the forcible transference of children en masse into state-run Han group settings, which also evidences an intent to destroy the group by tearing families apart with the express goal of preventing transmission of Uyghur traditions and language, culture, essentially cutting off the next generation of Uyghurs. And fifth and sixth, the state has banned Uyghur language, culture, religion, and history, and destroyed and damaged the vast majority of Xinjiang mosques and the majority of sacred sites at the heart of Uyghur identity. Why would the authorities go to the middle of the sand dunes to, take apart immaterial sacred objects which serve no other economic purpose? Because they know that's the heart of Uyghur identity, and therefore destroying that specifically, along with their connections to the land. And authorities have even destroyed household features at the center of Uyghur domestic life. And lastly, the government is selectively targeting prominent Uyghur community leaders and guardians of Uyghur identity for harsher prison and even death sentences and disappearances. So the government is committing independent and interconnected destructive campaigns and attacks targeting every possible aspect of what defines the group's survival. So when taking this view of the comprehensiveness of these policies, one can only conclude that they evidence an intention to destroy the Uyghurs as a group as such. And the fact that China has concealed all recent Xinjiang prison data and birth rate data, prison data since 2018 and birth rate data since 2019 to 2020 from public record, this can only lead to a negative inference that birth rates continue to decrease. And we hope that the tribunal will put the victims at the center of its deliberations while adhering to an appropriate and conceptually coherent legal regime, because it's possible to do both. Thanks.
Could I beg the indulgence of the tribunal for 90 seconds to make 2 points? I would just like to underline that the duties arising from the Genocide Convention apply to 152 states, and they operate as a multilateral treaty inter pares. Those obligations are owed from each state to each other state and to the community as a whole, genocide being also a peremptory norm, and therefore is a duty owed to all states.
Audience, peremptory norm, please explain.
Yes. A peremptory norm is an obligation from which there may be no derogation and is applicable at all times. So this duty supersedes all others and is owed between and amongst all states parties. So it's not only a matter of assessing the obligations of the People's Republic of China as it were, the perpetrator state, but it's also a matter of assessing the obligations of the other 151 other states. And that follows from the raison d'etre, or the object and purpose of the treaty, which is above all to prevent genocide. And that follows from not only the title of the convention, but from Article 1, which explicitly binds states to prevent and to punish genocide. So it is sometimes remarked that these other states might be understood as bystanders, in a kind of metaphor to some kind of act of wrongdoing that one might observe in a community. And I wish to come back to that in just a second. The other point I wish to mention is the distinctiveness between individual responsibility and state responsibility as separate and distinct legal regimes. So quickly on bystanders, just to say that the duty of all states parties, 152 states parties, is a matter of good faith, deriving as a general principle of law, to fulfill their obligations and not to undermine the obligations of others. But further, not only Article 1 obliges to prevent, but specifically, explicitly, Article 5 of the Genocide Convention requires states in their domestic law to take steps, for example, to incorporate the prohibition of genocide and the punishment of genocide, which has not been done by China, incidentally. Moreover, a breach in this regard, with regard to the duty to prevent, is in fact manifest through a failure or an omission from the point at which a state may know or should have known that a serious risk of genocide occurs, that the state should take steps to act not to be complicit, not to contribute to, and insofar as its capacity and proximity allows, to act to prevent the genocide. With regard to the second point on distinctiveness of the law of state responsibility and the law of individual responsibility, I just emphasize that these are not only distinct and separate regimes of international law, which is not my assertion, but as we have argued in our submission, is explicitly recognized by the International Court of Justice and simply follows from the character of international law. But these two distinct and separate regimes include distinct and separate standards, and not only with regard to substantive obligations. For example, individual responsibility not only imposes duties, but also applies regime in international human rights law of specific protections of individuals, both procedurally and substantively. Those procedures in particular, as well as sanctions, do not apply to states. I wish to underline that. They do not apply. States are not protected by international human rights law with regard, for example, to procedural fairness. And third of all, the distinct and separate nature of these regimes applies to the consequences, both in terms of legal consequences and sanctions, which may apply as a result of breaches of their obligations. So with regard to these distinct and separate regimes, one may reasonably, and we would argue that this tribunal should, draw distinct conclusions differentiating individual responsibility from state responsibility, such that there is neither in law nor in logic the necessity that one depends upon the other. That is to say, that it is quite possible and entirely reasonable to find that there may be a violation of state responsibility in the absence of proving individual responsibility for breaches of genocide, and vice versa. It may be possible to find breaches of individual responsibility without finding state responsibility. Thank you.
And Mr. Diamond, I have 5 or 6 questions on your factual and legal findings arising from both your reports, and then 4 or 5 questions about your interpretation of the law. If I may, I'll address both of you, and perhaps you can decide who might be best placed to answer them. I imagine the panel will have a number of questions arising as well. So my first question is, you've identified that the intent to destroy on the part of the PRC is destruction of the Uyghurs as a whole or in substantial part. Are you able to justify why the destruction is substantial, either in numerical or other terms?
Do you want to begin?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. So we would first submit that the comprehensive destructive campaigns are aimed at destroying the group as a whole. That's first and foremost what these comprehensive campaigns demonstrate, especially by the sheer numbers in the millions in different categories, including forced, mass internment and mass sterilization, etc. And if one would take a more narrow interpretation of intent to destroy the group biologically or physically, then one would have to look at the number of births that are being prevented, the number of women that are being disproportionately sterilized in Uyghur majority areas, and make a determination as to whether that constitutes a substantial part physically that is being destroyed. But in our view, based on the plain reading and interpretation of international law, these destructive campaigns are sufficient evidence to demonstrate a deliberate campaign of destroying a group.
If I might just supplement it by saying, so first of all, the obligation under the Genocide Convention is not to commit genocide with regard to a specified group, of which we assert that the Uyghurs constitute such a protected group, in whole or in part. Or is disjunctive in that phrase. So one does not need to establish that the group entirely, or in an atomized sense, every one may be, for example, eliminated. The word is destruction, or to destroy, not to eliminate. So we must look at the notion of in part. In part here has both quantitative and qualitative characteristics. And there is no specification in the treaty with regard to a time threshold or period. So there may be, that, in other words, it does not stipulate there needs to be an event of mass execution, for example. It may be that over time, both quantitatively, numbers will be destroyed, a part of the group quantitatively as a percentage or a real number. But I wish to underline also, in part also speaks to the qualitative character of the group. So for example, if a group ceases to exist by its character, then the protected group has been destroyed. And in fact, it's necessary, that is a necessary precondition for the, or let me put it another way, the raison d'etre of the convention is to prevent the destruction of the group as such. So I would just say that one should not be distracted by, for example, a numbers game or in a short period of time.
A question which arises in that case is, would you still maintain that, essentially, would you still maintain that position of destruction in substantial part, knowing that the policies implemented in southern Xinjiang are not replicated in the north generally, firstly? Second, the proof of targeting of intellectuals is in the hundreds or thousands, as opposed to the tens of thousands. And thirdly, the proportions of those being targeted with alleged prohibited acts are less than 15 to 20%. So could it be possible to still justify that this is an intention to destroy in substantial part?
Do you want to reply?
Yeah, well, so the mass sterilization and birth prevention campaign, though there is lots of evidence suggesting that it is really aggressively pursued in the south, where Uyghurs constitute 90% in those 4 prefectures, even in the north, in places like Urumqi, every Han majority district experienced an increase in births, whereas the 2 Uyghur majority districts experienced a decline in birth rates. And this is confirmed in another, the county of, there's not so much information recently related to birth rates, but for the ones that are available, there's another county in the north that also Uyghurs experienced a discriminatory decline in birth rates, as in the Han majority county of Kitai, as demonstrated by Ryan Thum, another expert witness. So in terms of the intent to biologically destroy the group, we see those policies actually being implemented across Xinjiang in a discriminatory way. And I'm sorry, I missed, you said there were hundreds of thousands of...
So the suggestion was that the proof of targeting of intellectuals or elites amongst the Uyghur society is in the hundreds or thousands, as opposed to more than that.
Right, so this also speaks to John's point about how in part can also reflect a sort of qualitative feature in that if the part of the group that is being targeted for, long-term prison sentences or death or disappearances, which these hundreds of intellectuals and community leaders are being subjected to, that's further evidence of genocidal. It carries more weight as evidence that these are, representative of the group and like I said, guardians of group identity. And so when they're being particularly harshly disappeared or even dying, that it carries greater weight in terms of that question of in part.
If I just underline that from an ordinary application of treaty law, the treaty does not stipulate, the Genocide Convention does not stipulate a threshold. So if we're understanding the intention of the states to be bound, their consent was not through establishment of a threshold. That being said, we do not disagree with the qualification substantial part, which is an added qualification to the text of the treaty, which says in part. The reason is because we do not believe that a single individual who may be subject to one of the 5 acts of Article 2 would itself be sufficient to constitute a breach of the convention, even if for example, killing of an individual and so forth might be motivated by another individual of genocidal character. So we accept the substantial. However, that notion should not be reduced to some kind of imagined numerical, a magical numerical threshold. You mentioned 15 or 20%. I mean, that's a percentage which is abstract in itself. We have to think about real numbers. If it was 20% of this country, we would be talking about more than 10 million people in the United Kingdom. So we have to understand it. But moreover, if I may say, your reference was to single elements. We need to interpret the conduct of the state in order to attribute its responsibility in the whole of its conduct, of all its acts, and not to separate out single elements and say that single element might not do the trick through some imagined magical quantitative figure. And I think it would be erroneous to do so. So if you look at in the context and in the light of a pattern, I think it becomes ever more clear.
Just to clarify then, when you're referring to a substantial part, what we are talking about is an intent to destroy a substantial part as opposed to the actual destruction of a substantial part.
That is correct.
My next question is, you've mentioned and quoted various statements by President Xi Jinping and other high officials. Might these be explained as relating to policies to root out terrorism and/or pursue an assimilation or forced integration project rather than a destructive project through the commission of crimes?
Yeah, sorry, so the question...
Yeah, so in your New Lines report, there's a number of quotations attributed to President Xi Jinping and other high officials, suggesting that these are demonstrative of the intent to destroy. And my question is, might these just be explained by policies to root out terrorism or pursue an assimilationist project rather than a destructive project through the commission of one or more of the 5 prohibited acts?
Yeah, so here I would, I guess, direct the attention of the tribunal back to the real requirement for intent to destroy is not in explicit statements. That just historically also is not the case. Even the final solution, I'm not sure if it was evidently clear even in the early 40s that that meant mass extermination of Jews. So it simply doesn't exist in history, and in international law, all of that is required both by the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Tribunals, which largely rely on a general criminal context to derive the intent, not what an official is thinking or saying. So I would actually say that these statements, while indeed horrific and evidencing, in a sense, an intent to break their roots, let's say, and wipe them out, root and branch, while in those contexts could be referring to quote-unquote terrorists or extremists. Also, when that is combined with the broader context, where terrorists could be referring to quote-unquote terrorists or extremists, also, when that is combined with the broader context, where terrorists and extremists have been code for Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, that can be also evidence, but that is not really the primary evidence of intent, which are the destructive campaigns.
And what evidence is there to suggest prominent leaders, intellectuals, religious figures are being specifically targeted, as opposed to falling generally within the dragnet deployed by the CCP or the PRC for apparent extremist-oriented behavior?
That's a good question. It appears that people in those positions, or Uyghurs in those positions, are being subjected to harsher sentences and disappearances. Although, that would have to be scrutinized further with other fact witnesses. But that seems to be the case. And even death sentences and imams have died in prison. And I can follow up with more information, but...
You've said in the New Lines report that there are reports of mass death. Is there an evidential basis for this? Partly because when I've looked through the citations through the report, the number of deaths come to roughly in the hundreds, at most in the thousands, and of course the Uyghurs number many millions. Is there anything else that we ought to be considering in respect of the evidence relating to mass deaths?
Yeah, so at present, there is not exactly a lot of available primary evidence indicating. One would have to first ask what mass death means. And like you say, if basically the numbers we have don't appear to be mass deaths. I would also here stress, though, that the Xinjiang Victim Database in particular has documented deaths either in detention or shortly after detention. A lot of these individuals are between the ages of 35 and 55 or under 18. China held a press conference confirming, it was a little over 200, there was I don't know exact numbers, but China confirmed deaths, let's say, that were documented by the Xinjiang Victim Database which is a relatively small sample of the overall victims, because that database is increasing by the day. It went from 10,000, I think 10,000 victims earlier this year to 25,000 today that are registered. So, and there are also first-hand testimonies, one Uyghur in particular, who testified to 9 deaths in her cell within 3 months. And while this is one testimony, this is a situation where basically all the circumstances have to be taken into consideration. And so the deaths that we have confirmed clearly don't demonstrate the full extent. And there's also systematic neglect of medical treatment, and there's systematic and widespread torture in the camps. And there's even testimony to prisoners dying as a result of torture. So, you know, all this has to basically be taken into consideration.
But if I may add that the conclusions that we reach that have been reached by the collective of persons who contributed to the New Lines Ralph Wallenberg report do not turn on or require an Article 2A finding in order, for example, there to be breaches in Article 2, B, C, D, or E. And in fact, that would be a plainly wrong and, according to the International Court of Justice, absurd reading of the convention. It would be absurd to say that you require killings in order for there to be subsequent breaches, for example, and manifestly not the case. But there is also the phenomenon of what has been in literature characterized as slow-burning genocides, those which may take place through periods of time, most notably applied in the context of the Rohingya, but I would dare say in my own country of Canada, where with regard to Indigenous children and now with regard to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls over periods of time, there may be a confluence of conditions and which are attributed to the responsibility of the state, which give rise to, among other things, killings, but also which give rise to other breaches. So I would just suggest that one not narrow or let me say stumble over that. Our own suspicion, looking again at the whole, is that the numbers in fact exceed what had been reported or established now, and that our expectation is that these numbers will grow, should there be unfettered access to investigate.
Both of your reports have focused on southern Xinjiang. Is there a reason why prohibited acts are not occurring to the same extent, if at all, in northern Xinjiang?
Yeah, so like I said, there is evidence of discriminatory birth rate reduction in the north as applied to Uyghurs. And there are also prisons located, or detention centers that have been geolocated, over 380 that have recently been built or expanded since 2017 across Xinjiang. So, you know, near every kind of populated area. So this isn't only taking place in southern Xinjiang, although where we see the aggressive forced birth prevention campaigns, when we see the evidence that they're more aggressively perhaps pursued in the south, that is significant because Uyghurs constitute 90%. So, you know that the group that is being targeted are the Uyghurs in that scenario. But it's not like the destructive policies are restricted to southern Xinjiang.
You've departed from a traditional interpretation of specific intent as set out in the jurisprudence of the ICTY, ICTR, and ICJ, namely that the intent to destroy is restricted to an intent to physically or biologically destroy. Now, some of the prohibited acts of genocide, as you've noted in your report, are acts of conduct and not result, and therefore arguably fall within this traditional interpretation, i.e. to physically or biologically destroy. I have 4 short, consequential questions. First, why might you be departing from this? Why might you, sorry, I rephrase. Why are you not applying the interpretation of the Genocide Convention as set out in the jurisprudence of these courts and tribunals when considering specific intent?
Let me just say immediately, we're not applying it because the treaties that govern it say we should not. If you simply read the treaties, which we think is a fairly reliable approach here, basically treaty law. So what you have characterized as traditional, if you allow me to suggest, is the practice that has been elaborated within the lex specialis, meaning the specific legal regime applicable to individual responsibility, and we'll come back to the ICJ, 2 cases, 1 case in particular, which is hard to establish as a consistent practice, let me just say. But with regard to individual responsibility is a specific limited legal regime. Not only is this a distinct legal regime, but for example, in the International Criminal Court's Rome Statute, it explicitly says it shall have no effect or implication for any other law with regard to states. And Article 10 even says that the jurisprudence should apply only intra the regime for reasons of consistency between the states which have consented. So this is the first. The second of all is that, more importantly, let me say, general international law, and here the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties, which codified the accumulated practice of states and custom and then developed it, and is broadly said, believed to be the reference for interpreting treaties, makes clear that we should apply the Genocide Convention as treaty law to states. And it is therefore absurd, to quote the court, to take, for example, and we believe erroneous, to take notions that are elaborated with regard to the protection of individuals, standards with regard to individuals, and so forth, and to apply them to states. We believe that the traditional and orthodox approach is the one we are suggesting for you. The broad established practice of all international law and treaty interpretation is the one we are suggesting. And that there is actually only one decision of the International Court of Justice which has applied this in this way, and we believe it is erroneous. We could comment on that in more depth.
My second and...
Sorry, can we go back just 1 slide? Sorry. Or is... Oh, thank you. I just think this is helpful to provide a couple of examples as to the distinction between international criminal jurisprudence and that area of law and state responsibility.
We might come back to that one, my final question. If I can finish my 3 others. My second question is there a risk you're conflating 2 things here? An intention to do something, namely physically or biologically destroy, and the outcome or result of that intention. So is it necessary to depart from the idea of an intent to physically or biologically destroy, as opposed to focusing on physical or biological destruction as a result?
So when we approached this matter, we were asked, and among others who were invited to comment, a straightforward question, which is there a breach, in our opinion, in the context of the facts as they appear to be, with regard to the responsibilities of a state party, in this case the People's Republic of China, in the matter of genocide. So we apply the traditional orthodox international law. And if you read Article 2, and we only looked at Article 2 because there are, of course, other obligations, including on China, under Article 3 and Article 5 and others, but we applied it. And it is very clear in the ordinary meaning, it can be nothing else than very clear in the ordinary meaning of the text, Article 2, that physical destruction is not the entirety of obligations. Explicitly, there is, for example, mental harm, which is, again, disjunctively identified in the provision. There is explicitly the removal of children, which we can interpret and elaborate in a long period of time of affecting the maintenance of the group but the group as such is also in its existence, and I'm quoting now from the General Assembly resolution by which the Genocide Convention was adopted, the existence of the group is not merely a composite of atomized biological beings. It is a group as such. So our view is that a number of provisions of Article 2 would require destruction in physical or biological terms, but at least 3 elements do not. And it would be extraordinary for among state parties simply to dispense with explicit obligations of a treaty with no reference in law. And if you read here Article 58 of the statute of the, which I believe is the statute of the International Court of Justice, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's
sorry.
International Law Commission's article.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm confusing there. The International Law Commission's requirements here, the distinction here, the conflation in our view has been the conflation of the 2 regimes of individual responsibility for state responsibility where it is neither applicable law nor sensible to apply it. Did you want to clarify?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to add, I mean, I think the question kind of presumes that first of all, that intent, an intention, it actually hits on a very tricky thing because intent to destroy kind of implies like a person intentionally is doing something, but there is clearly state responsibility for genocide, and so a state's intention has to be interpreted. And so the courts have looked at the scale of atrocities, the destructive campaigns, kind of like you say, the results to kind of derive from that evidence that there is an intent to destroy. And I guess I would add to John's point that you know, Act C and D have specific intents attached to them, whereas the other acts do not, which is physical and biological destruction. And so the Genocide Convention was the product of, you know, years of deliberations, and it would seem strange to include extra words that imply that these specific intent to destroy biologically and physically would only be included in 2 acts and not the others. So, meaning that an intent to destroy the group, as the general intent to destroy the group, encompasses the group and all that defines the group as a group as such, which is those added words as well, as such. What is a group as such? And is what makes a group being destroyed? So that's kind of the analysis. And I would, one more thing to add, the IC, the International Court of Justice, which has, you know, can hear disputes between states. In its own statute, it states that its own decisions are not legally binding on the ICJ itself, beyond that specific dispute. So it's difficult to say you have to apply standards from the ICJ, especially when China doesn't recognize the International Court of Justice.
This might help clarify our understanding. Would you agree that intent to just socially or culturally destroy the group would be insufficient to meet the test?
So the Genocide Convention, again, does not say that. And we would start again with the ordinary meaning of the words in context. So we would start from Article 32 of the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties, and we would apply all the long-established, millennial-long international law to interpret. Remember, what matters here is the consent of states, the kind of Grundnorm, if we can say that, of international law and relations is essentially the consent of the state. The state is sovereign. There is no supra-sovereignty. The International Court of Justice is not sovereign over the states. It is an institution which serves the states' members. The statute of the court is part of the charter. It's appended to and part of the charter. And it is an adjudicative body of one of 8 optional means to settle disputes. And it is explicitly a dispute resolution mechanism for the states. So if we are understanding how public international law works, and what would be reliable in this regard, then we have to proceed with the orthodox means. Now, in that regard, the treaty does not say social. It says a destruction of the group in whole or in part as such. The as such is very important, and that gives a specificity to it. But the part there, as I mentioned, is both quantitative and qualitative. This would have to go to the heart of the existence of the group. May a group exist, let's say, absent language? I think it would be manifestly possible for the group to exist absent an element of identity. So no single identity marker determines the existence of the group. So our position would be, again, you must read the treaty as a whole. You must look at all the acts compositely. We must understand them in relation to each other. But specifically Article 2, there are 5 essentially acts that we would look at and draw your attention as a tribunal to assess those.
My very final question, I apologize to the panel for taking so much time. It's a comment and a question. You may disagree with the comment, in which case I'm sure you will indicate your disagreement. Traditionally, under public international law and the ICJ jurisprudence, you would ascribe intent for a crime to an individual and then attribute that to state organs, agents, or officials. The standard of proof, as you've noted in your report, in criminal courts is beyond reasonable doubt, unless we are talking about, let's say, a state's duty to prevent, because of course it's absurd to apply a beyond reasonable standard to something that hasn't yet occurred or is occurring. You've also described other situations where a beyond reasonable doubt standard may not be appropriate. So my question is, could you clarify whether you think there is any situation in which a beyond reasonable doubt standard would be appropriate for state responsibility?
No. So first of all, general international law does not stipulate a standard of proof. Period. Starting point. General international law. There is no customary international law. There is no treaty that decides this matter. It is one of the notorious questions in public international law that there is no established standard. If you look at the practice of states, it is all over the map. If you look at the practice of the International Court of Justice, a study by the Geneva Academy of Humanitarian Law, or is it, I can't remember if it's the Institut de Haute Étude Internationale, identified something like 15 different variations of standards applied by the International Court of Justice. Remember that the jurisprudence is small and limited, and in respect of genocide is minute. 2 cases and 1. In fact, if I may say for the tribunal and for the audience, there are 158,000 treaties registered by obligation under Article 102 of the Charter of the United Nations with the United Nations. 158,000. There's more than 1,000 multilateral treaties. And in the 100 years since there's been an International Court of Justice and a Permanent Court of International Justice, just 200 cases contentiously have even been adjudicated. So it's very improper, if I may say, to speak about a traditional position on things like standard proof. It doesn't exist, and it won't exist. Now, in order for us to have an idea of whether state responsibility attaches, for example, Article 2 of the draft Articles on State Responsibility, produced by the International Law Commission, which is the body established by the United Nations pursuant to Article 13 of the Charter of the United Nations, and therefore treaty-based. It defines the elements of an internationally wrongful act of a state as having 2 elements only, and that is that there is an internationally wrongful act of a state when conduct consisting of an action or omission is attributable to the state under international law and constitutes a breach of an international obligation of the state. To qualify that as dependent upon an adjudicated outcome according to some standard of proof that may be extraordinarily high and not appropriate to and never used by states other than 1 or 2 cases is inappropriate. All international law would cease to function if we all had to depend upon beyond a reasonable doubt. The states have to not only conduct themselves on the assumption that states are, first of all, fulfilling in good faith, and if they are not, for wrongfulness to occur, that a state may attribute those wrongful acts to another state and then be possibly entitled to take countermeasures. That's how international law works, with the exception of individual responsibility. This is not only lex specialis, but it is peculiar in international law, and it is peculiar because of the importance of the individual human being who is protected by human rights law. So I think that is that's not, I would just say, that's not me saying that. I think if you speak to legal advisors in most countries in the world, they would fail to be able to advise their own government if they were bound by some standard of beyond a reasonable doubt in all relations between states.
Yeah. I just want to add, really quick 2 points. Even according to international courts, the rationale behind a beyond a reasonable doubt standard is to protect a defendant from potential criminal sanctions. And so the very purpose is to protect an individual. So I don't think it can be applied to states. And the second point is that one has to consider what China has been doing, and really leaving out or omitting and taking down information from 2019 forward for prison and birth rate data in the region, departing from long-standing tradition of public documentation. I mean, how is someone going to be even convinced beyond a reasonable doubt when we're operating within this, with these constraints? And this is why state responsibility is an important framework, because it allows other states in their sovereign capacity to make determinations without any cooperation and, in fact, obstacles in the way and destruction of evidence in the way. So that's why I'll just add to that.
I must add a qualification, otherwise I will be corrected by my students. Of course, the regime of international human rights law and, for example, the European Court of Human Rights also operates according to a standard beyond a reasonable doubt. So within the coherent, again, lex specialis of international human rights law.
Thank you very much, Professor Packer, Mr. Diamond. I imagine the panel have a number of questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, the timetable may always have been wholly unrealistic, but 20 minutes is insufficient for those with me who may have questions to ask. No complaint. But arrangements must now be made to see, assuming availability of Mr. Diamond and Mr. Packer, to find more time after we've reached the deadline for my colleagues and me to ask questions. I'll come back to that later. Gentlemen, we are extremely grateful to you for both your reports. You may not know, but should, that of the several reports that have ventured to express opinions on genocide by the PRC this year, you are, I think, the only one to present here, and we are very grateful to you for that. Not only are reports the preserve of some form of distant anonymity, but the United States of America has chosen to express an opinion that another state has committed what is sometimes thought of as the greatest of all crimes, and has not thought it appropriate to explain on what material or by what means it has reached that conclusion. So we are very grateful to you. I will probably be comparatively brief, because even in an extended period of time, I have no doubt that my colleagues will want to ask a lot of questions. It is necessary, in light of one or two of the things you said, to explore a little history. And so it was that in 1921, Soghomon Tehlirian assassinated Talat Pasha, the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire, in Berlin. And Raphael Lemkin, a law student, could not understand why Solomon Tehlirian was about to be tried, whereas the Grand Vizier had avoided justice by living abroad. And he became obsessed by this right through to the murder of nearly all his family in the Second World War, to advance the concept of genocide. He found himself in a climate, a political climate, which exists to this day, of state resistance to the direction of law and of morality. And as William Shabas says in his book, there was an appalling experience at the London conference when the statute of the Nuremberg trial was corrupted in order to ensure that the statute would not expose America to pursuit for probably in mind the lynching of black Americans and some others. He was successful in having the term genocide, a new term, used as a term of description in, I think, count 4, may have been 3, of the first Nuremberg trial. But the judgment showed him that the difficulty of controlling states from outside with such things as the Holocaust of the Jews was not going to be allowed for by lawyers. And so he went to the United Nations and he forced the convention through, an extraordinary act for a single human being to do shortly before his lonely death. That convention should be understood, and it's often forgotten, to have been much unloved by all the great powers. They didn't want it, but they had to have it. Do you agree with me so far?
Yes.
In those discussions, and this may be material for later witnesses, in that discussion, various things were considered and eliminated, including cultural genocide, political genocide, the one at the hands of one state, the other, I think, at the hands of Russia, perhaps not unsurprisingly, and so on. And so let us be under no doubt, genocide is not a unique feature of human bad behavior. It's a defined segment of the many bad things that humans do to other humans, starting at thinking bad thoughts of them and ending in mass killing. What is also perhaps not known, and you confirm this, and I'll now explain why I'm setting out this history. Genocide was then forgotten. Through the 50s, the 60s, even the 70s. Towards the end of the 60s, I think, or was it the beginning of the 70s, Great Britain finally acceded to the convention. China acceded to the convention, and 5 years later, the United States acceded to the convention. An unpopular and unwanted convention so far as states were concerned. The reason they didn't want it may probably be Article 1. There may be other reasons. Because as you was helpfully explained, Article 1 says that if you find genocide as a state, anywhere in the globe, you've got to do something. And no state wanted that. However, having acceded to it, and there's one example in 1971 in Great Britain, where the Foreign Secretary, Alec Douglas Hume, was able to dissolve responsibility by saying, I think it was in respect of Bangladesh, genocide's been asserted, there's no judge to try it, we can't decide that there's genocide, and he either said it's a dead letter or he said it falls on barren ground. And since then, perhaps you'll help me with this, has there been any occasion when any government has responded to the imperative of Article 1?
Responded in a contentious case? Or,
no, by sending armies in to stop genocide or by doing something.
Well, that's an interesting point. There were, for example, the invocation in February of 1992, I think it was, with regard to the protection of explicitly the Kurds in the north of Iraq and the Shia Arabs and Marsh Arabs in the south of Iraq, was to protect those groups explicitly. And there had been already concern about genocide with regard to the Kurds in particular.
And yes, let me interrupt you. Which government and what did they do?
So among not only the United States of America, but as I recall correctly, under Security Council Resolution 667, I think it was, which permitted all necessary means to be taken by a coalition of states, I think including this one, if I'm not mistaken. The reason I mention it is because the antecedent to the vulnerability of the Kurds was in the context of the Anfal operations in the 1980s, which include the gassing in Halabja. So that there was credible and serious risk that there would in fact be genocidal.
And yeah, well, very helpful. So this part of the 1990s, was it?
It was I believe 1990, February 91.
So this is the first time that the Genocide Convention may have been or was of some effect. We then come to 1998, which is the first ever genocide trial, and this is at, I think, one of the Yugoslav or Rwanda tribunals. This is demonstrative of the efficacy of the Genocide Convention, not very much. If we just move forward rapidly, and then I'll come back to a few more questions. When you come to something like Rwanda, to take again, I'm afraid, our own little benighted country, smaller ever, in Rwanda, the Foreign Secretary, Douglas Hurd, was reported as banging the desk, saying that the word genocide should never be used. And in 1993, 4 and 5, in respect of the former Yugoslavia, there was absolute determination never to use the term because it would have forced the hand of the Allied forces of England, America, not America, that stage much, to do anything. So they never used the word. They never allowed it to be used. They did not want it to have effect. This is a people's tribunal, as you understand. It will not make recommendations in all probability, and it will provide one piece of information, or a slightly composite piece of information. That's its function. It's not here to deal with the law particularly, it's here to fill a gap, as Jean-Paul Sartre said in respect to the Vietnam Tribunal, he and Lord Russell ran. And although the tribunal is not an activist body, and will not become one, it would prefer its outcome to be of effect. Several parliaments around the world have pronounced that genocide is being committed, and in no case have they succeeded in getting their governments to act under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. The British government is so determined not to allow Article 1 to be triggered that it has imposed on itself a protocol regarded by many as ludicrous, where it says genocide can only be determined by a judge, but as there is no judge who can determine it, then there can be no determination. And is in this way continuing to avoid even the possible activation of Article 1, even though the British Parliament voted unanimously. There is absolutely no idea amongst the 9 of us what conclusion we will reach. But would you accept that the simpler the conclusion, one way or another, that a tribunal like this representing the public interest resolves is more likely to be of effect than if it is complex in its resolution?
May I respond? In short, simplicity is always welcome in such matters, and particularly if the object is to move the public conscience. Clarity and simplicity. I concur entirely, and thank you for that summary of what I believe to be a correct summation of the historical experience, which I would suggest is at stark odds with the law as it is stated in the Genocide Convention, and is at odds with the raison d'etre of the Genocide Convention, which I'll just mention was adopted by the UN General Assembly a day before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted. I would suggest not by coincidence. That in the order of human development with regard to international relations, the Charter of the United Nations, as expressed through the Genocide Convention and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, establishes two parameters for states. One, that you may not, at your liberty, destroy a part of your population, defined ethnic, racial, religious, or national group as such. Genocide puts a hard line on that. And the Universal Declaration of Human Rights articulates the obligations in the Charter pursuant to Article 1 and 5 that says that actually the state must direct its functions to the well-being of the population, must actually positively be contributing to the well-being. Now it has been sad to watch the last 75 years and the persistent violations, and in particular the Genocide Convention, the non-application.
Forgive my interrupting you. We've been allocated another 30 minutes.
Sorry, yes,
but
yes. So
not
to get,
another 5 hours.
Yeah, so to get...
The question was, is simplicity preferable at this stage of the activation of the Genocide Convention to complexity? And a short answer to the following question. If this tribunal of non-lawyers, a people's tribunal, were to make a decision where there is no precedent for a conviction other than by mass killing, where there would be a different interpretation of the standard of proof from the highest, do you think that would be likely to be the subject of acceptance by any government?
Yes, I do. So we have a third case at the International Court of Justice right now, brought by the Gambia against Myanmar, where there's no injury, where the Gambia invokes it specifically acting on public interest. Small, weak state, standing up for the Genocide Convention. And I think the point, sir, is that, is it not about time that we change the practice of states? And a contribution of this tribunal could be, in fact, to underline this point. I think it is entirely simple and clear to distinguish between individual responsibility and state responsibility. People can understand that a state cannot be arrested, a state cannot be prosecuted, a state cannot be put in jail. And to give you a very simple example from the Rohingya case, which is now before the International Court of Justice, one of the key elements of the persecution of the Rohingya has been the notorious 1982 law on citizenship of Myanmar. That law was not adopted by an individual, cannot be abrogated by an individual, cannot be repaired by an individual. It is an act of state. It is attributable by international law to the state.
I'm going to keep interrupting you because I must let my colleagues have a bit of time. They can come back to what you're saying. And forgive my being quite so simple in my questions, but perhaps it's the way I am.
Can I add one
yes, of course.
Quick point? I don't think the People's Tribunal should take into consideration political ramifications of its decision. I would assume that it would retain more authority if it stuck to the law, which, as we've laid out, is really primarily rooted in the Genocide Convention, not, like you said, in political realities. So I do actually think that, a decision based in the law will retain more authority.
Well, that's very helpful suggestion, because it sort of deals with my next question. How much of what the two of you have been talking about do you think would make any sense to the average educated person walking in off the street?
I believe it does make, when people understand, if they came to this country like I did and I had to present a passport, we understand what the state is quite clearly over things like movement. I would dare say a number of people in this country are dealing with that in terms of Brexit and many other issues. So I think the distinction is not an esoteric or complex one. It's pretty straightforward. The state has existed since time immemorial and is very powerful. But let me add to that to say that if we're trying to move, I would suggest this tribunal may move states to act. And I can tell you that the consequence of the report that we initiated has been specifically debated, including in your parliament, and cited. But in many other parliaments, where decisions were taken, for example, the Belgian parliament. By the way, it was read by the State Department in the US, and I don't think I'm disclosing any information to say that it is in the province of knowledge of the existing government in Washington. I mean, Ambassador Samantha Power herself tweeted in approval of it. She's, as you may know, a previous member of cabinet and a current holder of a high office. So I think this is not without bearing, and I would hope your tribunal has the aspiration to have bearing not just about the man in the street, but I would hope with the responsible authorities of state.
Well, how do you get to the authorities when they are so reluctant, other than through the man in the street and the parliamentarian? And I won't get you to answer again, but I venture to ask rhetorically, how much of the detail of the law and the practice of courts that you've explained was ever in the mind of the hundreds of parliamentarians who voted, because my suggestion will be it will be very little. Now let me come to just a couple of details, because I can sense an itching on the side of me to get on with questions. But a point that Mr. Diamond very appropriately and helpfully made about the burden of proof as it came into being to stop people being hanged when they shouldn't be, really, roughly. But it is as it is in the areas of law where it applies. Earlier on, you had said the difficulties of proving something have to be taken into consideration in adjusting the standard of proof. Is that right? Isn't the reality that legal systems work on the basis if you don't have the evidence, it's bad luck? How can we change that for a practical outcome, gentlemen?
I know, I mean, in the International Court of Justice's first decision, the Corfu Channel case, I kind of dealt with this where it said that because the country in question had complete control over its territory, that the court has to basically give more weight to evidence that is indirect or circumstantial. So I think, you know, it is, I think, a fundamental principle of law, as well as just practically, I mean, something that should be, because we have such mountains of evidence pre-2019, which have, and we're operating in conditions that have gotten worse over the course of the pandemic, even with almost, you know, close to zero, I mean, basically zero transparent reporting on Xinjiang right now. I mean, I do think these are, yeah, just critical factors in the overall evaluation.
Mr. Diamond and Mr. Packer, what do you think of this observation, that the tribunal should not be concerned about what it does not have and might have had in a conventional investigation? What the tribunal must do, just as mathematicians, quantum physicists, engineers do, when confronted by an impasse to a known line of inquiry, is to look elsewhere, examine what is available, follow the deductive trail, testing its conclusions with the same rigor as it would have tested an investigation that had more materials available to it. Do you accept that proposition?
Absolutely. We absolutely accept it, but the standard in that regard would not be beyond a reasonable doubt, which would apply to an individual.
This was in the China tribunal judgment, where the standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt was applied, and both findings of crime and findings not of crime were made.
May I say there's a problematical aspect in this tribunal insofar as you are simultaneously examining matters of prospectively individual responsibility and state responsibility. That is, first of all, not the practice of international practice. They're either individual tribunals, responsibility tribunals, or state responsibility. So you have given yourself an extremely challenging task. And I would just say that one should be cautious in terms of applying that, and that's why I think it would be completely sensible and comprehensible to say that if we're looking at an individual like the head of state, or we're looking at the head of the CCP in the autonomous area, or the head of a detention camp or something, we would apply this standard. And if we're looking at the state as such under the Genocide Convention, we would apply that. That is not inconsistent. I think that is entirely reconcilable.
Well, gentlemen, subject to the points that Mr. Abraham was making, you've provided us with the material to make that choice and that bifurcated decision if we choose to do so.
Right.
And insofar as I might have been indicating a possible outcome, as my colleagues and I discussed in advance, it's not in any sense an expression of expectation. It's just to give you an opportunity to consider the efficacy of simplicity over the efficacy of a full argument, given that what all of us are concerned is that where it arises, the Genocide Convention should be activated and not left on one side. Looking at the time, I think I'm going to let my colleagues have 20 minutes, and if they fall short of 20 minutes, I might come back. Professor Lynch.
Can I just ask a few things about birth rates, because they're measurable and suit my understanding. You quote in your document the huge differences in relative birth rates in recent years between the Uyghurs and the Han population, but you don't give us the absolute values. Can you tell us how the absolute birth rates for those two groups within Xinjiang compare? How big is the difference now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm not exactly a statistician, and this might be better addressed to the Australian Policy Strategic Institute and expert Ryan Thum and Adrian Zenz, who have really looked at these numbers extensively and conducted analyses. But I mean, I think when the percentages are so high, so first of all, growth rates are approaching zero, and birth rates decline by 80% from, let's say, 1 year to the next. That means that, I mean, in absolute numbers as well, the numbers have dropped dramatically, based on previous, traditional birth rates in the Uyghur community.
I mean, there are a couple of issues. Firstly is, we've heard earlier today about as a more repressive regime becomes apparent, there is increasing hiding of births from the Uyghur population. So that could. There's also concerns that there may be a further bias in the data by virtue of the fact it's within the interest of those charged with reducing the birth rate of the Uyghur population to actually make sure that the figures show that that's happening. Do you think those things are real?
I mean, that's an interesting observation. I'm not sure what to add, but
Well, if I would say that, the Chinese policies on births are not new and have not been secret for a long time. And so what is extraordinary here is the way in which they are being applied, and now being clearly purposefully, we believe, as part of consistent with what we believe to be genocidal intent, but are being applied in a way which is intended to hide, actually. So one may imagine the negative inference in this. And again, we're not looking at this as a one-off, but what leads us to think that way is all the other elements.
And just so I understand, what you meant was that like officials have quotas to reach, and therefore they might be fudging the data? Is that
right? It's a question whether that sort of bias comes in. I guess the question I'm coming round to is if over time, or if we take the birth rates as they were a few years ago and you project forward 10, 20 years with all the shortcomings of modelling, there's no doubt that the proportion of Uyghurs living in that territory would increase much more than the Han population. And it's possible that with the current situation it would remain stable. And what I'm really asking you is, do you think that if the proportion of Han to Uyghur remains stable over the next 20 years, that would count as genocide because they've socially engineered it to prevent an increase in the Uyghur proportion?
So I want to go back, I guess, to the Genocide Convention, because it's difficult, I suppose, to compare populations, and also our analysis is not really about a numbers game about calculating how many births are prevented. It's about, you really have to look at all the destructive practices and how that contributes to destroying a group as such. You know, will we be able to call the group of Uyghurs, will we be able to recognize the group of Uyghurs in Xinjiang in 5-10 years? So the physical bodies is not so relevant to that question. But if you're taking the more restrictive approach that it has to be a certain number of births prevented, then again the numbers show that as a group, their numbers are being prevented to such an extent. But I actually think this is a more appropriate question for either John or for Ryan Thum or Adrian Zenz or Nathan Ruser, who have really looked at the data extensively and would know whether or not that's where the trends are going, if it's looking like it's going to be stable Han, and what used to be Uyghurs individuals. But yeah, that would
allow me to comment that. So the speculation of a projection through demographics that takes a single factor and ignores, for example, transfers of population, economic development that may attract or otherwise move out population, in my view, departs. If we look at the Genocide Convention, the provision in Article 2 is on prevention of births. That's what we have to look at. And there we have not the speculation, we have the evidence of acts attributed to the state that have prevented births. There we can look at the numbers. So we would stop in our position saying on the 11th of September 2021, our view is that attributable to the People's Republic of China, there have been acts which have prevented births in substantial number, affecting, destroying, and with the intention of destroying in part the Uyghurs as such.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
That's a good question. Two questions, if I may. I understand your division between state responsibility and individual responsibility. But thinking about intent and trying to get clear in my mind what that involves, is it on the state responsibility analysis enough that these acts have taken place so you don't have to prove any particular kind of intent, certainly not on the part of any senior government, CCP official or whatever it is? You simply have to say these acts took place. So the act and the mental state are actually brought together on this analysis. And we don't have to concern ourselves, on your view, with trying to attribute decisions to one council, one group, the president, whoever it is, if those acts take place, the ones you've been describing, that is sufficient to meet that test.
Yeah, and that's even the view of the international criminal tribunals who, which preside over individual criminal responsibility. They admit that it's near impossible to look into the mental state of a particular official, and that's why the majority of those decisions are based on a broader context and like you say, the acts rather than inquiry into someone's mind.
But if I may say, if I understand
so not only state responsibility, but even individual.
But if I understand you correctly, your question correctly, we are not saying it is sufficient to have a strict liability analysis that the act as such occurred and therefore there is a violation. The Genocide Convention explicitly and extremely unusually in international law stipulates intent. And so the intent there and before we talk about as such, just the simple word intent, which is, as I say, I really wish to underline here, very unusual in public international law, is the idea that there is a deliberate, purposeful conduct. So it's not merely that the act occurred. Now, how does one know that there is intent? There is the idea of assimilating the state as a human being with a mind, a mens rea, is a kind of fool's game. As I mentioned, there are elements of the state which are acts of state, which are by their character not attributable to any individual. We would say in the case of China, by the way, it is even constructed in such a way, and there may be a sophisticated state in the formation, its organization, structure, where this is not possible. As my colleague has mentioned, for example, the application of artificial intelligence and so forth. Where does the responsibility of an individual sit in that regard? But we do know what state responsibility says. So if there are organs or agents of the state, which may be human beings, so for example, plenipotentiaries, head of state, so if you look at the commentary on the law of state responsibility, not only entities, but specific actors, head of state, head of government, foreign minister, and plenipotentiaries, those who are authorized to bind the state, carry in personam responsibility. Their acts, and by the way, their words spoken, are relevant for the state. They may not dissociate themselves, say, oh, I'm just now having a bit of fun. So with due respect, what Boris Johnson says or whatever does matter. So if we're looking at intent, then now the question is, since there's not exactly a mind, we have to understand what would be the deliberate and purposeful basis of those acts. So it's quite clear that a state, and in this case a powerful state, China, we're not talking about a developing country that has uncertain control over its territory or population. This is a state with all the means and all the technology. If it is deciding matters through law, through legislation, through public policy, through the party, through its agents and so forth, those may be through a pattern of conduct, even in the absence of words spoken, absent an admission, attributable, we can say that wasn't intended. They didn't build a detention center not intending to detain people. And so we then have to deductively draw the inferences. The key element here is the additional two words, as such, with regard to the group. Was the intent of the destruction, if in part, not just in whole, at the group as such? And that is where I think connecting this deliberate, purposeful, and that kind of connectivity to in what we believe to be the Uyghurs as a group protected by the convention aimed at such.
So if one could show that, for example, the detention, clearly it is state organs that are building, as you say, detention centers, are putting people, state police are putting people in detention. Is that, how far does that get you down the intention road?
Yeah. Very far, but it doesn't do all the work you need to do, either with regard, in particular with the as such. I think there would be no doubt that there is an intent of the state to do those acts. Now, if they are aimed at the destruction, which is the link of that group as such, you need additional work.
Another way to think about it is like how some, like the Historical Commission on Guatemala and others have phrased it as what are these, and sorry, I misunderstood a little bit when you said, is this just the acts when we're talking about intent? I think the last slide might be really helpful if, anyways, the next one. Oh, the last slide, I'm sorry, the next, like the, yeah. Yeah, so see, some of these aren't acts under, aren't genocidal acts, you know, destruction, vast majority of mosques and holy shrines and sites, burning of books and dehumanization of an entire people, official categorization of Uyghur as grounds for detention, even potentially. Those things really have to be viewed from kind of a bird's eye perspective, and starting in 2017 until the present, it's not only the acts cumulatively, it's looking at all of this together and whether or not that points towards a logical sequence. That's kind of the way that the Commission phrased it. You know, is it a logical result that might come about from targeting the group from literally every possible way you can, and in addition to the 5 acts.
Thank you. Sorry, like you, I think I shall leave a bit of time for others.
We've been allocated 10 more minutes. And Brina, sorry, Professor Manu first, then Mr. Vetch, then Professor Kaur, and keep it, it's 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, you seek to persuade us that as a People's Tribunal, we might consider whether a fair and just standard of proof should take into account any restrictions on securing direct evidence. And in doing that, you cite the ICJ Corfu Channel case. But I wonder how far that's relevant to us here, because in that case, the ICJ affirmed that because a state's exclusive territorial control makes it difficult for a victim state to furnish direct proof, that would warrant a more liberal recourse to inferences of fact. I understand that, but that's in the case of a victim state. How might that apply in our context in relation to People's Tribunal?
I can answer that quickly. Yeah, I think the Genocide Convention, so the victim states in this scenario are the 151 other states parties, because genocide is, not to commit genocide is an obligation owed to the international community. So we're all victims of this crime. Yeah.
But let me also just add to say that so in the general practice of states, again, where there is not a stipulated standard of proof, the general practice has been essentially what we would call balance of probabilities or preponderance. By the way, these references we're making now are relatively Anglo-Saxon. These are not, for example, standards from Islamic law, and then, you know, the international law is a composite of many, many things. So we shouldn't be invoking one cultural or legalistic regime above others. But essentially, it's balance of probabilities in general. What is interesting in the Genocide Convention, and there has been an argument made in the International Court of Justice about the particular kind of gravity or seriousness that may cause one to have a different standard. And then they've been all over the map, with different kind of standards. So one could imagine, if we now look at the Genocide Convention, what would we apply, for example, for Article 5? The state is duty-bound to incorporate its domestic law. Do we need a beyond a reasonable doubt standard? I mean, if they haven't adopted it in the law, and it's not in the law, I mean, I think it's pretty convincing that it's not there, and it's probably intended not to be there, because they're the ones in charge of their laws. So we can just read their laws, which, by the way, states are duty-bound to share their laws through gazettes and so forth, that other states may know what they are. So I think it is possible to imagine, and what we've suggested, by the way, we've actually applied a higher standard, clear and convincing, generally for all of the things we've analyzed. We suggest it could be lower, but we do not believe that it should be beyond a reasonable doubt with regard to the state for all of its obligations.
Mr. Vetch.
In a sense, it's a layman's question, but we're a lay tribunal. So if reliance, if if there was insufficient evidence in regard to Article 2A, so you were then reliant on B to E, what does destruction look like, either whole or in part? The human vessels will look biologically probably not dissimilar to what they do now. There may be some forced intermarriage which dilutes the look, but what does it actually look like in 10 years' time? So if you imagined that, and I don't attribute intent at this stage, but if you imagine somebody planning this, what would they conceive in their mind that this group would look like? And the second bit of the question is, some of the policies, if attributable, for instance, around education, sterilization, so on, are very long-term policies. Presumably, therefore, the outcome of them could be very long-term. Does that matter in regard to whatever determination we may come to?
So the second point, it does not matter. Time is not a stipulated requirement, nor a parameter, nor a threshold. So genocide may conceptually be over periods of time. I speak to you as a Canadian where we have such examples, but other parts of the world, so that it may look very differently over time. And if you're stopping at a certain point in time, a kind of material moment, then you have to establish where are you in that timeline. And the duty, again, is to prevent. So we should be thinking prospectively what this could lead to, not waiting. As the court has said, it's absurd if you have to have the result before you could invoke prevention. But second of all, what would it look like? So we know that scholars, and we are not scholars specifically of, for example, Raphael Lemkin and so forth. We're not historians and so forth. But those who have, I take note, for example, of Professor Daniel Firestein or Professor Gregory Stanton, who are extremely well known in this field, and they've spoken about stages. And I think, and they've mapped out in most genocides. The genocides do not, even by their definition, occur by accident or sudden, with kind of instantly. Although I know Dr. Hammerberg who's passed away, did speak about the possibility of instant genocide. But on the whole, genocides are planned, conducted over time, observable, foreseeable, and so forth. So if we think about what it would look like to an ordinary person on the street, we could imagine the kind of dehumanization, the end of if we reduce it only to the physically atomized biological human beings, I don't think anyone would argue thereupon that you remain with a group. The group as such does not exist. A group as defined by the convention, ethnic, religious, and so they must have that character of belonging, of groupness. If you have distilled and withdrawn all elements of the group and you are left only with bones and flesh, and no esprit and no community and no ability to self-generate and so forth, you have destroyed the group. So I think that's what it would become. And we have evidence of that from other genocides. Almost all genocides have included dehumanization, interruption of the progenerative capacity of the group, socially, culturally, marriages, and many, many other things. So I think humans can understand this one to another. We would recognize it.
And I want to add two things, because it's a really good question. I think a lot of people might get confused over what might appear as forced assimilation you sometimes hear, or cultural genocide. Those terms do not accurately reflect the situation, and this situation would require, I think, further research on this, but like, what is the impact of mass sexual violence in prison? What is the impact of years of torture in prison, of tearing families apart that won't get back together? What is the impact of, so if China says that they want to create an entire single nation like race, and we're happy to include Uyghurs in that race, what does that actually mean for even the individuals and the rates of suicide? And there's just so many factors that need to be, it's not just, so I think these terms, forcible assimilation and cultural genocide, in a way are, they're almost colonial in some sense, and not looking from the victim's perspective, because also the destruction of religion, and it's not like a destruction of culture, like if you took away my cream cheese and bagels or something. It's not. It's a way of life that is, for some people, more important than physical existence. And I just wanted to note that from 10 years time from now, the destruction is kind of terrifying to think about.
Professor Osler has a short question to follow, and I wouldn't mind space for one or two.
Okay, so I'm going to be very brief. Just a couple of points of clarification for the laywoman. First, so there's individual responsibility versus state responsibility. That's your proposal. Thank you for that. What if the state and the individual is fused? And by that I mean, for instance, we have notions such as a party state. President Xi has changed the constitution, so he's potentially president for life. He has Xi Jinping thought enshrined in the constitution. He's head of several bodies, and there's lots of direct lines that go back and up to President Xi. So what happens to your argument when the state and the individual is fused in that way? What do we do?
L'État, c'est moi. It is possible that we can imagine the synonymity of the state and an individual, an absolute monarch, a dictator for life, and so forth. So in that case, the two would coincide. But that's extremely rare, although it is, even today, we have, I think the monarch of Saudi Arabia and a few other places have this kind of absolute status, where the person, Mohammed bin Salman, acting is not only an individual, but his acts are of the state, for example. So it may be the case. And I think part of the problem, for the public in a lay sense, is we want to personify this. And we've been taught that. We've been taught that it was Stalin, it was Hitler. And it wasn't Hitler. It was Hitler and an entire system, an entire program. It was the judiciary, dare I say, in the Third Reich that played a very significant role. So, and actually a lot of the operative elements may be very small but pointed. The SS only numbered, I think, 8,000 or something. So, but it has reach, socialized reach. So we have to escape, and I think it is part of your task, if I may say, to help the public understand that it's not reducible to just one bad guy. In fact, I would dare say that this bad guy, bad appleism, is a kind of distraction. And in the case of a complex system like China, it is almost constructed distraction. In the theory, and I'm not a China specialist, but in the theory of such regimes, I have, for example, been assistant many years ago in the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Iraq, and I studied Baathism and the role of the regime there and so forth. So the role of the party, the role in which it insinuates and implicates almost everything. You couldn't be a university professor in Iraq without being a Ba'ath Party member. You can't. So these elements penetrate, and it becomes the state. And it is the state which one must understand is not only the primary actor in international relations and law, this powerful entity that gives us passports or does whatever it does, it is also the primary responsibility in international law. So let's not have the state off the hook in this, but let's understand they're not synonymous, could be, and there may be overlapping. I think normally there will be individuals with specific individual responsibility, identifiable, Nuremberg, for example, and at the same time the state.
I will just pass on to my colleague because we don't have time for more.
Thank you very much for what you've said so far. It's been really very, very helpful to me as an individual, certainly. If we look at Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, and I'm just looking at the 5 elements there, as a layperson, I'm just wondering, does our understanding of these, how important is it that we demonstrate or illustrate the intersection of these, certain of these 5 parts?
How important is it to illustrate the intersection of the 5 parts?
Yeah.
5 acts? Well, I mean, the acts are discrete in terms of the actus reus, so to speak, of the crime. So one would look at, I think, first, whether or not there is an intent to destroy the group as such. And if there is, then have members of the group been killed at the hands of torture in prison? Have they been caused serious bodily harm or mental harm? Each one kind of on its own. But I suppose the real question for you is, looking at the intent to destroy the group, which is demonstrated by the mass atrocities at large and the coordinated and deliberate campaigns that are targeting the group. And then, of course, all of these acts are kind of illustrative of how you would go about destroying a group. And so, and these acts, like I said, have been amply demonstrated before this tribunal over the past couple of hearings. So,
if I could say from a logical perspective, so the 5 provisions are discrete and they are stipulated as such, and so as a matter of treaty interpretation and so forth, a breach of a single one is sufficient. However, in terms of coherence, and if we actually try to understand what would be the kind of approach of an actor that would be responsible, it is actually sensible that this intersection would apply, that they not only take children away, but they also reduce births and they also create conditions, which is an extremely wide area. So I would say the intersectional approach is telling, and it helps us to understand, and in our what we have reported is that we believe there have been violations discreetly under each one, but under all of them, and we think that's sensible. Makes sense.
So to conclude, if there was a circumstance where under your analysis of state responsibility, a case for genocide was made out, but it was a strong-led state, and you then found a document which, from the leader, showed that he had initiated the conduct, but for a different reason. Henry V of Agincourt killed them so they don't become fighters, something like that. What would you say then?
These are not mutually exclusive. This is...
So you can have, this is both genocide and not genocide.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. Saying that you may be, for example, committing genocide with additional purposes. In fact, it is a normal context, almost any crime is a break and enter and so forth. But particularly something like genocide. In fact, I can't imagine neither one historically nor one that would be without some other additional purpose. I mean, even in Auschwitz's gas chambers, they were melting the gold from the teeth on the spot.
Yes, but Mr. Packett, supposing having made your determination, you then find a document from the leader authorizing precisely the conduct, but saying from the beginning his intention was different, and this couldn't be possible. What would you say then? Would you say that your determination of genocide was a mistake?
No, because the conclusion in terms of determination with regard to attribution is the composite of acts that you can infer. Otherwise, then I would simply, in the commission of a genocide, write a little note to myself and put in a safe saying the purpose of my genocide is not to commit genocide. I mean, that would be perfectly ridiculous. So, and that is part of the argument that has been made of the so-called sole purpose. If it simply means that the People's Republic of China today issues a statement saying, and they do, they argue counterterrorism, they argue population policy, they argue economic development. So even if there is a document to support that, and they generate those documents, that is not the sole basis of reaching a determination.
Yeah, there's no defense for genocide, basically.
2 quickies. You remember my suggestion that there are bad things people do to each other, big circle.
Yeah.
There's a circle in the middle, legal genocide, just in case this becomes helpful in future evidence. Sociologists are also able to look at genocide from a different perspective and indeed to prove the existence of genocide according to the stages or the constituent elements. Is their circle bigger than, in your view, than the legal circle, or is it a Venn diagram that intersects? And if you want to think about that and send us a note, I'd be only too happy, but it just could arise and it's quite helpful thinking. Third question, before I hand back to Mr. Abraham, and then I'll express some gratitude to you. But the third question is, if we would like to find a contemporaneous writer opposing your views, who would it be? Apart from William Shabas, of whom we know. And I ask you simply because, as you know, you're the only ones who've been good enough to turn up and help us. Who would be the person to turn to for the other view?
Well, certainly Professor Shabas, with whom I have enormous respect and I've known for many years, and with whom I would say substantially we agree on many things, but on a couple of points we disagree.
I've seen the discussion between you.
I would think that there are a number of scholars who will hold the position essentially from the, and you may know that international law has developed such, I mean, for the layperson, that now there are these kind of narrow areas of law, such as international criminal law, which become kind of self-generating and closed. So not just as legal regimes, but they talk to each other and they quote each other. And so I believe there will be a number of international law, criminal law scholars who will support a number of the views of Professor Shabas, and you could ask them for that. I would say they are mistaken. Due respect.
I'm sure that's an open-minded answer. Mr. Abraham, do you have any questions?
Nothing further from me other than to thank Professor Pratt.
Well, gentlemen, again, indeed, thank you very much for coming. And if you wouldn't mind sending us a note of those two things in publishable form, as we'll put it obviously on the website. Further, if in our deliberations we wish to address you questions in writing, might either or both of you be willing to help us?
With pleasure,
Absolutely.
and we'd be honored to do so.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a limited break of 10 minutes, please?
You can.
Can we start? We have three. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Mr. Bahram Sintash, who will be joining us from United States through video connection. Mr. Sintash is an artist, open source researcher, and multimedia designer who focuses on Uyghur history and culture. He has conducted and published field research in Xinjiang on Uyghur architectural history. Since learning about his father's, Korban Mamad's, detention in 2018, he started what he says in his word, his activism. After February 2019, Mr. Sintash investigated and researched demolished mosques, Islamic architecture, Uyghur neighborhoods, and Uyghur cemeteries. His work relating to the destruction of the cultural heritage in Xinjiang has been widely published in AFP, Guardian, Washington Post, among others. The key focus of Mr. Sintash's testimony is a report entitled Demolishing Faith, the Destruction and Desecration of Uyghur Mosques and Shrines, and was published by the UHRP. His short report to the tribunal focuses on the destruction and desecration of Uyghur mosques and shrines, particularly since 2016. Mr. Sintash, can you please make your presentation? Because of the delays, we only have a very limited time, so I would appreciate if you limit it to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Tribunal, thank you, Hamid. Can you hear me? Please respond.
We can hear you. Please go on.
My testimony today includes three important topics. Topic one, demolition of Uyghur mosques. The Chinese government's ongoing crackdown in the Uyghur region is aimed at eliminating Uyghur ethno-cultural identity and assimilating them in undifferentiated Chinese identity. Uyghurs' Islamic faith has been a major target of this campaign. Next slide, please. campaign of mosque demolition began in 2016. The campaign has taken the form of eradicating tangible signs of the region's Islamic identity from the physical landscape. The campaign was termed the Rectification Program. The program termed the Mosque Rectification Program and was undertaken with the justification of mosque demolition. The CCP Central Committee released an internal document which calls for unilateral ban on construction or expansion of mosques and the reduction of mosques. Since then, the Uyghur Autonomous Region has witnesses a wave of shrinking mosques and a reduction of many mosques. Next slide, please. More than 140 demolished mosques, which have there been fully or partially destructed or demolished, or have Islamic architectural features removed. Information from my source from the region and my examination over 400 mosques and religious sites on the satellite imagery shows that since 2017, about 30 to 40% of mosques were demolished in the townships in major counties and cities all around Uyghur region. Next slide, please. That small village mosques are the majority of the destroyed mosques. At the end of my research in 2019, I estimated that 80% of village mosques have been affected all around Uyghur region, which means in total as many as 15,000 affected by the campaign. This number must have increased since then. Next slide, please. Of mosques is the heart of China's government's campaign of genocide in Uyghur homeland. It appears their ultimate goal is to eliminate the Islamic faith in Uyghur region. Without mosques, Uyghurs cannot deliver their religion and culture to the next generation. Without mosques, Uyghurs become religiously homeless in their own homeland. Uyghur neighborhoods and relocation of Uyghurs. The Chinese government have demolished Uyghur neighborhoods on mass scale in villages, townships, and cities all around Uyghur homeland in the past few years. Of mosque destruction, the Chinese government have been doing this campaign under the guise of the Chinese government, under the guise of the quote, the mission of eradicating absolute poverty and public convenience, end quote. Region government has publicly announced that the demolition of Uyghur neighborhood is realization of the Chinese central government plan. Xinjiang Autonomous Region even released accurate data on how many Uyghur homes and neighborhoods have been demolished and how many Uyghurs have been relocated to confirm their achievements in this mission. Next slide, please. Xinjiang Daily News emphasized the opinions of General Secretary of Xi Jinping, pointing out that, quote, it's necessary to increase the follow-up support for the relocation and poverty alleviation, end quote. According to 2020 Chinese Economic Daily News, the Xinjiang Autonomous Region government completed the relocation mission in 2019 with 169,400 people in 4,100 146 householders across the Uyghur region. About 87% of the relocation were in the Kashgar, Khotan, Aksu prefectures. According to Tianshannet, the Chinese Uyghur Autonomous Region government and Development Commission has decided to complete the demolishing of quote-unquote old neighborhoods several times faster than previous year. 230,000 will be demolished in the 2021 plan. The Chinese central government has allocated 2.8 billion yuan, about 440 million US dollars for this big plan in the Uyghur region. Examples. According to a Tianshannet news story, residents of 5th village of Kachong village in Yarkand were located to a site in Yonggang district, which was built 50 kilometers away from the Yarkand in 2017. The resettlement location was built on a barren plain. According to the RFA report on this resettlement mission of Yarkand County, the Uyghur communities who were relocated to Kachong, Kosharap, who were relocated from the Kachong, Kosharap, and Damsi villages in the Darachan River Valley were forcibly removed out of their ancient village and homes. The Uyghur farmers are now factory workers, which is alien to their way of life and customs. According to the Xinhua News, since 2017, China's government has relocated 14,000 Uyghur farmers living in Kokyar, Kargılık to the resettlement location in the country's Aktaş district. Currently, those Uyghur farmers who relocated to the Aktaş market are working in China's shoe factories. Next slide, please. Is being carried out in the factories built in the resettlement, where the Uyghurs are under the complete control. Next slide, please. Are being demolished, and new buildings are being built on the demolished sites all around Uyghur homeland. I documented 8 of those neighborhoods which were demolished in Ürümçi, Yarkand, Keria, Kargılık, and Karakaş between 2018 to 2019. The campaign of demolishing of Uyghur neighborhoods and relocating of Uyghurs was never done with the consent of the Uyghurs, but rather as a result of Chinese government.
Mr. Sintash, sorry to cut you short because we have very limited time and these are all in your report with the pictures. So if I may, I have 2 or 3 questions which I would like to raise before asking the tribunal to pose their questions. You say that if we can, because your report covers all this and the tribunal have read it. You say in your report that you have personally investigated the destruction or partial destruction of 140 mosques. You also refer to your examination of 400 religious sites. Is it correct to say that the figures you quote, especially the 15,000 mosques, is your best estimate and not based on empirical studies of the sites?
Not possible to examine the entire demolished mosque because we have a method of using how many percentage of the mosque being demolished. Also collecting the interview records by the RFA, the officials, they told that the percentage of the mosque that's been demolished in the particular counties and towns. So we can estimate the amount of the demolished mosque using the targeted towns or cities. For example, a city in Tungji, a small city, there are about 15 mosques were available before the mosque being demolished, but 80% of that the mosque in the Tungji city had been demolished. So using this kind of method to apply to the other cities and the townships, we can have estimated number. The 15,000 is limited. It must be more than this until now. It's a very small. I mean, my best estimation, but this could be reached to 70,000 or 60,000. But this is my estimation of 2019.
You say that 30 to 40% were demolished. If the Chinese government wanted to demolish, why did they stop at 30 or 40% and not go for all of it?
I think the works that we have done affected Chinese action on this because we publicize those because entire world has been known about what Chinese action on the demolition of Uyghur mosque. So the report published in 2019, I think Chinese government could realize to slow down the demolition of mosques because of the report we released. The other than China cannot demolish entire mosques. They could keep some of them to show the international community we are preserving mosques. The mosques are available. But the point is, those mosques are not the majority. For example, the village mosques are the main majority target of the demolition because the township peoples and farmers don't have available mosques in their own town and village. But the larger mosques, some of the larger mosques in the county, center of the county or cities, they are there, they're available. So, for example, Itka Mosque wasn't demolished, but it's there. But China always takes that risk, Itka Mosque, to lie the word. Actually, we are preserving this mosque. This historic mosque is still there. And whatever saying that the Uyghur researchers saying that the most mosque demolished is actually fake, but it's not. But China is just keeping some of them. But the number is shocking. 15,000, more than 15,000 mosques have been demolished. This is true. We have facts of that.
Thank you. And my last question is about the demolition of the old neighborhood. Is this policy limited to Xinjiang, or is it being carried out throughout China, that the older neighborhoods are destroyed to give way for the new cities?
Good question. I don't know what the policy for the other province of China, but this is a trick. Poverty elevation means like make farmers make more money, make them a better life. I think it comes to the Uyghurs. This could change our way of life or customs. For example, the people who moved into the I call quote unquote labor towns where people work in the factories. This is not Uyghurs have been living. So this could affect the Uyghurs' natural population growth because, as you know, Uyghurs are Muslim. We have different lifestyle because of culture. We have higher population growth compared to other parts of China. So if people move into the factory neighborhoods, this affects to our growth of population because, as you know, the city population compared to the townships and the farmers, because of the living style in the farmer and the counties, natural population growth is more than cities. Now we're just living in somewhere like fully controlled, a limited size of houses where they live and they work in the factories. This just changed entire Uyghurs' living style and customs. This affects the Uyghurs' natural growth of population. This is what yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The tribunal members have some questions for you now.
Can I ask you, you describe the desecration of mosques with taking down domes and minarets. Is that a precursor to total demolition? Are they still usable or not?
question again.
You describe the taking down of domes and minarets on mosques and asked, is that a precursor? Does that then lead to total demolition or do they carry on being used?
Because the domes and minarets is the main architectural element of it makes it a mosque. Without minaret or domes, this building become a box. According to my research and some of the testimonies, Chinese government using that building for other duties like town centers, using propaganda for the government to gather people and for the meeting, and somehow they use this kind of locations for other duties, not for using for the mosque. So some and then people no longer go to those mosques and pray as before. So the doors are locked and then no one can enter the mosque. And this is about just destruction. Yeah.
Thank you. You cite the Bitter Winter report in 2018, where in the city of Kabul, 200 of the 800 mosques have been destroyed. And it also suggested that a further 500, leaving only 100 out of 800, was planned for demolition in 2018. Do we know whether that's occurred?
The 140, the mosques are confirmed by myself. I examined this more mosques, like reached 1,000 locations examined, and I found 400 the location that I suspected must be demolished, and I found 140 completely demolished mosque and partially demolished mosque locations. And then the evidence is overwhelming. Everyone could find more evidence based on what locations they were reserved for or investigate. And also Uyghurs or exiles. Mosques is available is or not. So we have overwhelming evidence. Everywhere is like people saying the mosques are demolished in their hometown.
Thank you. I'm very sorry to hear about the disappearance of your father. And in that section of your report, you say that it's estimated that 435 intellectuals have disappeared. And I just wonder what the denominator for that figure is. How many people would be classified as intellectuals amongst the Uyghur population?
Actually, it's 380 in my report. Yeah, this is the number from the late 2018, beginning 2019. This number has increased to up to 500. This is almost entire Uyghur intellectual. As you know, Uyghurs have long history. We are very educated. We have so many intellectual people among us. So now Uyghur society is without their own intellectuals. So this number, we can say more than 95% of well-known Uyghur intellectuals of them.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions. I'll hand over to my colleagues.
Thank you very much. That was very sad to hear. After the demolition of the mosque, what do they do on the site? Do they build on top of it? And if so, does that attract other Uyghurs to it as a possible sacred site?
Some of the evidence shows that after China demolished mosques, they built department buildings and a certain style of buildings like modern style, never for the mosque, for using of religious practice. Also, the demolished neighborhood being turned into new residential areas in style of Chinese characterized. And we have overwhelming evidence that Chinese immigrants are settled in those new neighborhoods after the demolished Uyghur neighborhoods, the location where the Uyghur neighborhoods demolished.
Thank you. So in the name of poverty alleviation, several communities, including various families, have been forcibly moved out of their villages and homes, some of whom would have had vast pastures and fertile farmland, as you note in your report. Have you got any information as to what might have happened to that land after they're forcibly removed, and what kind of evidence do you have regarding the movement? How do you prove that it's forcible?
According to my research, and the people who moved out from their own village and town, that location is the best part of the area where they have great the river, the side of the rivers, and great place for the farming. People move out of their own village and they move to the somewhere like middle of nowhere, the barren plain. And then the government built humongous neighborhoods and with thousands of homes, settle the Uyghurs inside that neighbor. We call it neighborhood, labor camps. The people work in the facility or in the camp, and those resettlement, the neighborhoods of Uyghurs become the place where Chinese government settle their own immigrants from the inner China. We have overwhelming evidence of this on Radio Free Asia and other sources. I can, if you're interested, we can provide more evidence of this.
It's taken away from them. They don't own that land anymore. Is that right?
Because they have no longer go back to own village.
One imagines that the destruction of religious sites is to seek to destroy religiosity, Islam, in the region. In your view, is that likely to succeed?
Question, I'm sorry.
So the destruction of religious sites is presumably to destroy the religion. Is that likely to succeed, or will religion be, the practice of Islam be practiced elsewhere in homes or in underground or other places, as has happened in other repressive regimes or alleged repressive regimes?
Question, mosques are, we Muslims call mosques out of God's home. They where we Muslims practice Islam and then join as a community in the mosques, and then the mosques are the place where Muslims transfer, give for the next generation, mosques where the place where Muslims have their own religious practice and continue their culture. And then the question is, China, there's no longer people can go mosque like before, and then people even cannot practice religion in their home because, as you know, that even China monitor their daily living in the home, and then practicing Islam is a crime at the moment. So I don't believe China will eventually erase the entire Islam or history from the Uyghur region, but China is reaching the goal. Now Uyghurs cannot tell themselves publicly they are Muslim, and because of this pressure, now the Uyghur girls willing to marry the Han Chinese because they cannot reject the other Han Chinese people, males married to Uyghurs, because in the past we say we are Muslim, we don't marry to non-Muslims, but right now the people no longer can say this. So based on those evidence, China is reaching the goal. That because they have targeted Islam to erase Uyghurs' identity. Yeah.
Could I ask just a couple of questions about the demolition program inside Uyghur neighborhoods? You refer to 8 that you've documented. They look like large sites, and I wonder whether beyond that 8 overall you have any indication of what the overall scale of resettlement is. It looks like there's significant amounts of new housing being built there.
Okay, example 1 is my old hometown called Kuchar. Kuchar County, in the heart of Kuchar County, about 750 football field size neighborhood where about 30 to 40,000 Uyghurs have been living. Completely demolished, less than 3 months. You can imagine how this could happen. What kind of force the government used in less than 3 months? 40,000 people agree to move out their own hometown, where they've been living for many hundred years. This is shocking. This not happening only one time. This happening is entire Uyghur region, mostly in the southern part of the Uyghur region. I documented 8 of those locations, which are mostly in the center of the townships and the cities. The number is very shocking.
And as you say, it's extraordinary the speed at which the demolition takes place. Do you know what the process is for, once a site has been identified, what the process is for moving people out?
Exact process, how they're taking this huge action in less than 3 months. But as you can see, in less than 1 year, the entire neighborhood after demolish, the new building has been built in 1 year. New settlement locations, new modern buildings. And then I know, as I mentioned earlier, the evidence shows that about 30,000 people or 40,000 people in the heart of the city or townships, the marsh, the neighborhood, the flats, bulldozers. This is the evidence. The satellite imagery cannot lie because it's lie thing. We have evidence of that. Not only one location, as I said, so many other locations in different cities and townships.
And are you aware of any protests or opposition to these forcible relocations?
China has new system, the re-education and detention facilities and the relocation of Uyghurs to the, as I mentioned earlier, previous part, that the new labor towns. People Uyghurs don't have right to say against those policies. They agree because there are available locations, which are camps, which are new settlement locations, even jails. So China has place to put the Uyghur population in, and this is just like a man-made plan to reach Uyghur culture. At the same time, the decrease the force. The population growth could be affected by those action and campaign.
And so the new residents of these regions are entirely Han Chinese, are they? No Uyghurs would go back to those neighborhoods or be allowed back to those neighborhoods?
Again, example 1, evidence that AFP reporter went to Oktu county in Uyghur region, southern part of Uyghur region, in 2019. And he sent a picture of a neighborhood, very newly built neighborhood, all in the Chinese characterized costume. And he said, I cannot compare this location to the inner China. There's no difference. And then mostly Chinese people in those locations, the city, part of the city. And then that Oktu is the mostly Uyghur populated township. And now it's turned into Han Chinese, no different than Han Chinese cities. So also Chinese government has a plan and in their campaign of the support Chinese immigrants when people move into the Uyghur towns and new settlement locations, where the best places to live and where the part of the city or township. According to the many reports, those new Chinese immigrants provided homes for free, and they live in the home, and they they can provide with the job. So many China citizens, residents, who are looking for a job, who are looking for better life, they moved into the Uyghur towns in the southern part of China, Xinjiang.
Thank you.
In your research on the demolition of mosques, have you seen any patterns where the demolition may be particularly extensive, any areas of the region, or conversely, any areas where far fewer mosques have been demolished?
I mentioned earlier, the village mosques are the majority target of this demolition because the Uyghur homeland is vast land. The distance between the townships and cities are very far. So the Uyghur residents practice their Islam in their own township. So 80% of village mosques are demolished. That's why this number increased to up to 15 to 16,000. And then some of the iconic and the large mosques also demolished in the township and cities. So the population order of in the Uyghur region, 95 up to 95% of Uyghur population are Uyghur in the southern part of Uyghur region. That's why the more mosques were available in the past. So more mosques were demolished in the southern part of Uyghur region compared to north. So there's no pattern. This campaign happening has been doing China demolishing mosques in all around the Uyghur region.
Thank you very much for attending the tribunal to give evidence. Unless Mr. Sabi has any more questions?
No further questions.
Well, thank you very much for making yourself available. It may have seemed a little bit pressed at the beginning and crushed because we were a little late starting, and we apologize for that. But thank you very much for getting everything in that you did and for your report. Thank you.
I like my father's case in the tribunal. Just 2 minutes.
Off you go. If it's inappropriate, I'll stop you.
Put the slide 11. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Continue. Mohammed is prominent Uyghur intellectual. My father is a former editor-in-chief of Xinjiang Civilization Journal. He was not seen in the public since 2017. And my father's case highlights the fate of Uyghur intellectuals. As I mentioned earlier, 380 Uyghur intellectuals have been detained. And my father's case is compiling. His case highlights efforts of the Chinese government to suppress of the culture and religion of the Uyghurs. Uyghur intellectuals, like my father, are the ultimate target of the Chinese crackdown. Next slide, slide 12. For example, according to the mainstream media, a famous Uyghur writer who is my father's one of best friend, who has been in the Chinese detention camp, was killed in the detention facility, in the concentration camp. Another example, most famous Uyghur religious scholar, Muhammad Salih Haji, also died under Chinese police custody at age of 82. So those are very shocking because Uyghur intellectuals, like my father, is most vulnerable, most important people for Uyghur society. So after his disappearance of 4 years, I have no information about my father. My father died or killed in those horrible locations and the camp or jail. So China has to provide information about my father and other most vulnerable, important Uyghur well-being whereabouts. Are they still alive or being killed? Any information we want to know. We have demanding. We have to know about those information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Our next witness is Ms. Julie Millislip.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, our next expert witness is Director of Public Affairs and Advocacy at the Campaign for Uyghurs. Her background is in political science and education management. In her report on the educational policies of the PRC, she argues that by transferring Uyghur children from their families to boarding schools, the Chinese authorities are essentially educating the next generation of Uyghurs in a way that destroys the religion and culture of their group and remolds them into the Han Chinese way of life. According to the report, the educational policies implemented in Xinjiang focus largely on eradicating Uyghur culture, including its language, from school curricula. She argues that while Chinese authorities have implemented population control policies that are intended to prevent future births within the Uyghur group, they are also implementing and targeting existing generations of Uyghur children for destruction by transferring the children of these groups. Uyghur children are systematically taught to reject culture and religious beliefs while embracing the one-party rule of the Chinese state and the culture it endorses. And alongside these policies, the PRC continues to implement and enforce silence of Uyghur groups through a repressive campaign of disappearances of Uyghur academics and intellectuals. Ms. Millsap, the panel has already read and received your report and considered it carefully. So could I just invite you to give us, particularly as we are running out of time, a very brief presentation, and then we'll move on to questions. Thank you.
Of course. So in preparing this presentation, because there have been so many colleagues even here at the tribunal who have touched on some of these themes in regards to children being removed from their parents, placed in these state-run facilities, etc., I actually am going to take a few brief minutes through this PowerPoint presentation to take the time to examine something I think would be beneficial to reinforce the aspect of systemic racism that underlies this entire thing by also looking at some of the broader policies being enacted across the PRC. These have enormous implications for Uyghurs because obviously this is the most extreme situation occurring today, and how particularly this is on the rise since Xi Jinping's ascension, but beyond that, this has always been something that has been present and underlying in the People's Republic of China. So even though Uyghurs have faced restrictions on promised conditions of autonomy, such as mother tongue education for decades, and this is one of the other primary policies that receives a lot of rightful attention, and they've been treated with varying degrees of oppressive discrimination, both in the region and throughout China proper. this narrative of anti-extremism, when combined with some of the anti-Western trends in education that are occurring under Xi Jinping, as well as general restrictions on the increasing privatization of education in the PRC, also give us a bit of a marker, actually, that naturally Uyghurs would come into direct conflict with the party's objectives, and I'll allow the tribunal to draw its own conclusions from that, but due to their cultural, religious, and ethnic influences and traditions. So I'm actually going to look at a few of the things that are involving other ethnic groups, and we'll come back to some of what I believe are some important points to highlight from the report. So next slide. Actually, next slide. I'm going to speed through a bit since I wanted to give a few instances. This is very general information, but just about something that would very commonly be encountered in a textbook today throughout China. And this is actually something that would be targeted at about age 5 approximately, 学前班. So this is the pre-primary school level of school preparation here. Daddy asked me what colors are hair, I say it's black. Mama asked me what color are eyes, I say they're black. I'm not going to read the whole thing, you can take a look at that. But one of the things that we observe from this is just this very marked intent throughout everything that's kind of been the focus as of late in a lot of the primary school targeted policies to reinforce this idea of this homogenous, not only ideologically, but also even physically, starting from a very young age with children in the PRC. So as we can imagine, this concept of kind of establishing that it's Han Chinese versus the other starts at an increasingly young age, and this is a very recent trend. So what we're observing right now is that while in the past these might have been things that were very common in the curriculum, maybe in a slightly older age in primary school, now, and especially with the expansion of these state-run facilities and quote-unquote kindergartens in the Uyghur region, there's really an opportunity here for the PRC to instill this type of mentality even from age 3 or younger. This also has to do with the privatization of education, because previously throughout China, parents might have had the opportunity to select a private pre-K program, but based on some of the things that I will demonstrate in the PowerPoint slides here.
Could I ask you to speak at a slightly slower pace?
Sure, absolutely. So with the what are actually very recent changes regarding the view of private education in China, and some very marked steps that are being taken by the Chinese officials right now to effectively shut a lot of that down, I also believe we will continue to observe concerning trends regarding targeting even younger children with this type of messaging throughout China, which obviously reinforces this environment with an increased risk of genocide from my viewpoint in the People's Republic of China. So next slide. So just to highlight a few interesting phrases that are popping up in propaganda, this idea of ideological and political baptism. It's a very interesting and specific phrase to use, and I'm sure can conjure up a lot of that type of religious imagery. So next slide. I'm going to kind of speed through this in the interest of time, but anti-Western sentiment also can kind of play into this dynamic that we see of really trying to strengthen this idea of a Han Chinese ethnicity as identified by the Communist Party and in line with quote-unquote Marxist values, as was recently re-emphasized by Xi Jinping himself. But really being able to place anybody who might potentially have any sort of influence or values that exist in contrast to that agenda as the other is a high priority for the regime. So that's why we also see this rising anti-Western sentiment, crackdowns on things like even that previously schools would enjoy with Chinese children, such as foreign holiday celebrations, etc. So next slide. A few interesting quotes that are just demonstrating again that across the country we're starting to observe these things. Chinese children should only be taught by Chinese teachers. Foreigners could brainwash them. Interesting direct quote from an education official in Inner Mongolia. Next slide. Chinese children should look at Chinese faces. Again, an education official's quote from December 2019. Again, this raises interesting questions because when we say Chinese, we could be referring to nationality, as the regime often tries to establish that they maintain some sort of ownership over Uyghurs by identifying using this identity of Chinese. At the same time, we also see that when it's convenient, they strive to use more of a racial undertone to establish who is truly Chinese, meeting in line with Party values, potentially from my viewpoint or not. Next slide. This is just an interesting thing to mark on as well, that's demonstrating that actually many of the other ethnic groups in China are very aware of what's happening to the Uyghurs. Just to kind of give you a context of a few of these comments on here, one of the things that I believe really allows for some pushback on the narrative that the Chinese Communist Party is using to justify its policies of why children need to be carefully educated in line with these values, why we need to push back on extremism, is the fact that these mother tongue policies are now being repeated against Mongolians. And this is a group of people that do not fit this narrative at all, and yet it's the exact same policy. These type of things that were enacted a few years ago against Uyghurs are now being repeated with Mongolians, with arrests, recently 7,000 to 15,000 people potentially, to the extent that they even had to move police from other departments, such as the traffic police, to jails in Inner Mongolia to be able to accommodate the large number of arrests. So very interesting thing to note. But in my interviews with other individuals from different ethnic groups throughout China, it is interesting to note that 100% of them were aware of what was happening to Uyghurs. So again, I think there's a lot that you can draw from that, but next slide. I'm also going to kind of speed through this, but it's an interesting side note to know that homeschooling is something that exists in the PRC, because I have been asked about this before. Uyghurs have consistently utilized underground schools. We don't have a lot of specific facts or figures, but some of the interviews that I conducted with Uyghur individuals, they had children very recently that were enrolled in underground schools or homeschooling. Often this is directly related to violation of birth policies. That means they cannot have the hukou to attend school. Many times Uyghur parents would choose to send them abroad. So we're also talking about how educational policies or lack of choice in education affects Uyghurs and targets them with this genocide. So when they would be sent abroad, potentially then they could be targeted for having made that choice as well. And I will mention that in the last slide. Next slide. Again, just a few things to note.
On that point, so I'm really sorry, but as I mentioned, panel have read the reports.
Sure,
in view of time, if you could wrap up and then come
Sure, next slide, actually. I'll wrap up with this. So I am sharing this story with permission from a minor child that I did interview who made it to Turkey and had this similar background of making that choice as a result of being the fourth child and not being registered. So having gone to Turkey as a result of not having that type of educational choice, and his family visiting him when they came back to the country, they were interrogated. The child was also interrogated. There were tactics used. I'm sorry if I get a bit emotional. It's very hard to remain emotionally detached from talking about these things, but he was placed in one room, his father in another room, and he was said, if you don't tell the truth about the reasons for your trip, etc., your father will be tortured. At the time, he was a preteen. Eventually, he did go back to Turkey with his teacher, and his parents have disappeared into the camps, so he's there without his parents. This is a very common situation. So another thing to keep in mind is how a lot of these parameters regarding educational policies also affect Uyghur children when they do make those choices to offer them an alternative to send them abroad. Now, under the current policies, when the parents are sent to the camps, the children can be effectively cut off. They don't have money coming in, and our organization has done extensive interviews and work with, there is now an extensive homeless population in Turkey of these minor children that are effectively stranded there and homeless as their parents have disappeared. So this is a quite jarring thing to note, and just a quote with him, I'll never forgive or forget what you did. I had asked him, what would you say to Chinese officials if you could say anything? So the last point I want to emphasize before I allow everyone to move into questions is just there's a lot of things that we can go into in the topic of education, and there's a lot that can't be quantified. And the mental harm that is being done to minor children as a result of these policies to forcibly assimilate them into a Han Chinese identity, and as a result of trying to escape that impossible choice is really quite horrifying. And with that, I will yield to questions. So,
thank you for that. And to start off the questions, I'd like to understand a little bit more about what we know about these boarding schools. So, firstly, do we know, do parents send their Uyghur children to them voluntarily or forcibly? Do we know whether the children of different ages are sent to these schools, and do we know how long they would stay in such boarding schools?
So it's very difficult to get a lot of concrete figures about this, but one thing that I do feel very confident saying is that parents would not voluntarily send their children to these schools, and this is why I would say it's also very important to understand the Chinese cultural context. Children that young, it is not something that's done in China. It's just not done. So I can very confidently say that nobody would send, because we see through videos that are leaked out on Chinese social media, mostly from Chinese teachers, that I believe the youngest identified child in one of these videos was 2 years old. That is actually contrary to education regulations itself, which state that the minimum age would be 3 years old. So again, it really kind of also draws up the point that these are obviously facilities that are not regulated by the same standards as most Chinese pre-K programs would be. But again, we don't have a lot of information on how long they would be there for, unfortunately. But I can state quite confidently that it's countercultural to send a child as young as the ones that are featured in these videos to that type of facility.
Thank you. In the report, though, you do refer to the effect of the long-term separation of families that these boarding schools bring about. And could you speak a little more about this long-term effect, particularly, I mean, what is the impact of this transfer of children from, by their parents to these schools? For instance, would these children, when and if they return to their family, would they still recognize their parents, their biological parents, as their parents? Would they still recognize the Uyghur group as their group?
I would say it's highly unlikely, and a lot of that is, of course, based on the age of the child. So again, some of this might be better suited to ask a child psychologist or a specialist in that area, but what I can say is based on what we see of, again, even in these leaked videos that come out on social media, of the attempts that are made to sort of indoctrinate these young children, I think all of us can recognize that this has an almost immeasurably negative impact, because we all know that a child's mind and the way that it's developing at that particular age group, to be separated from a parent does have enormously negative impacts in general. And then to watch as these sort of techniques are used to brainwash children. So you can hear, this is actually an interesting point, even in videos of children that look to be about 3 or 4 years old. In fact, in one of them in particular, in the case of a father in Turkey who had no idea where his child was, and actually the first time he was able to identify him was seeing a video on Chinese social media accidentally, where he recognized his own son in one of these facilities. And the child is 3 years old, and the teacher is asking him questions in Chinese. A lot of the videos feature this, drilling them in Chinese. The children answer in this very uniform, rapid fire type of way. And I think also I have previously also worked in language education. The types of questions that they're asking them, the structure that they're using, the vocabulary that they're expecting a 2 or 3-year-old child to use, in and of itself really indicates that the people that are in charge of taking care of these children are absolutely not, one, qualified to do so, but that the priority here is brainwashing. It's not even Mandarin language education. It's to get these children to forsake their ethnic identity by asking them questions like, what's your mother country? A child of 3 years old does not understand the concept of mother country or nationality. So I think these are actually very important things to think about and examine. Again, I can't necessarily make a broad-ranging statement on what the long-range impact of that type of separation from parents would be, but I think, based on all we know about children's development, it will have an enormously negative impact. And we also, as a side note, do know that there have been reports of some people who do receive calls from their children who, and a lot of these we can't necessarily say they're necessarily in a boarding school facility, but if the parent is abroad, the child will repeat lines such as that, oh, my teacher told me that you're a bad person, to their parents. So they're very much being targeted with this very intentional brainwashing.
Thank you for that. And my final question is, so you told us that the transfer of these children is not voluntary, it is forcible to these boarding schools. You told us that one of the main purposes of these boarding schools is to eradicate Uyghur culture and inculcate a sense of Han Chinese way of life. And you also told us that the likely impact of this forcible transfer of children to these boarding schools is that they will likely feel that they do not belong any longer to the Uyghur group. So my question to you is, what do you think, therefore, are the overall purposes of this policy being implemented by the Chinese authority?
To force Uyghurs to assimilate to a definition of Chinese as defined by the Chinese Communist Party.
Thank you. I'll pass you on to the members now. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Can I begin by asking about how you did your research? You say in your report you looked at primary sources. So was that on social media, in Turkey? Did you ever go to Xinjiang?
No, I personally have not. So this report is compiled using open sources, first-hand testimonies. We do a lot of interviews with people, including people who are missing children, and in some cases, as the PowerPoint mentioned, minors themselves. And then, yes, through analyzing different social media videos, etc. But most of this for this report is open source information or previous strong reporting that's been done. So the intent is really to compile it all together so we can see an overall picture of the direction that the Chinese Communist Party has and is continuing to go in.
So how many minors have you come across? I imagine they were in Turkey and they were sent there by their families, is that right?
I am aware of, again, I don't have necessarily conclusive numbers, but I am personally aware of 200 cases of youth in Turkey that were effectively stranded there. So.
And there are also parents there who are without their children who are left in, and how many parents do you think would be there in Turkey or elsewhere who are without their children?
It's a little bit difficult for me to estimate just because, again, I've personally spoken to 5 different parents, but I wouldn't be very comfortable making an assertion about how many there actually are, as is the case for all Uyghurs. Many are making the decision about whether or not speaking to someone like myself or publicly raising their child's case might have immediately detrimental or retaliatory effects, so people make their own individual decisions about that. But of course, I suspect there are many, many, many more that are in the same situations.
And when you did your research and you looked at the current ethnicity of the teachers, are they all Han?
I have actually seen a few cases, and even in videos you can identify that there are Uyghur teachers in some of these facilities. However, in the videos I've only ever heard people speaking Chinese. So again, it appears that most are Han Chinese, but you will see Uyghurs speaking Chinese in some of these.
And have you come across any supposed orphans or children who do not have their parents because they're in detention, who are now with Han families?
This is actually an area that I think I would like to see more research done on, because it's kind of been something we've begun to hear rumors about, but there hasn't been a lot of in-depth research done on it. I think that is potentially, if I'm speculating, perhaps the next step that will be taken is encouraging Han Chinese families to take some of these children, but I don't have a lot of information about that at this time.
And what do you know about the conditions of these schools? Have you come across any information about the conditions and quality, where they sleep, what they eat? Are they allowed to meet their other relatives if they have any?
It seems that the individual situations vary quite a bit. For example, there have been videos of people where they're allegedly meeting with a child through a fence, things like that. That's very difficult to verify, really. The facilities seem to also vary quite a bit depending on where they're located, how large they are, but in general they resemble a typical public kindergarten of the lowest quality, I might say. So you'll have a lot of children all in one room, typically on very simple beds, sitting in chairs. This has been actually a common criticism even by Chinese parents of school facilities, is that because there's not a lot of focus on educational development or actual healthy practice in China, that in general in pre-K and kindergarten programs, children will be confined to tables and sitting all day because the teachers are scared of a child potentially being hurt and themselves facing some sort of repercussions. So in that way, it resembles a very low quality Chinese public school, but from my observations as well, there are a lot of children all in one place, which would indicate to me that they're not well cared for and that they're not hiring qualified or adequate staff to be caring for children who potentially are all forcibly separated from their parents and suffering enormous trauma. So.
And in your research, have you come across any of these children being punished because they speak Uyghur or do something that they're not supposed to do?
We've actually, not even just in recent years, but when you speak with many people and interview them about their experiences in Chinese school, even before these stricter language policies were enacted, even as early as 2004, 2005, people often report teachers discriminating against them or enacting forms of punishment for speaking Uyghur. So this is really quite actually in terms of facing oppression in that regard, something that's been ongoing for the Uyghur people for decades. In terms of videos, I haven't necessarily come across anything that I could point to as, yes, they're being punished for that, but we have heard reports of in general, they're required to speak Mandarin. And you can even see in propaganda that's plastered everywhere that, please speak the common tongue. So it's a pretty clear demonstration. This is a rule that children are expected to follow. I can't really speak to the punishment if they break the rule, particularly at a younger age, but based on what I know of Chinese education system.
So we're coming across two terms, boarding school and orphanage. Is there a difference between the two in terms of how they are articulated and understood in Xinjiang?
In my viewpoint, no.
They're both the same thing?
In my viewpoint, yes. Again, I'm not too comfortable saying for certain that there aren't any distinctions between them, but based on my personal opinion that I don't believe any parent in the region would voluntarily send a child that young to boarding school, particularly the types of facilities that we're looking at. I would say yes, I think it's a fancy way of saying one thing.
So the word orphanage means a child has no parents. But in a lot of these cases, the parent might be alive and that person, one or both, are in detention. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things I might defer to other people on. I don't have a lot of particular knowledge and can't really say confidently where the parents are. I suppose one differentiation, and you might need to verify this with someone else that might be applicable, is I think a lot of times orphanages are pre-existing facilities that from my observations, are being utilized, but because of the need to expand these, that might be the time they would more often use boarding school. I have observed that when we've had actually even foreigners in the region trying to get information about this, and they'll ask locals, what's this facility? I have noticed that they do tend to call it a boarding school more often. However, in the function of it, I think it's essentially the same. So.
And of all the schools that you come across, whether they're called orphanages or boarding schools, they're all fenced with security cameras, securitized, or are they quite open?
I haven't personally come across one that was open. To be fair, in general, I think schools in China increasingly have these types of measures, fencing, security cameras, and this has to do with just the increased surveillance state in general. But yeah, in my observation, all of these facilities do appear that way, quite high fencing and quite a few security cameras.
Even with the boarding school, a child would go home. Do you know if these children go home or if they have a home at holidays or weekends?
We don't have a lot of information on that, and again, because I do believe that boarding schools are constructed to care for children whose parents are detained, I would estimate they don't get to go home a lot, but it's a possibility that if there are relatives outside the camp, they might be offered the opportunity to visit with them. Again, we don't have a lot of verifiable numbers or information on that.
From other sources, which is not in this report, but I've come across it, is it only Xinjiang that has received this exponential growth of schools, stroke, or orphanages over the last few years, or are there other regions as well?
It's only this. Yeah, delegated to the Uyghur region.
And what's your understanding of that?
Again, I think it's quite clear that this situation that the Uyghurs are facing is an intentional attempt to eradicate them, from my viewpoint. And so, naturally, with so many people being put in concentration camps, the government does have to address the issue with children. So,
do you know anything about, well, if, for instance, if adults are relocated, would their children stay in that school near their original home, or would those children go with those parents?
Well, I will comment to say this. I did interview a mother who, when she identified her children via video, stated that her children were in a town very far from their hometown. So again, how many people are in that same situation, I'm not entirely sure. What were the motivating factors behind making a decision to move a child far from where potentially there might be a relative? I'm not entirely sure, but you know, it is an indication that this is an option and that Chinese officials feel comfortable doing that to children. So.
And do siblings tend to keep together, if you have any information on this? Or no?
I don't have any information on that.
So regarding the Convention on Children's Rights, so China is a signatory,
yes.
And you talk about how the children are not allowed to enjoy their own culture, their own religion, or their own language. So basically they're violating that convention. How does the state, the authorities, rationalize in China this contradiction?
It's rationalized with very heavy propaganda, as we've all seen, just this continued pushback from the CCP that, no, in fact, Uyghurs are offered many opportunities to enjoy their culture, showcase their culture. Look at these beautiful videos of Uyghurs dancing and women baking bread, you know, in the street with a full face of makeup and braids that fall into the fire. These type of laughably ironic propaganda videos, there's many measures they use to justify things, but I think in general the pushback from the Chinese state is, you know, to call these allegations false and to say that they are offering people ample opportunities to preserve their culture. The only way I've seen that defined is by dancing. The other aspects of culture are being actively destroyed. So.
And you say these directives are from Beijing. What's your source for that?
In general, I think as many have testified on the tribunal, it would have to be. With the Education Ministry, again, anything that's drafted by them does have to go through the People's Congress for approval and before being drafted into law. So it's quite clear that all of this goes through Beijing, in my opinion.
Do you know which body, which organization?
You know, beyond the People's Congress and then handed on down, that's typically how it goes, so.
Okay, in a number of points in your report, you talk about the low quality, in inverted commas, of national minority cultures, and by implication, peoples. Have you come across any other derogatory terms like low quality? Are there any other terms that have been used for Uyghur or Turkic Muslims?
Well, as has probably also been touched on by other people, yes, you know, we have a state actor that feels comfortable using Western social media platforms to call Uyghur women baby-making machines. So, yes, I have come across other terms that I am horrified to report are extremely derogatory, yes.
So just to clarify, officially they say they have a bilingual policy. Last one. Oh, can we have the terms, please? Can you mention what they are?
Yes, so baby-making machines being one of them, having an ideological illness, you know, this is another term that's used, low-quality humans, yes, those are some of the large ones. Naturally, to the Uyghur group specifically, we hear quite often terrorist, so those are probably some of the most striking, but I think weeds, yeah.
And do you know anything about the quality of the education they receive? You've written in your report that they're asked to sing songs about President Xi. He's the grandfather, so he's almost like a surrogate family member, in some ways, if they're orphans, replacing their own family.
Yes.
So is this done systematically, i.e. People like Xi and the CCP become the new family?
Yes, and specifically Xi Jinping. So even in the last, in August, when this new announcement came about the implementation of Xi Jinping thought into curriculum across China, it's this increasing attempt to make the party represented by one figure who's lovable, and in my personal viewpoint, can be offered as an alternative to religion. Also, in addition to that, it's quite intriguing, I think, to notice some of the parallels between propaganda that we might have seen during the Cultural Revolution, and that wasn't as common for several decades in China, but now under Xi Jinping is kind of being resurrected. The types of language and adoration that was used for Mao Zedong, for example, and really hasn't been repeated on that level since, we can really see being used in an expanding and striking way with Xi Jinping.
Okay, last question. And so we've heard about people in detention or in prison being told to sing songs, poems, etc., for valorizing President Xi. Is this in schools a variation on the same theme? Are they more or less the same poems and songs?
Very similar, yes, and I think it's actually been remarked on by some former detainees in the camp how a lot of the songs that they're singing resemble children's songs. So yes, it is quite similar in our observation.
Thank you for your report. I have 2 questions, and the first one relates to patriotic education. And I'd just like to play devil's advocate here. When I read what you've written about current advice on patriotic education, one could argue that this is a very, very similar type of education to what's going on in kindergartens and in schools throughout China. So what is the specific problem that you can articulate in Xinjiang in relation to this type of education? And you could argue patriotic education of this type actually takes place in countries with very, very different systems from that of China, with young children in an equal type of approach in Western democratic states, in a all-encompassing state in level. They need to learn Australian values or British values or whatever it is. So can you articulate that, please?
Absolutely. Actually, that's an excellent question, very thought-provoking. Well, one thing that I would say about that is, again, you touched on this, it's not necessarily that patriotism in and of itself would be labeled a negative thing. However, one thing that we do need to recognize about China is that the word patriotism is very much tied to other words and other concepts. So when they say 爱国, love the country, it is used simultaneously with love the party. So a huge problem for me is not loving China or teaching children that they, should love their country. That's not abnormal per se. But because of the deliberate efforts of the Chinese Communist Party to link Chinese identity to a political system rather than the country itself, this to me is an indication, again, that this war on diversity of thought is actually the huge problem here. So as many have touched on why Uyghurs are targeted, they're using the narrative of extremism, combating extremism. It actually has more to do with Uyghurs' potential to have independent thought thought, belief outside of the state. So I hope that answer makes sense, but essentially that's my problem with it, is that they're tying patriotism to loyalty to this political party that does not allow for any diversity of belief.
Thank you. And my second question relates to bilingual education and language policy. I look at the sources you have and the papers you draw on, going back as far as 2007, and we might imagine that if academics were writing then or getting published then, that this is relating to primary data that dates back to 2005. So at that point, bilingual education was being labeled as a euphemism for actually Mandarin focus in education, but that lies in direct contradiction to what the state has said it's doing in terms of promoting minority languages. So I'd appreciate your comments on that. And then when I turn to the documents that you refer to of more recent periods, when you're talking about language policy and that emanating from the Ministry of Education, I see that there's still an emphasis on bilingual education, particularly in kindergarten. So my question really is, do we have any data between those two dates to actually trace what might be going on in Xinjiang, given the difficulty in currently in academics from outside the region entering and engaging in this type of the research, and also the difficulty, as I perceive it, of Han Chinese researchers from places like the Curriculum Development Unit in Shanghai actually feeling confident about doing research in this region for fear of getting labelled. So I'm just trying to understand the development of policy over this period.
Okay, I hope I understood your question. So just to clarify, and you're speaking about Chinese researchers doing research on bilingual language policies.
I'm trying to understand what's happening in so-called bilingual language policy from over the last 18 years or so,
right,
and to establish whether there has been a change in reality, because the rhetoric is reinvest in bilingual education.
Yes, I'll do my best to answer that. I feel there might be other people who might be a little more qualified to talk on that. But yes, in 2004, there was a big push to start instituting the bilingual language programs in the region. And almost immediately, there were widespread reports that this is not, as you mentioned, bilingual. This is really to push Mandarin. Since then, where the difference comes in, I think actually when the government keeps kind of using the same language, but in reality we can see that there's rules and policies being implemented where there's signage on the wall saying, please only speak Putonghua, speak Mandarin. Again, we have to remember that China is not a country that is ruled by law, and their policies can change on a whim. How they are enacted can vary at a local level. This has evolved a bit under Xi Jinping. I would say that things are a bit more, for lack of a better word, efficient. In the past, it might take quite a while for things to trickle down. There might be pretty big fluctuations in how things were implemented on a local level based on how the local education authorities or officials felt like implementing things. And because of this increased restrictions and crackdown and brutally oppressive environment that that the region is at present, I suspect that has a lot to do with why there isn't as much and it's become more centralized and effective. This is a bit of a tangent, but another thing that I would say we should examine is the way that bilingual education is being implemented in Inner Mongolia, and in fact in the last year the massive language protests that happened in relation to that. We outside of the country should take note that parents, in this case Mongolian parents, immediately reacted to this policy with some sort of knowledge of what was happening. that this was not bilingual education, that their rights to have their children educated in their mother tongue were being taken from them. So I can't say so much, maybe with clarity about figures or anything like that, but I think there is a pretty clear indication that people are aware that this is a euphemism for taking their rights to that type of education away.
Mr. Sabi, may I trespass on behalf of another so that Professor Kumar can ask a couple of questions?
Please do, but we are running short of time and you have to sit longer. We have one more witness, so you have to take that into account. We are happy to sit as long as it takes.
Till tomorrow morning. No, thank you. 3 very quick questions. Going back to the boarding schools, there must be a huge amount of psychological trauma. Have you heard anything about these children being looked after by doctors or psychologists to help them through that? And just so that of time, can I give you all my questions? The second one is, are the children allowed to play as kids would like to do, or are they kept in order right the way through the day? Third is, are they fed healthy food, or do you know anything about that? And the fourth is, there's a new curriculum coming in that CCP is putting in, and it's all based on Xi Jinping's thoughts. Are they going to be taught anything other than propaganda about China? Thank you.
That might require quite a bit of speculation, but let me do my best to answer your questions. I don't have a lot of information about most of that. Regarding whether or not children are allowed to play, I can say, based on what are policies in public facilities outside of the region, I would find it unlikely. Maybe to some extent, some table games, as I mentioned, things like that are easy for teachers to control the environment. I hope so, but I don't have conclusive information about what goes on in a lot of these places, and I haven't done a lot of my own personal research into those particular areas. In terms of Xi Jinping thought and the implementation of this curriculum, whether they will be taught things outside of that, I think they will be, as the new education minister has just come in August, and he was actually speaking specifically about the need to foster critical thinking and all of these great sounding words. I think that absolutely they will be taught other things. You know, I think that the authorities will continue to put an emphasis on making sure that Chinese children can compete with the outside world, particularly in the fields of science and technology. So it's not necessarily that they're completely unprepared to institute educational programs. It's just that the developmental appropriateness of this and priorities and the ways that political indoctrination kind of seeps into a lot of subject areas are quite interesting. So I'm sorry, that's probably a bit of a vague answer, but that's, yeah.
Just the other two is reasonable food? I mean,
yeah, reasonable food. I don't have a lot of information on that. From what I've seen from videos, it looks like fairly typical, if not particularly remarkable.
Okay, fair enough.
Nutrition.
And psychological help?
Psychological help, I have not heard anything about.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Darren Byler.
Sorry, I'll start again. The witness, Dr. Byler, is an incoming assistant professor of international studies at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, British Columbia, and a postdoctoral research fellow in the China-made project at the Center for Asian Studies at the University of Colorado. He has authored 2 acclaimed books related to the Uyghur region. The first of these books is an ethnographic monograph titled Terror Capitalism, Uyghur Dispossession and Masculinity in a Chinese City. And the second is a narrative-driven book titled In the Camps, China's High-Tech Penal Colony. He's the author of a number of research articles, policy reports, and short essays on the unfolding situation in Xinjiang. Since 2011, he has engaged in 24 months of ethnographic research in the Uyghur region, and in particular Xinjiang, and most recently in 2018. Dr. Byler's report focuses on state-promoted a state-promoted social project called Ethnic Extinction that first appeared following large-scale violence in 2009 in the Uyghur region. Dr. Byler explains the origin of ethnic extinction, how it has been operationalized to achieve complete assimilation with dominant Han norms and Chinese language. This operationalization includes the creation of re-education camps, separation of Uyghur children from their parents and culture, and imposition of so-called Han relatives into Uyghur households. In summary, Dr. Byler details the social and cultural control mechanisms through settler colonial type policies. Dr. Byler, thank you very much for joining us for a second time. I'm conscious we cut you short in your presentation in the June hearings. So if you'd like to, please do in your presentation, if you'd like to give one, address the points arising from your latest report as well as anything that might remain outstanding from your June report as well. So I hand it over to you if you'd like to say a few words. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'll keep my remarks fairly short and reserve time for discussion, and mostly focus on the most recent report talking about this term, ethnic extinction, or Minzu Xiaowang. And, you know, my understanding of this is really drawing on another witness who's spoken to you, David Tobin's book, where he analyzes high school and vocational school textbooks that were published by the Xinjiang Education Bureau or Ministry very soon after the violence in Urumqi in 2009. And in those textbooks, they begin to really emphasize ethnic extinction as a sort of inevitability. It's something that's on the way, where ethnic groups will be dissolved into a kind of higher civilization that is connected to the Chinese nation, Chinese national civilization. It's really a kind of social Darwinism that's being endorsed in these textbooks and being taught to the students. And I think is representative of the type of thinking that informed what is called the second generation of Minzu policy, which is adapting these norms of de-emphasizing ethnic difference and instead emphasizing national identification with the Chinese nation. So, you know, what's come out of this system is a residential school system that closely resembles North American education systems for Native Americans in Canada and the United States, systems in Australia for Aboriginals, where children are separated from their parents and are taught Chinese language and Chinese ideology. Really, the Uyghur identity that or Kazakh identity that these students have is really de-emphasized, is taught to be something that's lacking, that's less than the national identification. The way that this was really implemented was there was gradations of it. It evolved over time, but in 2017 is when the state hired 90,000 new educators. This is in a state document. It says it very directly. And I've looked at thousands of job advertisements for the teachers that they were hiring, and over it says that the qualifications for teaching in Xinjiang is that the person should have a political background that's free of any problems, so that they should speak Chinese at a very fluent level. Native speaking is encouraged, is preferred, and that they should have no affiliation with religious practice. It says religion, but because it's Xinjiang, it's very clear that they're talking about Islam. That Islam is not something that the teacher should have a relationship to. What I found from my interviews with teachers, with the children of teachers in the region, is that as this new group of teachers were hired, Uyghur teachers who were already teaching in the system were often pushed to the side, became janitors, maintenance folks, people that were assistants to the teachers, And so as these new educators really were given priority within the education system, throughout all of China, all of Xinjiang. My feeling, and I think the evidence shows this, is that what's really happening here is a kind of transfer of children of one ethnic group to another, from the minority to the majority, because the children are really being raised within this education system. The boarding school varies in terms of how separated the children are from their parents, but in many cases, they're separated at least for a week at a time. Sometimes it's much longer. In some cases, especially for the children of detainees or people that are in prison, they become really wards of the state. One state document I've found shows very clearly that the education system is intended to shift to what they call a mode 2 form of instruction, that is Chinese only. So even if this...
But I'm afraid it's quite difficult to hear you clearly. Now, it may be us, it may be you, but if you'd be good enough to speak at a constant distance from the microphone and fairly loudly, I think that might help.
Okay.
It's a bit similar to the problem we had the last time, and so it's probably us, but see if you can do it a bit better for us.
Okay, I'll speak as clearly as I can.
Yeah, that's better.
So what I was saying is that the school system is being shifted to what they call a mode 2 form of instruction, which is a Chinese only mode of instruction. It says this very clearly in the state documents. And so even if the school is officially labeled Shuangyu, which means bilingual, the internal documents, and they're not even that internal, I found these on government websites, said that the intention is to shift to the mode 2, that would only be Chinese language. The other thing that I look at in this report is the mostly Han civil servants that were sent to become the relatives of Uyghur families, Kazakh families. It's quite clear that the groups that they were supposed to target were the family members of detainees and prisoners. That was the first targeted group, and then there's others that simply live in a sensitive area or some sensitive village that were also assigned family with a Han older brother or sister. The manuals say very clearly that the families are not to practice Islam. That's one of the things that they're observing. They're asking the families, the Uyghur families, to profess their loyalty to the government and to make sure that the children are learning Chinese. Oftentimes, the children act as interpreters for the Han or the state workers that are being posted in their homes. The visitors are also to ensure that Uyghur life rituals like marriages and funerals are done in a way that's standardized according to the new norms that are being imposed. And so it's having an effect on life ritual and social reproduction itself. They're also supposed to comfort the family because they understand it's difficult to have a family member missing, and there's a lot of financial hardship that's associated with that. The third we do in other places in the world is an anti-civilization practice. This discourse opens up and is part of the process of really removing Uyghurs from their land and their way of life. And we see that in the desecration of sacred lands, of cemeteries and shrines, the demolition of mosques, or the halting of mosque activity, which is fairly widespread, particularly in rural areas. And so, taken together, all of these forms of institutional capture and transformation is really what's accelerating the ethnic extinction framing that the textbooks used over the last decade. So I'll stop there. Hopefully you can hear some of what I'm saying. I'm happy to take your questions.
I've just got two questions. My first question is, you've detailed that the unabashed push for Han dominance has become much more explicit under Xi Jinping, and you state that the Chinese ethno-state is here to stay. can I ask, to what extent does that mean the ethnic extinction project is to continue in its current form?
Well, it seems as though the institutional processes of capturing Uyghur institutions, and we see this spreading, as the last witness mentioned, to places like Inner Mongolia and Tibet, that capture process is really accelerating. And once an institution has been transformed and is refocused, I think it's difficult to redirect it. I can't say for sure that Xi Jinping won't reverse directions, but it's a very troubling trend. And hiring 90,000 teachers, moving them is a very large logistical challenge. It takes a lot of money. And so I think the state feels as though it's really invested a lot in pushing forward with this campaign. And that makes it hard to imagine that there would be a dramatic reversal.
My second question is, the ethnic extinction project, as you've highlighted in your report, is rooted in Chinese academic thinking and also other settler colonial projects. You seem to be suggesting in your report that total assimilation rather than the physical extermination of the Uyghur population is the key goal. So my question is, what might account for the commission then of alleged crimes against the Uyghurs?
Could you repeat the last part of that question?
So, I mean, my reading of your report is that you seem to be suggesting that the policy goal here is total assimilation rather than the physical extermination of the Uyghur population. What might account for the commission then of alleged crimes against the Uyghurs?
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, total assimilation is a violent process. So separating children from their parents, transferring them from one ethnic group to another, that's part of the assimilation process. Mass internment is part of that as well. I think, though, in my interviews with these, Han civil servants who are sent into people's homes, they talk about this as overall a benefit for the Uyghurs. That they understood it's going to be difficult, but in the end, they'll be grateful because we've sort of saved them from themselves. That's the sort of sentiment that I hear from state officials and employees of the state. So it's not dissimilar from other settler colonial projects where there's a justification that people, give themselves to justify their actions. But it is a violent process, and that's unmistakable. Does that answer your question? Maybe there's something more specific you're looking for?
That does. Thank you very much. I imagine the panel have further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byler. In your report, you cite a number of academics, including Ma Rong, by way of example. Could you just contextualize for us the status, the impact, the influence that scholars such as him would have on policymakers and policy?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, Ma Rong is one of the most influential scholars of sort of inner Asia education and culture. He spent time in Tibet, Xinjiang, and Inner Mongolia. He received his PhD from Brown University in sociology. And I think my sense from reading his work is that he was really influenced by American multiculturalism, and that's what he wanted China to achieve in some ways. And so I think by emphasizing Chinese language education and de-emphasizing ethnic difference, he felt like he was, opening up China to the minorities. He and Hu Lianhe and Hu Angong were the sort of the three main figures in this new framing of ethnic policy, are influential in that they work in central universities, and they're quite connected to the Communist Party. It's not entirely clear to me, and I'm not an expert on the inner workings of the Politburo, how the education policy went from their writings into into actual policy and action. But discussion of this was very widespread. It's something that many scholars, many government officials were quite aware of and were reading, and it was certainly permitted, embraced by the Xi administration at that time. So I think the discourse, moved from the scholarship to the policy fairly rapidly. I don't know all of the pathways in which it moved, though.
Thank you. And in your report, you've talked about the extinction of Uyghur identity. If I change the word to destruction, because of course one of the things we are as a tribunal tasked with is considering whether, amongst other things, genocide has been committed. What do you, and I've asked this question already of one of the witnesses earlier, what does destruction look like in 10 or 20 years? Because the people may look the same, but what would that involve? What would extinction mean, assuming that it doesn't involve mass killing or the perpetration of Article 2A of the Convention, but it did involve B to E, in other words, the others. What would it look like if we were walking through the streets of Urumqi or wherever? What would it feel like and look like in your mind, extinction or destruction?
Sure. I mean, I use that term because that's the term that's used in the text, and I think it helps understand the thinking logics. What would this look like in 10 to 20 years? I mean, we have family separation is endemic throughout society. So many children separated from their parents. Children are being taught to see their own identity as something that's lacking. And so I think what's will come out of this is a sort of lost generation or more of children who are really alienated from their own society and from the Chinese one that they're meant to embrace, because they are still labeled as different, even as they are supposed to be assimilated. The trauma that comes from separation is also something that will take generations, will play out for generations. So I don't know exactly what it will look like when you walk down the streets, but I think if you have a conversation with someone and you begin to talk about, what's happened to their families, I think it'll begin to bring up trauma almost immediately. What we found in other settler colonial contexts is, those that have gone through residential school systems often have psychological problems down the road. There's substance abuse issues that often rise to the fore. It plays out in myriad ways. But what is clear is that the society itself will be deeply damaged. That's, I think, what I can say at this point.
And you've talked about the objective for the Chinese authorities to be a single nation race. I mean, there's a sort of obvious reason why they might want it, but could you hazard, from your experience, why you think they want that?
Well, I think it's part of the story that they tell themselves about their nation, that their nation is a revolutionary nation, it's anti-imperialist, it's inclusive, it's liberated the peoples on the frontiers like the Uyghurs, and so it's helping them along. The way that they talk about the future of the nation is, about the Chinese dream, and also about global China as well, about extending Chinese power and economy and civilization throughout the world, sort of restoring, Chinese prominence in the world. I think on a more sort of concrete level, it means having access to the resources of the Uyghur region, and also having access to the labor of the Uyghur population as well. one of the issues in China is the rising cost of labor in eastern China, which is the traditional manufacturing center of China. Already jobs are going to places like Vietnam or Bangladesh. And so if you have this new subject population that can be put to work at a mass scale, particularly in textiles, that's a way of sort of keeping manufacturing close to home. So there's a pragmatic economic logic to some of what they're doing as well. I'll leave it at that.
My last question. So we've heard previous evidence about the inability of Uyghurs to cross borders, to leave either the region or the country. And we've also heard a good deal of evidence about surveillance equipment, fear, control, and so on. And it has been described as the Xinjiang region as an open-air prison. Is that something you would recognize?
Yeah, absolutely. The systems of control are comprehensive. They use a grid management system, which means that people are not permitted to travel beyond particular sections without permissions. So there's a checkpoint system that is very similar to crossing a border as you move between counties, where you have your ID scanned and your face scanned. And so there's really tight restrictions on people's movements. Even moving from one county to another requires a process. And so moving to other parts of the country or leaving the country is many steps beyond what most people can even imagine at this point. So the control is quite intense. It's a kind of digital enclosure system that has a material aspect to it with those checkpoints. But there's tracking of people's phones, of people's movement as they go through space. Their car is being tracked. So it means that many people are under a kind of neighborhood arrest. And this is widespread and at the scale of the population. One of the safe city systems I've examined in detail talks about how everyone in the county can be tracked at all times. And so if someone is coming into the county who's not registered in that county, the system will alert the police to their presence as they move through space. They also talk about face recognition camera systems being used in key transit locations like train stations and bus stations. But of course, in the mosques as well, it specifies that the mosque should have face recognition systems in them. So you can see that the built environment itself is watching people and forming on people. They've also hired 60,000 or so grid workers that work throughout that space and work as human surveillance informants, managing the population as they move through checkpoints. So yes, it's one of the most comprehensive police states, carceral systems in the world, which makes the ability to escape it or to find a space outside of it quite difficult, particularly if you're a Uyghur or Kazakh person who's targeted by the system. The interesting part about the system, or the novel aspect of it, is that because it's using so much digital surveillance, the Han population who isn't targeted by the system can actually carry out their lives fairly easily with some minor inconveniences. So there's a kind of dual or bifurcated world where the kind of apartheid system is actually right on top of itself, which is unique in the history of settler colonialism or apartheid systems. So that's what the system is doing. It's not clear what will happen longer term. Eventually these technologies will need to be updated. There will need to be continual investment in them. They're paying for all these people to man the system. So political will is necessary to maintain it. We'll see if that will stays in place.
Thank you. No more from me. Thank you.
And only one question from me. To operate a system leading to extinction of the type you identify, the person above the person who's being managed, manipulated and controlled may or may not believe in the principle. He may simply be acting under orders. The person above him may or may not believe in the principle. He or she may be working just according to orders. Do you have any idea, impression or evidence of how far up, in probably inappropriate words, the management chain, belief in the extinction policy rises? How far up?
All right, that's a difficult question to answer because it's such a complex one in terms of how many people are involved in the system. But I think you can identify some general trends, particularly among the Han population who's resident in this space. So, there has been a Han presence in this region for, hundreds of years, but small numbers of people have been there up until the 1950s, and then in the 50s and 60s, larger numbers of people moved to the region, although in the north, more in the Kazakh areas. And those people identify themselves as locals, as Xinjiang people, let's say old Xinjiang people. And they see Uyghur and Kazakh food as their food. They have more of an attachment to life as it was before. And my sense from my interviews is that those folks often see what's happening as unnecessary, as costly, as counterproductive, or potentially counterproductive. They're fearful that there will be retaliation from the Uyghur population eventually, which I think is probably fairly wide, is shared by leadership as well, which is one of the reasons why they, I think, want to maintain the system, or shift people from the camp and factory system into prison itself. The other population of people are people that came as part of the resource extraction system that was built up in the 1990s and 2000s as part of the Open Up the West campaign, which is the precursor to the Belt and Road Initiative. And those people came as economic migrants, looking for a better life. And I think they don't really know what life was like before. And they, I think, are much more on the side of the government when it comes to cracking down on the Uyghur population, doing what's necessary to make themselves feel safe. I think many people, especially those that live in southern Xinjiang, the Uyghur majority areas, they understand that they're taking the land of the Uyghurs, and they understand that theft, produces a response, and so they want to be protected as they do that. I'm speaking in very general terms here, but that's the fear, I think, is that there will be retaliation for what they're doing. And so I think they feel as though this is the Chinese state really caring for them, protecting them. They're proud of the sophistication of the systems because it's showing that sort of the world-class position of the state. And so there's that view as well. So what I'm saying is that some people, depending on their positioning, view this system as productive and extinction as a necessary thing to do. They might not use that term because that's quite, that's coming out of a particular scholarly position, which most people don't have. But I think in general, they would agree with that sort of ethos.
Thank you very much. No questions from... Ms. Rowe.
You talked about a sort of inbuilt flaw in this educational system, where because the children are still going to be treated as different, they're not going to come to see themselves as the same as the majority. So there's a kind of doomed to fail aspect of it, including trauma. You described, the trauma of it. Have you seen anything that suggests that Chinese academic or official, academic circles or officials are thinking about that and what the longer-term implications are going to be if this policy essentially doesn't work?
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, one of the aspects of the system is that it's racialized. So, you know, the racial phenotypes of a Uyghur person, most of them at least, cannot pass as Han. And so it's, you know, at the level of the body, it's not really possible for them to fully assimilate. You know, they'll still be seen as foreign or as different. So even at that level, it's difficult. And so, you know, many of my Uyghur informants, people I've spoken to many times, have talked about, you know, studying Chinese all their life, speaking it very fluently, even without an accent, and still being ostracized in certain contexts. If you do speak Chinese, it does seem as though the ostracization is lessened. But typically, there's still you know, if you're meeting a stranger, still a kind of visceral reaction. It's how people feel about it, have experienced it. So yes, that is a major problem. I think, you know, the system is not necessarily well thought out, and I think the Chinese state is figuring things out as they go. They're drawing on certain historical precedents. You know, when it comes to camp systems, they've used them in the past, during the Maoist period, in relation to the Falun Gong. And so that, I think there's a reflex to turn to the camps if you want to deal with a large population of people. But other aspects of this, you know, the mass separation of children, that's unique to this moment. And I think they haven't thought about what that's going to mean longer term. My sense is that Ma Rong, who is, you know, one of the architects of this sort of thinking, he, I think, misunderstood multi-ethnic policy in the United States when he was saying he wants something like American multiculturalism, which is, you know, he was thinking about immigrant societies rather than native peoples who have an attachment to a land, their own language. The state came to them rather than them going to that state. And so I don't think he was thinking about what happens when you begin to erase an entire people who have, of no fault of their own, being captured by a state. So all that's to say, I don't think they have a plan. I think they're going to try to figure out as they go. That's one of the real travesties of what's happening.
Mr. Clark, I think, and Professor Manchester, no, Mr. Clark only. Thank you.
Could I just ask one specific question about education policy and the enforcement of education? We've learned that the XPCC controls a large part of the region. Are the same policies and the same approach taken in areas under its control of Xinjiang as it is in the rest of the province? I.e., the writ of the education department for the region covers everything in the region.
That's a good question. So the Bingtuan, the XPCC, most of the land that they control is Han majority land. So they're in charge of a number of camps and they run prisons and things like that. But I think they have less of a smaller Uyghur population of students that are sort of within their control. I think they might have some latitude when it comes to education policy. They could have a slightly different one. Some of it is just in the way that policy is implemented in a locality. I haven't seen a major difference in terms of how policy is rolled out. So my sense is that it's probably quite similar to the way that education policy is being implemented in other parts of the region.
Mr. Byler, thank you very much for attending on us at a time that I hope was not too inconvenient to you. If it looks to you as though we're beginning to flag a bit, well, probably we are. It's been a long day here, and we are very grateful for you bringing it to an end. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Byler.
That's the end of the evidence for today.
The end of the evidence for today, Mr. Chair.
We start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, a very full day, a variety of different topics being covered. We wish you all good evening. I'm going to have an immediate meeting for no more than 5 minutes with all council and all members straight away in order to enable those who must get away to leave promptly.
Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur bölümünün Naq Meydan proqramısı. Biz yəni huzurunuzda davamlıq Angliyaның paytaxtı Londonda keçirilayotgan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının 2-ci günlük proqramısını bağışlayatmız. Bugün düşdün ki yəni 4 mütəxəssis Uyghurlarning hozirgi vaziyati, yəni bo'lib Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qarshi elib borayotgan bir qism jinoyatlarning nima qatoriga kirganligi ustida muhim dokladlarni o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Unda biz Mehmetcan.
Muhterem görürmenler, ekranımıza qayta hoş geldinler. Tövende biz bugün işten keyin berilgen guvalıklardaki mühim noktalarını xulaslap huzurunuzga sunamiz. Diqqatinglar ekranımızda bo'lsin. Undaqda alim efendim siz aldı bilen işten keyin guvalık bergen bir kısım guvaçlarını bir tanıştırıp ötkendeyin keyin ularninki guvalıqdaki noktalarını bir şerilip ötken bo'lsin. Mesela Profesör John Parker ve Yona Diamond qatarlıqlarninki dokladidagi mühim noktalarını xulaslab ötken bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi, Mehmetcan efendi. Aldı bilen elbette bu qitim bugün düşdün ki yani ispat bergen ikki qonun mutaxassis bo'lsa, şu Kanadadagi Ottawa Universitetining qonun professori John Parker efendi bilen yani Kanadadagi Royal Wallenberg kishilik huquq markazining advokati Yona Diamond ikkisi birlikda ispat bergen bo'ldi. Bular asosan ispat berishga sababi bular yani Uyghur ərqi qırğınçılığı degan dokladda müşil yezib e'lon qilgan bularning. Buning ta'siri nihoyat kuchlik bo'lgan. Bularning e'lon qilgan bu dokladida yani Xitoy hukumati müşil xalqarалық ərqi qırğınçılıq aktinamisining bir emas, balki 5 aş elementning hammasini daxli tarif qilayotganligi. Yani bularning qo'liga erishgan paketlar o'tir qo'ygan, yani Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga elib berayotgan rangarang müşil har xil siyasetleri ve bastırıcılarının naqmışının kırılganlığını ispatlab çıkargandı. Əməliyyatda bu xalqarалық ərqi qırğınçılıq kengişide 5 elementinin birlan aniqlansa bu ərqi qırğınçılıq bo'lib hesaplandı. Biz o'tgan qitim 6-cı ayını degan chaqda bir qur tushuntirib o'tdik. Bugün shunda biz görərmənlərimizdən bir səhəməgə bu xalqarалық ərqi qırğınçılıq aktinamizda qandaq cinayetler yoki davlat ilib borgan harakatlar bu ərqi qırğınçılıq kirdiganligini bir qisqacha bir sharhlab o'tdi. Birinchisi bo'lsa, yana bir guruhning a'zolarini o'ldirish. Ya'ni ularning jiniga zomin bo'lish. Ikkinchisi, yana shu guruhning a'zolariga jismoniy va psixologiyalik zarba berish.
Ziyon yetkazish.
Degandek. Uchinchisi, yana bir guruhning bu dunyoda qisman yoki butkul yo'qolishning mushundaq sharoitlarni yaratib chiqarish, yashash sharoitini. Yani bu grupni qistab bir tamga birib asta-asta açıqib atmasmi o'ltamasmi axir shularning yo'qolishini keltirib chiqarishdir. Bu to'rtinchisi bo'lsa, yana shu guruhninki shu tug'ilish nisbatini azaytish yoki uning nopusini maqsadlik holda bir tadbirlar bilan
azaytılgan tədbirlərini qo'llash.
Şu, bu to'rtinchisi, beshinchisi bo'lsa, bu guruhning farzandlarining balalarni yana bir guruhga majburiy topshirib berish. Shunga bu 5 element, bu ya'ni ərqi qırğınçılıqqa tabi 5 element. Bu 5 elementning xohlagan birisi aniqlansa, ya'ni ma'lum bir hukumat mushuni ilib borsa, shu hukumat ərqi qırğınçılıq qilayotgan bo'ladi. Elbette bu yazılmakta ötken qitim tushundiganlikni ait addidek ma grupdagi balalarni a grupga xabar berish degandek. Ammo qonuniy jihatda buni endi isbotlash, buni isbotlashdan sirt xalqaroni qoyil qilish. Ham xalqaroning oxirgi hisobda Xitoy hukumati naq mushunda qilibdi deb ya'ni Xitoy hukumati irqiy qirg'inchilik qildi degan bu qarorni chiqarish bu albatta nihoyatda mushkul bir qonuniy jarayon. Bugun hamda bu ishga qonuniy mutaxassis John Packer bilan yana Diamond bugungi bu sotda, ya'ni o'zining dokladida nima uchun Xitoy hukumati Uyg'urlarga qarshi irqiy qirg'inchilik elib beryapti deganni nihoyatda aniq dalil, ispat, paket va qonuniy tushuntirishlar bilan o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Masalan, bularning birinchiligini Xitoy hukumatining hujjatlarida, garchi bu yerda hamda sotda bulardan so'raganda, bu yerda Xitoyning raisi, davlat rahbarlari yoki Uyg'urlarga qarshi biz Uyg'urlarni yo'qitamiz, Uyg'urlarga qarshi irqiy qirg'inchilik ilib boramiz, bularni yıldızdan qumurimiz degandek bunday narsalarni demagan bo'lsa-mu va yoki ularning hujjatlarida hukumatni bunday gaplar bo'lmasa-mu, ammo Xitoy hukumatining nurg'un hujjatlarida mush Uyg'ur millatini qanday qilish, uningdan sirt nurg'un mush lager shohidlari va guvohchilarning bergan isbotlari. Uni azdab, ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining hamda Xitoydagi masalan Uyg'ur rayonidagi masalan sun'iy amra suratlari, lagerlarning suratlari, lagerlarda yotadigan odamning soni qatorliq. Bu yerda eng jiq talash tortish bo'lgani, ularning bergan guvohligida ham advokatlar, so'chlar orasida bo'lgan savol javoblar shunda uzrab 2 soatdek bo'ldi oldi keyini. Bundan asosan bu yerda hamda bu davlatning mas'uliyatini, javobgarligini tortish kerakmi yoki shaxsiyning, yoki shaxsiy deganimiz ya Xi Jinpingning javobgarligi yoki Chunchongoning javobgarligi va yoki Xitoy davlatining javobgarligini. Bular degan chog'da bu davlatning javobgarligini tortish kerak. Ya'ni Getler Germaniyasida masalan 6 million Yahudining o'lishini keltirib chiqargan bo'lsa, u yalnız Getlerning ham ishi emas. Shu davlatning sistemasi ham Getlerni qo'llab tug'an, uning atrofidagi generallar bo'lsin, siyosiyonlar bo'lsin, hammasi shu irqiy qirg'inchilikqa teng sherik buningda. Shuningga bularning o'tirib qo'ygani bu, ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumati, Xitoy davlati bu irqiy qirg'inchilikni ilib beryapti. To'g'ri. Shaxslar buningda o'zgarishlik rol o'ynayapti. Chunchongo bo'lsin, Ruhaylim bo'lsin, qolganlar. Lekin eng muhimi hamda bular talashda chiqqani specific intent to destroy. Ya'ni abaytinda o'tib ketgan bayishning biri, ya'ni birisi qisman yoki butkul shaklda bir millatni jismoniy jihatdan yo'qotish yoki shu hayot sharoitni, vaziyatni yaratish shu millat yoki shu guruhdan. Bular deydi bu yerda in part or in whole, qisman yoki butkul deganni. Buningda deganda bular mushni isbotlash, ya'ni bir davlatning maqsad muddasi shumi emasmi deganni bu davlatning raislari, hukumatning bayonotlarida bu narsani topqili bo'lmagandan keyin uning harakatlari, siyosatlari va ish izlari orqali buni circumstantial evidence deydi, shuning orqali isbotlash. Ya'ni bularning da'vatqida bu yerda bir davlat bo'lish bilan davlat terrorlik ilib beryapti bir xalqqa. Albatta bu terrorlik degan ma'lum bir guruhning bir davlatga qarshi harakatlar emas, bir davlatning bir xalqni yo'qotish harakatlarimi albatta davlat terrorizmning biriga kirdi. Undan keyin Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan yerlik millatlarni millionlab tutib so'lash. Uyg'urlarning o'zining milliy, diniy, tarixiy urf-odatlarini ularga bostirishdan sirt ham uni yo'qotish, ya'ni avloddan yana bir avlodga o'tishning oldini olish kerak. Anan keyin bularning tutib turgan lagerlarga ilib ketgan masalan Uyg'urlar asosan 18 yoshdan 45 yoshgacha. Bu har qanday bir davlatda, har qanday bir davlatda masalan bo'lgan, eng shu davlatning davlat qilib turadigan, shu davlatning tuvriga, shu davlatning iqtisodiy kuchi bular. Bu insonlar bo'lmasa albatta u bir davlat, bir millat emas, bir davlatmi tik tura olmaydi bunday vaqtda. Anan keyin Uyg'urlarni dastlabda Xitoy hukumati keng ko'lamda masalan Ayron Zanzapandan 1.8 million deyilgan, qolgan Uyg'ur guruhlar 3 milliongacha deb o'tirib qo'ymoqda. Aniq da'vatqani bu Xitoy hukumati bo'lib 2018-yili Birlashgan Davlatlar Tashkiloti tunji qitim Xitoy hukumati Uyg'urlarni keng ko'lamda tutib so'lab bilan jazolayotdi degan bu masala ko'tarilgandan keyin xalqaro jamiyat bunga jiddiy ko'ngil bo'lib, Amerika, Yevropa davlatlari BDT'de bu mesele resmi götürüp çıqqandan keyin Xitoy hukumati bu xalqaroning besimidan keyin dastlabda inkor qildi. Birinchi qitim bundan narsa yo'q. Bizda bu tutmadik, so'lmadik deydi BDT'da. Ikkinchi qitim batdi bundan narsa bu hamda vocational training. Bular kasbiy tarbiyalash maktablar. Biz mayada asabiylik uchirgan dehqonlarga kasb o'rgatyapmiz degan yag'an narsani o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Bu chaqda ananikin bu Abdumrayning raisi Sho'kraz Zakir chiqib, shundan keyinlam bu hozir bu kasbiy maktabga ham o'quvchilar maktab bitadi deganni o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Ammo shu vaqtda bizning radiomo shuni dalilladi. Ham nurg'un xalqaro tashkilotlarmi dokladlar yozdi. Hamda buning qilgani, ya'ni bu Uyg'urlarni amaliyotda bir maktab bitirib, bular bir ish tushgan bir ish yo'q, normaldagi bir oliy maktab bitirgandek. Bularning bir qismini qo'yayotgan taqdirmi Xitoy majburiy emgak silish orqali ya bizning vatan ya ish kirdi masalan. Qolganlarga bo'lsa, shu xalsani, shu nima bilet taqatgandek 5 yil, 10 yil, 20 yil kesib, ularni turmalarga solgan masalanda. Bu narsalarni o'tirib qo'ydi bular. Ana lekin bularning degani, ya'ni bu iliqi arbitrary, ya'ni xolisona iliqi. Mujinda olamda iliqi udil kelgan. Muhimi bu yerda bu irqiy qirg'inchilikni isbotlaydigan narsa, yana bir elementning biri, hamda shu gruppa yoki shu millat Uyg'urni misol qilsak, uning nopusni, ya'ni tug'ish sonini cheklash. Buning tug'ish sonini cheklashda doktor Adrian Zenzning yana bir cho'ng doklad chiqdi. Albatta Xitoy hujjatlarini asos qilgan Uyg'ur nopusining o'tgan hafta 4,5 million azishi, ya'ni 2040-yilga borganda. Uning sirt yana masalan 2016-yildan beri bo'lib lager siyosati o'tirib qo'ygandan beri Uyg'ur xonim qizlarga keng ko'lamda tug'utning oldini olish operatsiyasi qilish, uzuk selish, Uyg'ur farzandlarining, Uyg'urlarning va xonim qizlarning to'y qilish bo'lib Uyg'urlar bilan buningki sonini azaytish. Bularning hammasi yig'ib aytganda bu irqiy qirg'inchilikning bir qismi bo'lganligini nəhayətdə
yaxşılab ötdü.
Şəndogan bo'ldi.
Demək bu ikki aylan hamda shu hozirgi ikkinchi jarayondagi irqiy qirg'inchilikni qonuniy nuqtadan turib qanday bo'ladi degan nuqtada eng kuchli shaklda sharhlab o'tgan. Va bu eng uzun so'zilgan bir guvahlik bir yig'ini bo'ldi deb qaradim men. Chunki bu ishkalan ya'ni professor John Parker olsun yoki Yonna Diamond, ya'ni bu Almas'ta efendim olsun. Bu işgelen tanlam yakında mı şu 3. bu yıl 3. ay yani Mart'ta ilan kılınan New Lines Institute tarafından ilan kılınan Uyghur kırgınçılığı ve bu kırgınçılıktaki Xitay devletinin mesuliyeti. Diyen dokladının aptırlarının ki en negizlik aptırlarının biri bu. Şunlar bu dokladı da şu özününki ilan kılgan şu dokladaki yani baykaşları, yani bayım siz de öttünüz. O baykaşta 1948 yıldaki BDD'nin ki yani Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nın irqiy qirg'inchilikni oldini olish ve onu to'sish ahdnomasının ki mazmuni bo'yicha 2. maddasi, shuningdek 5 element bo'yicha buni baholab chiqqan. Shuni siz degandek nuqtalar bu she'rlab o'tdi. Bu yerda diqqat qilgan bir nuqta, bu nima deydi desangiz, Xitoy bu ahdnomaga imzo qo'yuvchi davlat bo'lish sifati bilan har qanday bir davlat shunga imzo qo'ygan bo'lsa, şu devlet sifati bilan ma'lum bir guruhga qartilgan yoki ma'lum bir guruhning irqiy qirg'inchilik uchrash yoki ularningki ash moddaning birasining alomatlari ko'ringan aman davlat o'zi mudohala qilib shuning oldini olish, shu guruhni qo'g'dash mas'uliyati bor ekan-ku.
Albatta,
demak bu Xitoy buni hozir Xitoyning davlati hozir bularningki qo'g'dash mas'uliyatiningki albatta uni bir qayrib qo'yganbek uzun bo'lib ketdi. Ammo bu sistemlashtirib buni hozir bu Uyg'urlarga qarshi Uyg'urlarning yashash sharoitlarini tuvallatish masalan bayan bir muhim bir temani o'tirib qo'ydi. Advokat John Parker, yani Professor John Parker, yani qonun bu kishilik huquq professori ekan bu Ottawa universitetininki, bu nuqtada bek yaxshi tadqiqot ilib borgan ekan bu. Deydi Xitoy deydi Uyg'urlarning til, din, madaniyat, tarix qatorliq lerini yetkizish yo'llarini cheklab qolmay, ularni dastunga olib burun cheklab bo'ldi deydi. Ularningki Uyg'urlarning kimligining negizi bo'lgan masjid, maqbara, xonqalarni vayron qilish orqali Uyg'ur jamiyatiningki bir millat sifatida davom qilish xarakterini yo'qotadi deydi-ku. Bir jamiyatningki mavjud bo'lish xarakteri yo'qolgan vaqtda u jamiyat cho'qim o'ziningki bir etnik to'pluq, bir etnik gavda, bir etnik jamiyat bo'lib turish xosligini yo'qotadi ekan. Bu yo'qolgandan keyin bu demak men 2. moddasidagi 2. moddadagi yani şu bir cemiyetninki deliberately, yani bir cemiyetninki yashash sharoitini ularninki badniga yoki fiziklik yoki ro'yi jihatdan yoki ma'lum jihatdan yoki qisman jihatdan ziyon yetkazish uchun qasddan ashuni yashash sharoitini o'zgartirish moddasiga tushar ekanda, ashuni sab turib, demak siz degandek 5 moddaning birisi isbotlangan taqdirdami bu irqiy qirg'inchilik yurgizgan bo'ladi deb naiti chunqur mulohazalarni yurgizdi. Bu yerda bularning tilg'og'ini davlatning muddaosi, davlatningki niyati, davlatning maqsadi. Bu yerda yana bir muhim bir nuqtani ta'kidlab o'tdi bular. bu irqiy qirg'inchilik ma'lum bir shaxs tarafidan ilib berilgan bo'lsa, uni jazoga tortqin bo'ldi ekanda. Bir davlat tarafidan ilib berilgan bo'lsa, uni sudga tortish imkoniyati pek töven bo'ldi ekan. Ham buning yana bir yo'li deydi, bu ikki qatim yuz bergan deydi. Shu irqiy qirg'inchilikning oldini olish uchun hukumatlar ham shu askar tortib bosib bo'ladi deydi shu. Shunlashqa nurg'un hukumatlar o'zi buni e'tirof qilmaydi. Shu irqiy qirg'inchilik degan atalg'ini e'tirof qilmay turib oldi ekan. Buningmi Angliyadan bu shaklda bo'lganligi, bu yaqinda Angliya parlamenti buni e'tirof qilgan bo'lsa, Angliya hukumatiniki davlatning e'tirof qilmaganligi. Kanadada bu belat tashlagan vaqtida cho'da o'zi kelmadi, shu parlament belat tashlab o'tkazdi. Hukumat e'tirof qilmadi. Bir e'tirof qilgan davlat hozir Amerika. Lekin Amerikaninki davlat majlisi yaqinda shu qarorni chiqardi degan gap bo'layotgan balkim bo'lib qolar. Bularning deyishicha, shunlashqa hukumatlar doim bu irqiy qirg'inchilik atalg'isini mas'uliyatni shu qichib gardiniga olmaydi yoki aso e'tirof qilmaydigan. Chunki bir davlatni irqiy qirg'inchilik jinoyati bilan ayblash bek ters, ularni so'roq ekilish bek ters ishkanda bu.
Chunki dunyoda hamda irqiy qirg'inchilikda ortiq bir jinoyat yo'q-ku. Chunki bir davlatning yana bir davlatni hamda sen irqiy qirg'inchilik jinoyati o'tkazyapsa degan deblam qo'ysa hisob emas, undan qarshi harakat elib berish kerak. Uni jakalagandan keyin uni to'xtatish uchun harakat elib berish kerak. Hamda Xitoy dunyodagi ikkinchi bir cho'ng kuch, ikkinchi bir iqtisod bo'lganligi uchun nurg'un davlatlarning iqtisodiy bog'lanishi kuchli ekan manfaatini shuningda olgan ekan. Masalan, tunagan muoblikim İdris deganda, masalan, musulmon dunyosi hammasi deganda Xitoyning pulini deb Uyg'ur irqiy qirg'inchilik masalasi yo ko'zini yumayotdi yo Xitoynikini qo'llayotdi. Shunga bu diplomatik munosabat ham davlatlar munosabat berib taqashgan ekan, hamda Xitoyning kuchlik bir davlat sen bunda quvvatsa demasa, Xitoydan ojiz davlatlar yoki Xitoyga tayinib qolgan davlatlar albatta Xitoyni sen irqiy qirg'inchilik jinoyati o'tkazyapsa dalamaydi. Amerikaning dalalishi shu. Amerikadan boshqa davlatlar chiqib hozircha dalamagini. Yana bir shu. Abay siz degandek, ammo bu savol javoblar uzrab ketdi, masalan 1 soatdek. Uningda bu so'tchilarning asosan havas qilgani siz deb o'tib ketganga o'xshash, ya'ni bu deydi birinchisi Jeffrey Nice hisoblangan John Packer bilan Jonas Diamond'dan. Agar Xitoy hukumati deydi, hozir masalan sizlar dokladinglarda bu Uyg'urlarni maqsadi irqiy qirg'inchilik ilib berish kerak. Chunki sizlarning o'tirib qo'ygan dalil isbotinglar 5 elementning hammasiga tushidi deydi. Ammo agar Xitoy hukumati biz Uyg'urlarga qarshi irqiy qirg'inchilik emas, ammo biz boshqa bir maqsadda o'xshash jinoyat o'tkazib, ammo maqsadi boshqa bo'lsa, masalan, maqsadi Uyg'urlarni yo'qotish bo'lmasa, u qonunga tushmamdi deb uni bir so'zlab o'tib ketdi masalan. Degan chaqda ular deydi, hamda bu Xitoy hukumati masalan deydi, bu Xitoy hukumati unda bo'lsa hamma odam hamda irqiy jinoyat o'tkazgan hamma odam hamma davlat mening maqsadim bu emasdi ati deb qilaveradi u chaqda. Buningdek ortiq bir kulklik ish bo'lmaydi. Ammo oxir hisobda deydi muhimi bu genocide degan, deydi irqiy qirg'inchilik degan ko'pincha odam shu jismoniy yo'qotish, bir millatni yildizdan qurib o'tish deganlar esiga keldi. Amaliyotda u narsa emas deydi. Ya'ni Abay deb o'tib ketgandek bir millatning milliy ham diniy xarakteri o'zgarsa, shu deydi. U millatning yo'qolishi deydi. Ya'ni siz bilan biz Uyg'ur turib, biz mavjud bo'lsakmi hozir, ammo biz butunlay xitoylashib ketgan bo'lsak, o'zimizning tili, dini, madaniyat, urf-odat yo'qoldi degan gap. Hamma narsani tugab, ammo jismoniy jihatdan badanimiz bor. Ammo biz Xitoy so'zlaymiz, kalimiz Xitoycha, Ko'ngziga cho'qinamiz yoki Kompartiyaga cho'qinamiz. Bunda bo'lsak, bu Muşun yo'qotishning ashi nimasi edi?
Boshqa yaqinda shu ilmiy sohada bir atalg'i kelib chiqyapti hozir. Shu irqiy qirg'inchilikni nurg'un odam degan vaqtida Yahudi cho'ng qirg'inchiligi, Revanda qirg'inchiligi yoki Sibirnikadagi qirg'inchilik qatorliqlarni bular yoki Iroqdagi kurdishlarga qarshi ilib berilgan o'z vaqtidagi gaz, zarli gaz ularni qirg'inchiligi degandeklarni bular shuni ko'z oldiga keltirdi ekanda, yoki bo'lmasa shu Kambodjadagi xunta hukumatniki, harbiy hukumatniki, yerliklar kommunist hukumatining ilib bergan qirg'inchiliklarni ko'z oldiga keltirdigan gapkan. Bu da ilmiy sohada o'tirib chiqayotgan yangi atalg'ular, yangi challenge, ya'ni yangi bir raqobat nima desa, Uyg'ur qirg'inchiligi dunyodagi irqiy qirg'inchilik tushunchasiga tuzish. Ya'ni shu tushunchaga bo'lgan hukmni o'zgartirib deydi.
To'g'ri.
Chunki bularning xarakteri o'zgacha. Ya'ni ba'zilar deydi bu Xitoy xarakteridagi, ya'ni Junguch sotsializm degan bir gap bor.
Shundoq.
Xitoycha irqiy qirg'inchilik. Chunki buning bu qilgan vaqtida nurg'un qonuniy mollalarni atrofiga yig'ib turib, qonuniy allomalarni yig'ib turib, buni qanday qilib bu mushtaq bir balo qilishdan qutulishimiz mumkin deganlarni bütün tədqiq qilib turib, bular shu shaklda ilib borgan gapda aldirabdan bir davlat bir millatning ustidan bunday bir siyosatni aldirib yurgizolmaydi albatta.
Malaning degani
bek sezgir zil bir masala bu deydi.
Malaning degani bu genocide degan instant bo'lmaydi. Mandala irqiy qirg'inchiliklarida bu radeplan manda bo'lgan ish yo'q. Biz sistemalik, planliq, uzun muddatlik bo'ladi. Anikin deydi, buning natijasi unda tez chiqmaydi. Chunki hozir qo'limizda bor dalil isbot uchurga asosan bu Xitoy mushuni qilyotdi hozir. Endi Jeffrey Nice efendimiz so'rdi, endi buning to'liq irqiy qirg'inchilik to'g'risida endi degani Xitoy hukumati barliq ishlarni taqib to'shiklarni taqib materiallarni yo'qitib ko'ydirib manda qilayotgan ekan, ham chet eldan hech kimni kirgizib buni tekshirgizmagan ekan, bevosita qo'limizda mana Xitoy irqiy qirg'inchilik qilyotdi deydigan bir cho'ng bir narsani ko'tarib chiqish tez deydi. Ammo bu irqiy qirg'inchilik tugagandan keyin irqiy qirg'inchilik desak, u chaqda kechikimiz u millat yo'qaydi tugaydi deydi. Shunga u chaqgacha bo'g'icha hozirdan boshlab biz Xitoy hukumatining qilganini shunday deb e'tirof qilishimiz kerak. Ham buning oldini shuning bilan olaymiz dedi. Ana keyin bu sotga bergan eng chong tavsiyasi bu ishqisning advokatning. Sizlar bu hamda siyosiy dunyo ayrim diplomatiya olib biz degandek bir davlatning munosabatiga qarab Xitoyni irqiy qirg'inchilik qildi deydi ya demaydi. Shunga bu siyosiy ama o'ylashlardan ma'nimlardan neri turib mustasno oldi. Musha qonunning oldida nim bo'lsa shuning asosan qaror chiqarishinglar kerak. Chunki bo'lmasa bu davlatlar orasidagi munosabat, xalqaro munosabatga qarab tursanglar, u chaqda buni qonun asosida bir unumli bir qaror chiqarish tas bo'ladi deb yaxshi bir tavsiya berdi.
Masalan, shu o'tganda China Files, China Cables degan bir cho'ng Xitoyga oid kabellar, ya'ni mush Uyg'urlarni qanday bostirish, lagerning shakli qanday bo'lganligi, uni qanday kontrol qilish, population nopusni qanday kontrol qilish haqida butun ko'rsatmalar berilgan bir hujjatlar, necha yuz betlik hujjat oshkorlanib ketdi. Shu chiqqandan keyin deydi, bu Yohannaningki, ama nimaning deyishicha, Diamond efendimning deyishicha, deydi, bir yezdiki bir hukumat xodimi deydi, o'ziniki özde bor hujjatlarni 5-6 kun ko'ydi ekanligini, isbotlarni 5-6 kun ko'ydi ekanligini. Demak, bu yerda Xitoy biri g'arb yoki mustaqil tadqiqotchilarning rayonga berib tekshirishga yo'l qo'ymaydi, yoki xalqaro bilan hamkorlashmaydi bu jihatda. Ham barliq qo'lda bor isbotlarni yo'qotdi deydi. Unda bo'lgandan keyin buni keyin isbotlash bek qiyin. Demak, bularga hozir bayam degandek birsi mishadagi imkoniyatdagi cheklimlik masalasi, ikkinchisi bu vaqtning qisliq masalasi. Mush nuqtadan yoki bu bo'layotgan bu irqiy qirg'inchilikka berilgan aniqlamadagi yangi tushuncha masalasi. Shunga buni darhol muvofiq bir shaklda qaror chiqaringlar degandek tavsiyalar bo'ldi. Degan meningcha bu bir yaxshi bir g'olib bo'ldi deb o'yladim men.
Bu ish qismiga oid kuchlik advokat bo'lganligi uchun ham xalqaro qonun, ham kishilik huquq qonun masalasida ham degandek, Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qarata ilib berayotgan bu jinoyatlar ustidan oid yaxshi tadqiqot ilib borganligi uchun bular bu masalani hamma jihatdan to'liq ravon biladigan, ham meningcha bu ishqisning so'zi bugun o'sha sotni qoyil qilishni oid cho'ng bir rol o'ynadi bu ishqisniki. Hatto hamda cho'qim bizning ko'rarmanlarimiz nurg'unlar ingliz tili biladi. Agar buni ko'rgan bo'lsa, mushlarning talash tortishlarni. Bu xuddi Amerikadagi bir Harvard Law School'dagi qonun maktabidagi bir munozardek buchu. Buning natijasida har qanday odam buni ko'rsa nurg'un yangiliklarni o'rgandi, ham xalqaro qonunning qanday bo'lganligini, xalqaro ishlarning qanday mangdiganligini obdan tushunib olaydi buni.
Bir cho'ng bir qonuniy dars bo'ldi deb o'ylasam bo'ldi ekan. Meningcha yana bugun yana tushdan keyin bu guvohlik bergan 3-4 odamlar bor. Navbatdan qo'shimcha qilgan yeringiz bo'lmasa, shularga o'tsak birdan deb o'yladim hamda.
Bu ishki mutaxassisning keyin Uyg'urlarning ishida yani Bakram Sintosh, agarchi bizning radioning xizmatchisi bo'lsin, bu bugun mustaqil tadqiqotchi sifatida, yani ilgari Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'ur masjid va mozorlarini chekish masalasi ustida guvohlik bergan bo'ldi. Sizga dasturxon muhim nuqtalarni bir so'zlab o'tib ketsangiz.
Bakram Sintoshga kelsak, Bakram Sintosh albatta hozir siz degandek bizningki xizmatchimiz, ammo bizga ishlashdan ilgari Bakram Sintosh o'z oldiga bir mustaqil tadqiqotchi sifatida nurg'un tadqiqotlarni ilib borgan va faoliyat sifatida ba'zi to'r faoliyatlarini ijtimoiy mediada qo'zg'agan, masalan
Google
Uyg'ur 90% qani isbotlar bizga yana uchir kerak degandek temalardagi nurg'un sotsial media harakatlarini qo'zg'agan bu yoki shuning qatnashgan yoki bir aktiv bir bolaning birisi Ama bu da şu belgen guvahlığı şu özünki bizim radyo kirişten ilgili. Yani Uyghur rayondaki, Xitayninki Uyghur rayondaki mescid, xanıqa, mazarı maşayik ve şu zaratkarlık, dini sorullar, mescidlerin çıkılışı, Uyghur mahallelerinin yetkilişi, özgertilişi, katırlıklar üstüne ilip bağın, tədqiqatı asasen boğan bir doklad oldu. Bu elbette bunun belirlenen vaxtda, mənin belirlenen vaxt qısa bolğan boğaçqa Bəkramın özü belirlenen vaxtda yaxşı paylanıb bu guvahlıqni yaxşı tamamladı deb oyladım mən. Məsələn bunun da şu hazırkiyagiçe 15.000 atrapıda məscidin çekilganlığı. Bizning radiodan berilgan xabarlar, yerlikdan algan özünün satellite, yani sun'iy amra suratları bilan dalillangan isbotlarga asosan o'rin bekitib belgilangan dalillarga asosan esalab chiqqan sonliq ma'lumotlarni o'ttirib qo'ydi. Bunun yana Uyg'ur mahallarining chiqilishi, rasmlarning chiqilishi, keng ko'lamda nopus yutkash, buni rasm bilan o'ttirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Masalan, 2019-yili 150.000 yaqin odamni yetkazganligi bir yerdalandi. Bu Xitoyninki axborotga chiqqan sonliq ma'lumotlardan foydalanib so'zildi buni. Endi 2021-yil yana 230.000 yetkash planlanganligini oshkorlaganligini dedi. Bu Xitoyninki Tamirtog, Xinhua qatorliq matbuotlardan olib turib so'zildi. Ba'zi masalan shu barin shu yakan atrofida yetkazilgan odamlarninki qayerga yetkazilganligini bir rasm bilan ko'rsatganda qarsangiz, bu industrial complex, yani bu sanoat bog'chisida qildi bu. Qarsa shu odamlar ratlashtirilgan binoga kvadrat shakllik qapazdagi uylarga yetkazilgan bu rayonning atrofimiz qo'shallar bilan qo'shilmaganligini ko'rmadim, ammo egiz bir tamlar bilan qo'shilgan. Demak, bularninki kundalik hayoti bir kontrol ostiga ilingan bir zavodga amaliyotda zavod ishlaydi ekan. Zavod chiqib uyda yotadi ekan, ularning belak bir ijtimoiy hayotim yo'q. Sirtqa chiqish erkinligim yo'q, bir ishga yetkazilganligini deb o'tdi. Buni asosli yana keyingi qatimda bu Darin Baylar efendim to'liqlama shaklda Xitoydagi sharqiy qismidagi emgak kuchlarininki tannarxininki esib ketishiga ergishib, Xitoy praktikal ba'zi bir nuqtalarni, iqtisodiy nuqtalarni ko'zlab turib, ba'zi zavodlarni Uyg'ur rayoniga yetkazdi deydi-ku. Balkim shu yetkash bu şekilde karakterlengen bo'lishi mumkin bizning rayonda. Belki o zavodni quruqlik qo'ysa, o'zining berib yotganiga ko'ra zavodning ichiga uyni quruqlik qilsa, bir tarafdan monoposni kontrol qiladi, ikkinchi tarafdan iqtisodiy jihatdan foyda oladi, uchinchi tarafdan bu mallarning tannarxini to'g'ri qilib, iqtisodiy afzallik egildi xalqaro bozorda. Bu Xitoy bu jihatdan nurg'un afzalliklarni yaratgan bo'ldi o'zining siyosiy va amillik nuqtasidan. Yani iqtisodiy nuqtasini shuni shariylagan, shuni bir tushuntirib o'tgan bo'ldi. Meningcha bu bir yaxshi bir o'zgacha bir doklad bo'ldi deb o'yladim, chunki hozirgacha masjidlar chiqildi dedik, maktablar taqaldi dedik, rayonlar yetkazildi dedik, ammo mush nuqtada tafsiliy bir o'tirib qo'yilgan doklad.
Shunaq.
Chiqmagan ko'rinishlik, rasmlik, sonliq ma'lumotlik, isbotlik bir doklad o'tirib qo'yilmagan. Bahramning bu dokladi shu bo'shliqni to'shqazi deb o'yladim men. Sizning qo'shimcha qilgan yerlaringiz bo'lsa, ham yaxshi.
Bu shu bu sotning maqsadi hamda degan yoq Uyg'urlarning u bo'laninki guvahliqlarni angladi. Masalan, planliq to'g'ut u bo'lardan sirt. Hamda yana bu shu irqiy qirg'inchilikning o'xshash bo'lgan elementlarga munosabatlik. Yana birisi hamda bu Bəkramni taklif qilib bu to'g'risida yana mechitlar ma'zalni chiqishning, ya'ni shu millatning milliy ham diniy xarakterini o'zgartirishni ilib berayotgan harakatlashganligini isbotlash. Yana chunki bu masalan Nazi Germaniyaning Yahudilarga qarshi boshlaganda Kristallnacht, ya'ni Kristal kechasi. U chaqda o Yahudilarning mechini chaqqan, hujum qilgan yerichi. Uni yo'q, ani shuning bilan eng oxirgi 6 million Yahudining o'lishi 5-6 yildan keyin bo'lganda, shuningga bu Xitoy hukumatining hozir bu Uyg'urlar emas, millat, bu millatni yo'qotish uchun albatta tarix, din, madaniyat, til hamma narsa. Bu mechitlarni chiqish bu Uyg'urlarning dinini yo'qotish uchun ilib berilyapti albatta. Gerçi cho'ng shaharning o'rtadagi cho'ng mechitni bir ishni qo'ygan bilan bizning radioda ilgari dalillagandek nurg'un mechitlarni chiqib bular nahiyaga mal yezlardan chiqib birlam mechit qo'ygan. U yerda albatta et bayram bo'lsa Uyg'urlarning mechiti bor deb Uyg'urlarni usul o'yinib meyda bir yag'an raslardan mechit kirib chiqqan, masalan, Qurban yetga o'xshash shunday qilishdan boshqa bir rol yo'q.
Rol yo'q bu mechitda.
Uyg'urlar muxolif kiramaydi burunqidek albatta.
Jinoyatchiga aylangan gapda.
Uni qilayotgandan endi Uyg'urlarninki shu yana birisi albatta background deydi. Endi bu mechitlarni yo'qotgandan keyin endi Uyg'urlar musulmon bo'lgandan keyin baldirga bu dinni qanday yetkazdi? Endi bu dinni og'zaki hikoya qilib so'zlab paslam emas, bu bir hikoya emas, bu bir praktik
hareket bilan ko'rsatilgan bir narsa.
Bu bir amaliyoti bor din deganda, uningda bir namoz o'qiydigan gap, ayit bo'lsa tabriklaydigan gap, qo'y so'ydigan gap, bular hammasi bu ayitning bir qismi Uyg'urning milliyodida bo'lsin. Bu narsalar hammasi tang yo'qaydi aning bilanda. Shuning Xitoy hukumatining yana Uyg'urlarning diniy xarakterini yo'qotish uchun mechitlarni, mazarlarni, duo qildigan, ibodat qilgan o'rinlarni yo'tkagan. Hatto bizning radioda dalildik, masalan, atışdagi bir mechitni chiqib uni o'birni qilgan masalanda. Xitoy zoyachilar kelib bu ishlatadigan o'birni qilgan. Mushundaq darajada bu
xarakterlik o'zgartishlar bor. Masalan, bu xil o'zgartishlarmi shu Jonasimiz xonim Qashqarga borgan rasmlarni chiqib ko'rsatdi. Ham Qashqarda nurg'un, pek bu Qashqar taraf, janub tarafida ham albatta Urumchida shundaq, shimolda shundaq. Masjidlarni pek Uyg'urlar pek kuch sarf qilib, eng yaxshi ustalarni kelib, tasvirlarni kelib, pek yaxshi bezaydi-ku. U bir hamda masjid o'z oldiga bir diniy sorun bo'lish bilan bir vaqtda yana bir Uyg'urlarninki shu me'morchilik, binokorlik, bezakchilik san'ati eng yaxshi yorqin yo'ritilgan, isbotlangan, shuni tipiklashtirilgan obrazlar kirgizilgan bir go'zal bir sorun-ku bu. Shunday bo'lgandan keyin bu tayyorlam o'zgarsa, bu pul xarjlamaylam Xitoyninki bazmxonlarga yoki mehmonxonalarga, G'o'ljida masalan mehmonxonaga yoki bo'lmasa arab ichadigan qahvaxonalarga, choyxonalarga, Qashqarda choyxonaga o'zgartirildi ekanda, tayyorlam tushdi ekan. Bu hamda bir aslidagi bir ulug' muqaddas bir o'rin hamda bu muqaddas bir o'rinninki hamda bu muqaddaslikda cheklangan butun ashuni qarim-qarshidagi ishlarga qildigan bir so'ringa aylantirilishi hamda bu shuni sog'an, shuniga shu kirib e'tiqod qilgan, duo ibodat qilgan, tilovat qilgan nurg'un odamlarga nisbatan cho'ng bir haqorat bo'lib tuyulishi kerak deb o'yladim men.
Bundan ortiq haqorat bo'lmaydi, hamda bir dinga e'tiqod qilish qilgan bir millat uchun. Masalan, Yevropalarga borsak, eng ko'zga ko'rinadigan ibodatxonalar, masalan, cherkovlar. Masalan, necha yuz yildan oldin, hatto necha ming yildan oldin yasalgan cherkovlar masalanda. U yerda o'z beti turibdi, hozir biz chiqib bir qitim emas, ikki qitim dunyo urush bo'lgan yerlar masalan shu yer. Qarasangiz, yana shu ibodatxonalar o'z beti
yiqilgan o'rnidan qaytadan yasilib, yana qaytadan esga keltirilganda.
Shu yerda, masalan, ularni hamda mayli ishonsin, ishonmasin, berib bu tarixiy ibodatxonalar chaqayli yo'qtayli deb bir nima qilgani yo'q. Bundan keyin albatta, backgrounddan keyin albatta bu Uyg'ur harakati tashkilotining xizmatchisi, tadqiqotchisi Julie Mislab xonim bu o'zlarining bir dokladi ustida alayda guvoh bergan bo'ldi. Ularning dokladi asosan yana Xitoy hukumatining shu Uyg'ur baldirga qaratgan bir siyosatlari. Bo'lib, nurg'un Uyg'ur ota-onalarning baldiridan ayrilib qolgani, ota-onasini lagerga tutib ekandan keyin mayli birisini bo'lsin, onasini yoki dadasini bo'lsin yoki ikkilangan kelsin, Xitoy hukumatining ularning baldirini olib borib yo bir yasliga olib borib etganligi, yo yetib qoladigan maktabga olib borib etganligi, yo Xitoylarga balqib berib etganligi. Ota-onasi hayot turib, hamda unda maktabligi bormaslik kerak asli. Yetimxonalarga hamda ota-onasi bor insonlar yetimxonaga avatilmaydi hech qanday dunyoning hech qanday yerda. Hamda bizning vatanda bu 2017dan keyin yana nurg'un shunday bolalar shunday bir vaziyatga qolgan. Andan keyin Julie yaxshi misol oldi. Masalan, Turkiyada biz ularning xabar bergan bir Uyg'ur dada bilan yana bir Uyg'ur onaning o'zining baldirlaridan ayrilib ketib, o'zining baldirini Xitoyning shu ijtimoiy to'rbatda videosini ko'rganligi. Masalan, Uyg'ur o'g'an bolaning qarasa bir 3 yosh vaqtida ketgan, bir 4-5 yosh kelgan chaqda bir yig'iz Uyg'ur so'zlamaydigan, "Sen nalik?" desa, "Ni shi na ren?" "Wo shi Zhongguo ren." deb aytayotgan, "Wo ay Zhongguo." deb, "O Zhongguo Komintern" deb shunda tez jonli shaklda bolaning qarshi tatliqligi, ummoqligi, ammo o'zining Uyg'urligidan ota-onasining nima g'amligi hech qanday bir nima yo'q, qaldishi yulg'anlan bir bola ko'rinib turibdi edi.
Endi bir odamninki qarasa bir nima dechu, masalan, shu mesela biz tug'ilgan vaqtimizda men Uyg'ur deb bilmaymiz o'zimizni Uyg'ur ekanligini.
Albatta.
O men Uyg'ur, men u deb biz xil cho'ng vaqtcha o'zingizning gibi menib yuradigan qo'shiladigan bir odam
urg'oy deb jirgan
Uyg'ur degan gapni uqmay. Amniyatda masalan kim uqdi masalan o'ylab ketdim hozirda. Biz bolalarimizni deymiz kun uqish mumkin. Bu bolalardagi bu millat u bir hech qanday hukm bo'lmaydi ularda. Faqat uning kallasida ota-onasining muhabbatiga to'yinish, bolaga qinish, yaxshi uxlash, yaxshi o'ynashni bilak istik yo'q ularniki. Ularni kirib hozir ular o'zim bilmaydigan davlat tuyg'usi, u davlat kimligi deganlarni ularning kallasida singdirishning o'zi amaliyotda mana jihatni ilib kelsa bir yana bir xil jihatdan bir ruhiy xo'rliq uchu bu. U bolalar yerda ota-onasining muhabbatisiz, ota-onasininki ko'yinishsiz, issiq ishsiz, issiq go'tqinisiz, issiq qo'ynisiz. Qısqası bir muhabbetsiz bir muhitda, özüm bilmeydiğen, özümü bir nima bo'lganligini tushunib yetemeydiğen bir xil muhitda mecburlab andaq bir narsani o'rgatishga mecburlanishi, bular qilingan bir cho'ng bir amaliyotda ig'ir zulm da bu hamda. Shu zulmga yo'l qo'ygan bir vaziyatni bu qiz o'zininki, bu xonim o'zining tadqiqot doklati natijalari orqali nihoyat chiroyli sistemalik va sonliq ma'lumotliq o'tirib qo'ydi. Masalan, buningda yana bayamsiz deb o'tdingiz. Bu Türkiye'deki bir ata-onanınki o'zining bolasini necha vaqtni niyoga ko'may, bu lagerdagi yoki bolalar lagerdagi yani atalmış yataqliq maktabdagi bir maktabda Xitoycha so'zlayotgan ko'rinishda ko'rib qolganligi. Dadsan kim chiqib so'zlab turdi bolaninki. Uni o'ylasangiz, o'zingizning o'rnini qo'yib qo'ying. Sizning mana shu yoshdagi bir o'g'lingiz bor. Masalan, bir ota-ona nisbatan bu qanchalik azob bu. Demak, bu odam kunda o'ladi-da. Chunki bir bolani dunyoga keltirib, shu bolasininki o'ziga ololmadi bu hamda. Bu bolasininki qanday tilda so'zlashi, qanday yo'lda menishi, qanday odam bo'lishi uninki hech qaysiga bu ego ololmadi. Demak, bir Uyg'urning badanidan tug'ilgan bir bola uning qo'lidan tortib ilinib, bir zavodda cho'ng bo'lgan cho'jidek, ota-onasi cho'ng bo'lgan bir cho'jidek cho'ng bo'ldi hamda. Da?
Shunday gap. Bu albatta
bu bek ikkinchi ahvol bu.
Shunday gap. Bu albatta hamda bu Turkiyada yashaydigan bu Uyg'ur odamga hamda o'zining bolalarini tepaptam. Nima bo'lsin hamda videosida. Hamda buni videosi emas, izdiraksiz o'zining farzandlarining nima bo'lganini, qanday bo'lganini bilmaydigan nurg'un albatta Uyg'ur ota-onalar bor. Albatta bu hozir hamda bu Uyg'ur ota-onalarning hech qanday birining xatoligi yo'q bu yerda. Hamda bu Xitoy davlatining qo'lida bo'lganligi uchun Xitoy davlati nima qilmasa qila oladi. Shuni qilyapti hamda. Shuning bu ota-onalarga albatta oson emas hamda. Ular uchun Uyg'ur millati uchun. Ama bu o'ylaqayma Julie xonimni bu sotmoqlarga taklif qilib, maxsus shu bolalarning shu ota-onasidan ayirib etilgan bolalarning ahvolini tushuntirish degi sababidan birimi, yana bir millatning bolasini yana bir millatga berish. Shu qanday bo'ladi? Buni o'tkash orqali qanday bo'ldi? Bu bolalar qanday cho'ng bo'ladi? Ya'ni Uyg'ur bo'lib cho'ng bo'lamdi yoki ota-onasi bilan ko'rishalamdi deb nurg'un savollarni so'radi masalan. Sochilar. Hamda Julie nihoyat yaxshi javob berdi. Buning normal bir maktab, yetimxona yoki yataqliq maktab emasligini. Bu hammamiz majburlagan. Chunki bu ota-onasini olib so'lab qo'ygandan keyin bolalarni shundoq olib u yerga ham ularning hech qanday erkinligining bo'lmaydiganligini, xohlagancha uyga qaytib kelgan ishning yo'qligini, ota-onasining uyga ko'rishgan bepursining bo'lmaydiganligini. Masalan, ba'zi videolarni ko'rdik, ota-onalarım shu to'moy darvozaning teshida turib, bolalarni suyab ashat turdi. Nurg'un videoda hatto shu boshlang'ich o'rta maktabni o'qiydigan Uyg'ur bolalar yotgan ko'psini ko'tarib ota-onasi bilan xo'shlashib ketayotgan, yaqinda chiqdi bundoq ko'p videolar masalan. Bu hamda bir oilaning emas, bir millatning fojiasini albatta isbotlab berdi. Menimcha bu xonimning bugun bergan shu isboti ama sot talab qilgan shu nuqtani shu Uyg'ur millatining bolalarini Xitoy hokimiyati yoki Xitoylarga yo'tkash masalasini obdan o'tirib qo'ydi deb qarayman.
To'g'ri deysiz, shu darim boylar apandim shuni haqida so'zildi-ku, shundagi mazmunlar bir-biriga qayshilishadigan bo'lg'achqa, shuni ikkalannikini qo'shib so'zlasak bo'lgan deb o'ylab qoldim.
Albatta.
Darim boylar apandimni so'zlagan vaqtida bu bolalarni lost generation dedi-ku. Lost generation deganda hamda kimligini yo'qotgan avlod, o'zini yo'qotgan avlod yoki mahrum qoldirilgan avlod.
Shundoq.
Da deb tushunimiz bularni. Bular hamda sotsiologiya yoki jamiyatshunoslik nuqtasidan ashta deb qaralsa, masalan, Uyg'urlar terik yetimda bular. Ya'ni ota-onasi turib, ota-onasining muhabbatiga erishamagan bolalar. Yetim bo'lgan bo'lsa, ishli ota-onasi yo'q bo'lgan bo'ladi, o'lib ketgan bo'lsa, yetim bo'ladi bu hamda. Orphan bo'ladi. Lekin bular hozir qanday bo'ldi desangiz, ota-onasi yoki balkim o'lib ketdi yoki o'lib ketmadi, lekin ota-onasining ilkida yo'q bular. Yetim qoldirildi, hech kimning ota-onasininki qo'liga berilmadi. Terik yetim bo'lgan bir bolalarningki.
Bular masalan hatto ota-onasining bor yo'qligini bilmay cho'ng bo'lish mumkin-ku. Chunki ota-onasi hech bo'lmagan ekan, hatto bular albatta u Xitoy o'qituvchilari Xitoy maktabga borib yotqizib qo'ygan ekan. Hatto bular sening ota-onang mavjud, sening ota-onang bor yoki lagerda yotgan qo'yib o'tadi. Demda nimamda o'qimaymiz buni-chi.
Uni balkim lagerda ekanligini demaslik mumkin, chunki Xitoy o'zini har zaman aq, go'zal, yaxshi qilib ko'rsatgan bo'lgandan keyin ular cho'qim bir yerda yaxshi turmush kechirayotgan shaklda ko'rsatilib, suratlanib bildirilishi mumkin ularga, lekin pek muhim bir nuqtani dedingiz siz, chunki ular odamning xotirasi degan bek cheklik bo'ldi-ku. Odamning xotirasi degan shu jarayon bo'yicha o'zingizning hayotida to'plangan jug'lan bo'yicha yetilib borgan narsa bu. Sizning ota-onangiz haqidagi xotira 1-2 yoshgacha to'xtab qolsa, ularning obrazini susishida qaldingizdiki.
5-6 yildan keyin kasım ota-onasi tonimaydi.
O'tgan bizda bir program berganim esimda bormi? Biz berdikmi? Bir balani ota-onasiga Turkiyaga qaytarib chiqamda, chiqqandan keyin bu bola ota-onasi aloqalashmaydi. Burun Uyg'ur tilida ravon so'zlab bular bilan aloqalashadigan bir bola unutib qoladi tilni. Ota-onasi bilan aloqalashamaydi, ham ota-onasini tonimaydi-ku. Bir xil yaqirab chiqib qolganligini deydi ota-onasi dadasi. Adamның yürükünü izdiğen bir bayanlarda bu. Bu derin baylar bu noktada bir nimin dedi bir yerde şu. Müştah bulup keside bir sual sordu. Aşağıdaki zastatlılardan bir sual sorgandı. Müştah şaraitte müştah devam kıysa Uyghur cemiyetini 20 yıldan keyin kandak paraz kılış mümkün degende. Müşöylük last generation boğallık için eziqqan, özünü yoqatqan sersan avlat. Bula çoğulap bir bizdek adam boğa vaqtı deydi. Bu cemiyet Uyghur cemiyetini çek-çekidin böslep ketken bir berbat olgan cemiyet dep görülüşük boldu dedi. Berbat olgan cemiyet deydi. Demek bu berbat olgan cemiyette bu adam mesela bu ulanınki bir korup durgan bir teşkilat, bir cemiyet, ulanınki itikadi ya kıymet karşına güllendirip mağdırgan bir kurulum bulmagan diken ularda sersallık oldu iken, şükürlük oldu iken, zehirlik çekimliklerge beriliş oldu iken, bir normal bir yaşaş iktidarı yok olgan oldu iken, demek bir cemiyette ya ki aile olmay, ya ki turmuş olmay, ya ki hizmet olmay, demek ularda psikiklik nurgun meseleler, asaretler mevcut olgan iken, bular şu zehirlik çekimliklerge beriliş. Demek bir cemiyet kıskısı berbat oldu deydi. Bek korkunçluk bir perezde bu hamda. Yani deydi yani Uygurlar assimilasiya kılınған taqdirda, bütley assimilasiya bolsa, Xitay özünün məqsədiga yetken, razı bolamdı degan bir suallar soraldı. Şu sualını konkret şekilde esimde qalmaptı. Degenden deydi. Uygurlar bütley Xitaylashib ketken taqdirdimi, ularning bedeni o'zgartirilmaganligi uchun, farqlanganligi uchun ular izchil chatqi qiladi. İzchil kemsitildi degan gapni o'tirib qo'ydi. Yani bu derin baylarma şu bayam Julia Mislab xonim degan o'xshash Xitoylarning shu yotoqliq maktabiniki aqibati haqida to'xtalgan bo'ldi. To'g'ri. Biz tuyuqsizlam derin baylarga o'ta ketib qoldik. Lekin derin baylar haqida ozroq bir tushuncha berish to'g'ri keldi. Derin baylar shu Uyg'urlar haqida chunqur tadqiqotlarni ilib berayotgan, sotsiologiya nuqtasidan tadqiqotni ilib berayotgan Uyg'ur amerikalik tadqiqotchi, hozir shu Simon Franz universitetiniki xalqaro tadqiqoti bo'yicha dotsenti. Bu adamınki yazgan maqaları China File demdoq, Express, nurgun jurnallarda e'lon qilinib kelyapti. Xalqarалық cho'ng media organlarda, Amerika Davlat Majlislarida ishlangan guvohlik berish yig'inlarida, xalqarалық ilmiy tadqiqot yig'inlarida Uyg'urlarga oid o'zining maqolalarini shu ijtimoiy jamiyatshunoslik, ijtimoiy insonshunoslik nuqtasidan turib tadqiq qilib tushuntirib kelayotgan bir olimlarning birisi. Demek bilgen bu adamınki bilgen guvalıqımı ilmi tadqiqatçı bulaş nuqtasidan bek önemlik bo'lgan cemiyetshunoslik nuqtasidan tadqiqot ilib borgan bir olim bo'lganligi uchun bek yaxshi bo'lgan bir doklad bo'ldi deb qardim. Chunki nurg'unlarimiz qargan vaqtda Uyg'urlarning o'ldirilishi, lagerlarning qurilishi degandek sirtqi fiziklik narsaga qaraydi-ku. Lekin bir jamiyat o fiziklik narsadan boshqa yana nurg'un jamiyat degan bir narsa bor-da, o jamiyat qanday bo'ldi. Buni jamiyatshunoslik yumshoq nuqtadan qarash kerak. Bu odam shu yumshoq bir jamiyatning mavjud bo'lishi kerak bo'lgan nuqtalarningki qanday bo'lganligi, bu jamiyatdagi ashtaq bir narsalar ilmitligi vaqtida bu jamiyatning kelgusida qanday bir jamiyat bo'lganligi degandek nuqtada tadqiqot qilayotgan bir tadqiqotchi olim demakchi bu adamninki bugungi dokladimi nihoyatda unumli, natijali, kuchli bir doklad bo'ldi.
Bu Darren Byler albatta Amerikada Uyg'urlar yaxshi biladigan bir amerikalik Uyg'ur shunos tadqiqotchi. Bu odam hamda Uyg'urlarning ahvolini nihoyat obdan tədqiq qilganlar emas, nəhayət obdan biladigan bir insan bo'lganligi uchun bu odamning bugun o'tirib qo'ygani hamda bu sotmi buning o'tgan qitim chaqirgan 6-oyda bumi qatnashib so'zlagan, guvoh bergan. Bu qitimni yana qayta taklif qilib guvoh berishga sabab bu qitim yana bu Xitoy davlatining maqsadi nima to'g'risida hamda bu Uyg'urlarni. Bu odam albatta ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik qildi, Uyg'urlarni undaq qildi deb o'tirib qo'ymagan bo'lsa-mu, bu odamning o'zining yozgan dokladida asosan Xitoy hukumatining hujjatlari ham o'zimi Xitoy kadrlar bilan masalan shu
o'tkazgan suhbatlar edi.
2017dan keyin bumi berib ba'zi o'z taniydigan Xitoy kadrlar boshliqlar bilan so'zlashib ekan. Desa bu Xitoy kadrlar hatto biz Uyg'urlarga g'amxo'rlik qilyapmiz. Biz tuyuq yo'lga kirib qolgan Uyg'ur millatini biz mushunda siyosatlar qilib qo'zg'atyapmiz bularni. Bular hozir bizga bunda qarshi turgani bilan o'gin bular bizga minnatdorlik bildirdi. Biz bu qaymoqqan Uyg'ur millatini biz qutqizib qoldik deb mushunda gaplarni degan. Deganda hamda bu odamning shu tadqiq qilgan maqolasi asosan ethnic extinction deydi. Ya'ni bir milliy yo'qolish, milliy yo'qolish. Ya'ni bu Xi Jinping kelgandan yoqi bo'libmi Xitoy millatining Xitoyda emas, shu Uyg'ur rayoni qolgan yerda bo'lsin, nerda bo'lsin, eng muhim xalqliq kuchlik o'ringa chiqishi. Qolgan millatlarning asosan assimilyatsiya bo'lib, xohlamasin yo'qlishi. Ya'ni Xitoyning bir davlat qilish. Asonliq millatlar bo'lgan. Asonliq millatlar bilan bo'lgan farqini yo'q qilish, ham asonliq millatlar yana Xitoy millatini qabul qilish, Avropa odati nima bo'lsin, ham shuning qarab mingish. Shuningga bu odamning albatta nurg'un misollari bor, Uyg'urlarni assimilyatsiya qilish uchun atalmish qo'sh tillik hamma bir tillik Xitoy siyosati, undan sirt yana Xitoy o'qituvchilarni, Uyg'ur o'qituvchilarning hammasini o'rnidan chiqarib etib, o'rniga Xitoy o'qituvchilarni elib, faqat Uyg'urlarni assimilyatsiya qilish uchun Xitoy darsi berib, hozir kalsini juvatganligi. Ammo bu odamning yozgan bu dokladida oxirgi natijasi yana Xitoyning maqsadi total assimilation, butkul assimilyatsiya qilish. Uyg'urlarni endi butkul shu assimilyatsiya qilish. Endi bu yerda uningdan so'raydi Jeffrey Nice apandimi yo'qa. Bu deydi not extermination, extermination degan qirib o'ldirish hamda yo'qotish, markan to'liq butkul assimilyatsiya qilib. Lekin bu deydi unda bo'lsa bu Uyg'urlarni Xitoy hukumati to'liq assimilyatsiya qilsa, bu jinoyatni nima deb ataymiz deydi, to'liq assimilyatsiya qilishni. Deganda buni hamda nima deymiz hamda buni hamda assimilyatsiya qildi degan gap, ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik qilmadi degan gapmi hamda bu? Nima? Albatta buning uzun jarayon ketadi. To'liq assimilyatsiya qilish deganmi, hamda shu millatni hamda asosda yo'qotish, aytgandek milliy, diniy, ĩrqiy xarakter
yo'q qilib o'tishda.
Deganda bu Darren Baylarning javobini yaxshi ko'rdim. Bu hamda garchi Uyg'urlarga ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik qiladi, mushu demagan bo'lsa-mu, bu Uyg'urlarni qirib yo'qotish bu siyosat demasmi deydi. Bu degan biz zo'ravonlikqa to'lgan bir jarayon deydi bu. To'liq assimilyatsiya degan, butkul assimilyatsiya. Masalan, hozir ko'rib turyapmiz, Uyg'urlarni assimilyatsiya qilish, masalan, Amerikada bu millatlar kelsa assimilyatsiya bo'ldi bu yerda. Shundaqmi?
O'z xalab bo'lib turgan.
Ya'ni melting pot, erititilgan qozon deb qaraydi Amerikada. Bu yerga kelgan millatlar albatta o'zining xoslig'i tilini saqlab qolsinmi, va asta-asta shundan qarab erib ma'laydi. Bu yerda chunki majburlash yo'q bo'lganlik uchun. Ayada bu odam nayt obdan misollar bilan bu zo'ravonlikqa to'lgan bir jarayon deb atab kelib, yana masalan misollarni ko'rsa, masalan o'sha Uyg'urlarni, ya'ni yerlik millatlarni keng ko'lamda tutib lagerlarga solash. Abaytin Julie degandek Uyg'urlarning bolalarini boshqa millatga yetkazib berish. Lekin eng muhimi bu project deydi, bu project. Bu degan settler colonial. Bu mustamlikchilik bilan mustamlikchilik orasidagi bir project deydi. Bu yana bu kelgan Xitoylar hamda abaytin deb o'tib ketgan Uyg'urning o'rnini elib, to'ldirib, masalan Bakram degandek. Bunların o'rnini egallab, bu hisobda bir mustamlikchi ko'chman bir millat, mana mustamlika qilinuvchi bir millatning ustidan elib berayotgan to'liq assimilyatsiya siyosati. Deb oxirida yana bundan bu Xinjiang degan hozir bu ya'ni usti ochiq turmi desak to'g'rimi desa, shunda hozir shunda bo'lyapti usti ochiq turma deb o'sha o'zining tadqiqotini o'zining doirasidagi animini nihoyat chiroyli
yaxshi yo'ritibadi. Chunki bu odam yaqinda bir kitob yozgan, ya'ni terrorlik kapitalizmi va bir Xitoy shahridagi Uyg'ur mahrumligi va erligi deb. Buningda Xitoyningki qanday qilib bu Xinjiangda o'sha maqolasi bo'yicha ilib ketgan vaqtida, ya'ni Uyg'ur rayoni nima uchun Xitoydagi ichki mustamlika rayoni.
Rayoni, internal colonialism.
Settler colonialism deb tushundirdi. Buning da 3 xil omilni o'tirib qo'ygancha bu odam. Bunun birisi 3 xil shaklda ilib berildi ekan, birisi Uyg'urlarningki mol bisotini musodir qilish. Masalan, Xitoylar kirgan vaqtida bizning bovlarimizning boshining qatorida yer zamin, oltin, kumush,
hammasi Uyg'urlar.
Pumshik deb o'lni etib joylab, o'lning yer zaminlarini tortib olib, yer jihatdan bularni mahrum qoldirgan. Ikkinchi jihatdan tuzum xarakterli tasarruf qilish. Ya'ni Uyg'urlarning qo'lidagi banka, maktab, pul, davlat sistemasi hamma tortib olgan. Tuzum xarakterli tasarruf qilingan gapda. Hamma nima oldi bu tasarruf, tuzum xarakterli tasarruf oldigan gapkin. Har bir yo'q saqchimi yo'q qo'lda. Endi ko'chmanlar ishg'oli. Ko'chman bilan asta-asta dedim shu buning tipik misoli shu nima? Bingtuan shu yer, suv eng no'shtir shuning qo'lda. Shu Bingtuanga nurg'un Xitoylarni ko'chirib ekilib, bular nopozini ko'paytib, ko'chman bilan ishg'ol qilish. Mushkul jarayon bilan Xitoy Şinjan'ı hamda shu Uyg'ur diyorini Xitoy ichidagi ichki mustamlika rayoniga aylantirdi.
Shunday.
Deb tushundirdi. Buningdan da Uyg'urlarning masalan burun o'zi muqaddas bilgan o'rinlari, zaratkorliklari, masjidlari, hatto to'g'raqlar bir muqaddas bir narsa bizga nisbatan yer, zamin muqaddas. Shuning hammasi o'ziga Uyg'urlar uchun muqaddas bilingan narsalar Xitoyningki pul topadigan kapitaliga aylantirildi deydi shu. Aylantirilgandan keyin bu Uyg'urlarda hamdaylikqa yanılam mahrum qilish jarayonini tezlatdi deydi. Mahrum qilish jarayonini tezlatdi. Demak Uyg'urlar yer zamindan, tildan, o'z oldiga yashashdan, o'ziningki o'z xohlagan shaklda yashash xohish iqtidoridanmi mahrum qoldirilgan, mahrumlik. Bu yashash qilish orqali
bir millatni yalang'och
qo'yib, bu Xitoy shu mustamlika siyosatini izchil amalga oshirib kelyapti deb pek yaxshi tushundirdi bu menimcha.
Shunday.
Darin baylarning burun tadqiqotlarining bir qismi mavjud.
Shu. Bu albatta o'tgan qitim 6 oydami ispat berish yig'inimi bu qitim qilimi. Bu g'arblik mutaxassislarga qarasak, bag'an siri, ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining masalan Uyg'ur diyori qaratgan siyosiy munosabat bo'lsin, yo hozirgi siyosati bo'lsin, hammasi deyotgani bu ilgari bunday demagan masalanda nurg'un. Buni hozir mustamlika deyotdi bu ya'ni-chi. Mustamlika. Bu yerda Xitoy hukumatining siyosatimi masalan Juliyadan so'ragan savaldimi bir Sochi xonim deydi bu Xitoyning bu yerga qaratgan siyosati qanday mustamlikachilik xarakterli siyosatmi yo boshqami desa mustamlikachilik deydi. Hozir shunga umumiy kelyaptgani hamda Uyg'urlar necha yillardan yoki nurg'un yillardan yoki deb kelgan. O'zi biladigan, ammo xalqaro buningga ko'ngil bilmagan, albatta hozirgacha aniq e'tirof qilish bo'lmagan bilan hozir bu yo'nalish shuning qarab ketyapti hozirda.
Hozir bir savolni bir savol o'tirib chiqdi ekanda. Masalan, bu mustamlika siyosat yurgizyapti, bir mustamlik qilingan rayon degan bir ataliq o'tirib chiqib, e'tirof qilinsa, buningki qonuniy shar'iysi qanday bo'ldi kelgusida? Bu degan bir masala bu yerda.
Buningda hamda
bu nimalarni tushundira olamiz xalqaro? Nimadan darak berdi bu?
Shunday. Bu Birlashgan Davlatlar
muhim bir gapda bu.
Tashkilotning yana bir aktinomisi bor, decolonization deydi. Yana mustamlikachilikni bekor qilish. Bir xalqaro aktinomisi bor. Masalan, Afrikadagi nurg'un davlatlarning kim mustaqil bo'lishi, Yevropa mustamlikachi davlatlarning keyni-keynidan chiqishi, Aljeriya bo'lamdi, Keniya bo'lamdi, u bo'la. Eng oxirgi hisobda mushu sababdan bo'lgancha, eng oxiri bu xalqaro ishkin dunyo urushidan keyin bu sizlar besvag'ayalar Afrika masalan. Fransiyaning nima ishi bo'lsin Afrikada. Fransuzning bir qit'a Asiyo davlati bo'lsa, Italiyaning, Germaniyaning, Angliyaning nima ishi bor edi. Asta-asta ular endi e'tirof qilib, biz bu yerda uzun turib ketdik, demasam biz sirtdan kelgan, biz mustamlikachi deb asta-asta shu davlatlarning mustaqilligini berib e'tirof qilib.
Masalan, ikkinchi Hindiston kompaniyasi degandek Angliyaniki.
Asta-asta bular chiqdi endi. Shu 50 yildan keyin bu xalqarodagi cho'ng bir siyosiy yiqin bo'lib, bu bir mustamlikachilikdan qutulish, o'z oldiga mustaqil davlat qurish, o'z oldiga mustaqil davlat qilish, davlat qurish 60-yillar bak moda bo'lib ketgan bo'lsa, keyin u qilinib, ammo Xitoyniki avaytin siz degandek, masalan, ishki mustamlika, internal colony. Buni ilgari Amerikadagi professor Drew Gladney dastlabda o'tirib qo'ygan, bu Xitoy hukumat Xinjiang degan Xitoyning internal colony, ishki mustamlikasi deb. U chaqda albatta 20 yilning oldida hech kim qabul qilib e'tirof qilmagan, ammo hozirgi kunda mana abaytin degandek bag'an sire Amerika bo'lsin, Yevropalik tədqiqatçılarning hozir og'ziga loq chiqadigan, ya'ni buni mushundaq hozir bo'layotgan bu munosabat
sharoitlari isbotlanayotdi, pishib yetilayotdi degandek.
Shundoq. Chunki
yer yuzidagi sharoit yetilayotdi buniki.
Shunga hech qanday bir davlat albatta o'zining xalqiga qarshi bunday siyosatni yurgizmaydi. Masalan, agar Xitoy hukumati Uyg'urlarni Xitoyning grajdani, Xitoy bilan barobar huquqli bir insonlar deb qarasa, bundaq siyosatlarni yurgizmaydi albatta.
To'g'ri deysiz. Bugun qisqasi bugungi bu guvohlik berish yig'inimi bek natijali bo'lgan, ilmiy jihatda texnik foydali bo'lgan bir guvohlik bo'lish yig'ini, berish yig'ini deb qaradik. Undaqda bugun vaqt munosabati bilan tushuntirishimizni naq maydondan tarqitishimizni mishada to'xtatsak, saldı bilan shu to'xtatishni ilgari shu aytda adeganda guvohlik bergan mutaxassislarni bir tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ladi. Bundan sonra hörmətli görünmənlər, ətdigini yəni əlbəttə biz Erkin Asiya Radiosu yəni naq meydandan taqdimiz, ətdigini guva bergan bir qancha Uyğurlar ba, onundan sırt yəni bir qancha qəriblik mütəxəssislər ba. Ətdigini guvahlıq bergan iki Uyğur guvaçı bolsa, birisi Adilcan Abdurrahim bilan Muhaddar İlqut. Muhaddar İlqut xanımı ötən qitim 6-cı ayda guvahlıq bergan. Onundan keyin qəriblik mütəxəssisdən Connor Healy and Nathan Russer'la ettiğini ispat vermekçi. Üçten kim olsa asasen Kazak guvaçılar ispat berdi.
Buldundaqda hörmətli görürmənlər, şunun olan bugünkü tarqıtışımız müşərdə axırlaşdı. Ət görüşküçə xuşvaq boğaysılar, ət tarqıtışımız yana radyomuzun tor beti, radyomuzun sosial media kanallardan YouTube, Facebook ve Twitter'da naq meydandan tarqıtıldı. Ət görüşküçə xuşvaq boğaysılar. Xeyr xoş.
Xeyr xoş.